Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go! Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Everybody bring it in. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2022. I'm Atlas, this is Wolf. If you were watching yesterday, it was an extraordinarily long day, and Wolf wasn't even in the studio, but thankfully now he's back. Welcome back to Lol Park. Wolf, how you feeling?
Thanks, I'm feeling great. Didn't have too many symptoms during the last week where I was casting from home, but just to keep everybody safe and keep them away from me, I had to isolate. But I'm clean. I got tested last night, came up negative, and I'm excited for some more LCK action now here back in Lol Park. Felt a little bit weird casting from home, not gonna lie, but I'm glad to be back doing it in person with the crowd right behind us.
Yep, I'm very excited not to be interrupting you all the time anymore as well, due to that slight delay, really trolling my brain, and not being able to talk in like a regular conversation.
We can look at each other now.
I know, it's amazing. It's like I can actually understand when we're supposed to say words. It's incredible. Speaking of incredible things, Kwangdong Freaks upset T1. They're the only team that managed to beat them in round one, and now they're up against them once again. Let's get into points of the match here for our first one today. T1 on 5 wins in a row since their last defeat against Kwangdong Freaks, who broke that 24 consecutive match winning streak here domestically in Korea. Was an incredible, incredible time where they utilized some joker picks, is what they're saying in Korea.
Yeah.
The Seraphine, the Ashe, things like this that really caught T1 by surprise. And Kerry actually came out and said it was arrogance on their part that led to this, and that they have adapted how they're treating every single match here to make sure that they're not going to be caught by it once again.
Seraphine a little bit less powerful, less popular these past few days, but we'll see if it ends up coming into the series again, as T1 already showed a counter to the composition just a week or so ago, as #1 POG, godlike rookie Zeus versus Keen here on the side of Kwangdong. Who's going to get Gnar, the Tier 1 top champion? And you know, it's both of these players have played it so much. We'll have Dudu in our next series who's played it more than anybody, but it's a night of Gnar here, and I think we will definitely see Silas Gnar priority in this first series extremely high.
No, I 100% agree. I think T1 are probably going to come into this one with a few plans. If you've had a look at what Faker's been doing in solo queue, what Zeus has been doing in solo queue, there are definitely some interesting things to look at as far as flexible picks and things like that, moving into the jungle, the mid lane, the top lane, in order to deal with what we were seeing yesterday, which was ludicrous amounts of Silas priority that wasn't being answered by some of our teams. And also the Gnar being still this pick that not a lot of people have figured out the real answer to, right? We thought it was Gangplank in the past. That has changed, as that matchup can go either way. It's definitely not the Gwen anymore, all this sort of stuff. But the true rookie Moham faces the Guma carrier duo. This is definitely a difficult one for him. 3-0 on Draven is Gumyushi, so that is going to be an interesting pick to look out for. And of course, it paired with Carrier's Pike has been an absolute treat to watch.
15 supports Carrier has played this season. Well, in the support role, he's played champions like Yasuo, where he's actually the one who's getting the gold, but he is, of course, the widest champion pool right now we have in the support role, so there's so many ways that T1 can play around whatever draft Kwangdong Freaks are trying to set up there in the bottom 2v2, and the really strong Draven pick we've seen from Gumyushi is definitely one to keep our eyes on tonight, because he has played it strong side so extremely well, better than anyone else so far here in the LCK. I'm excited to see if that actually will come through once again tonight against Teddy in particular as well. You know, these guys were rivals fighting for that T1 starting spot all throughout last year.
Yeah, and I want to go back to what our good friend Papa Smithy coined many years ago, Wolf. It was the Blue Blades. We were talking about this, the Draven cash-in that barely came on when Gumyushi was playing. He managed to get the money at the very end, wasn't even able to spend it because they destroyed the Nexus. Teddy invented this. That was where the Blue Blades came from. And so I'm very interested to see what the priority on Draven is going to be. Stats here, first blood percentage, very low for T1, and that is the one that really draws your eye here. The team that is second place by only a few games in comparison to Gen G. Very similar match score, of course, and by similar I mean exactly the same. Kwangdong Freaks, definitely very middling stats outside of the first Herald, where they're second in the league.
Yeah, Herald leads haven't mattered as much this season as they have in previous seasons, or especially last year where we saw LCK teams live and die by first Herald. So, you know, we'll see if Kwangdong Freaks can turn that into some leads here as T1 walk out onto the stage, the same roster we have been seeing all year long. Zeus, Owner, Faker, Gumyushi, and Keria rounding it out here. And this team is looking to retake, at least temporarily tonight, that first place spot. Of course, they're one game ahead of Gen G at the moment.
Yep.
They might be able to take it for just a second here, but looking for a little bit of revenge after that streak was broken. They've learned a lot about Seraphine comps, how to counter them since then. And Seraphine has since, of course, dropped in priority.
Yeah.
But let's see how these drafts shake out, because Quantum Freaks drafted so well in that last series they played against KT, but their execution of the drafts was very weak, and I think that T1 is a very punishing team. You have to be very careful with how you play these drafts out. If it's complicated, might not be the way to go against T1.
No, I agree, and T1 have definitely been a team that have adopted the keep it simple, stupid mentality, right? Making sure that they go back to their comfort picks, and if it isn't broke, you don't bother fixing it until you have to. And it came to bite them against Kwangdong Freaks. Unfortunately, they weren't able to identify the fact that these guys had put in so much work as far as figuring out what was going to be the broken pick on the patch. And we'll see whether they can do it again. I hazard a guess that, especially considering the fact that we've already had a week on the patch, it's going to be very difficult to find those trap picks and find the hidden secret OP. But we'll see whether there is going to be an option here for Kwangdong Freaks to pull another rabbit out of the hat.
Yeah, we saw a really unique draft from them last week where they were able to pull out the Aurelia, try to dominate topside. We have really seen almost no teams try to say, okay, we're going to play around topside right now. We're not going to play around the bottom side. We're just going to completely leave that out to dry and try to get advantages elsewhere. Play around Keen, our strongest individual player here. In terms of mid-game, some would argue Teddy's the stronger player overall. You can have that debate, but they played around Keen's Aurelia, but they couldn't figure out how to team fight. They played around Keen's Gangplank, couldn't team fight it. I feel like the strategies we are seeing from Kwangdong Freaks are phenomenal. They are really smart. They're a little bit ahead of the curve, but the execution has to be better against a team like T1. Here is the key player matchup top side of the map right now. Keen versus Zeus. The Keen test was, you know, something that we talked about so much over the years, but Zeus failed the last time around in terms of the series, but I think that this is a matchup that definitely favors him once again here, going to the second round robin.
Yeah, and looking at these stats, it's so incredibly clear, right? How incredibly good Zeus is, but also how much Kwangdong Freaks rely on Keen. He does the highest damage share out of any other top laner at 28.5%. Very close behind him, in fact, is Zeus. But the rest of the stats being this low really does demonstrate to us that even if, like, this team isn't working out, Keen has to do well if they're going to find victories here. So eyes on Keen, but this is going to be a huge test because now it's the Zeus test. Like, honestly, like, Keen test, no, that's not a thing. It's the Zeus test. This guy has been the best performing player in the LCK this year, probably, but definitely this season. He has been absolutely amazing. And you can see some fans here in the audience of him as well. I'm just ready to get into this draft to see whether Kwangdong have cooked anything up.
This sign is just so silly. It's just like, if you don't mind, can you just win one more time? If you don't mind, just one more time, please.
Yeah.
Just if I could possibly bother you for a moment.
All right. Well, we'll see whether they can acquiesce or whether that's going to be something that their opposition is going to put a stop to. As T1, they do have side selection. They are going to choose the blue side.
There's something we have to mention after yesterday's game. In the LCK specifically, only in our region, Hex Flash will be disabled until a permanent fix for the bug can be found. As right now, that the theory is, at least based on a lot of testing and watching of replays, that with Hex Gates and Callista ults, the Flash, if it actually goes on cooldown, or off cooldown rather, if it becomes available again while you're in one of those stasis, then it can be, not in every case, but sometimes completely disabled for the rest of the game. So to prevent that from happening, that's now not a thing. Really hurts Poppy right now in this meta. So Amumu as well, and Nautilus, of course, will be affected by this, but these are things we have to say before we go into this draft, because the Poppy priority probably a little bit lower now as a result.
And so the Callista version of the bug is fixed. There was previously a Tahm Kench Devour version of the bug that I believe is also fixed, and now we've got a Hex Gate version of the Hex Flash bug that requires some fixing. So we'll get the hammers out and try and beat the patch into line.
No Seraphine.
And yeah, no Seraphine to be had this time around either as T1. One final ban as Seraphine, Silas. Pretty safe bans here, but Silas ban on the blue side I think is interesting, given the fact that it has been a pick that feels relatively unanswerable.
Yeah, because
if you lock it in first on the blue side.
Yeah, if you take the Sylas first pick, you also kind of take away the Gnar response on red. So, you know, it could just be T1 wants to first pick the Gnar and they're not interested in the Sylas whatsoever here. Might be the name of the game when we see this ban on blue side. We'll see if the Azir makes it through here. The Lucian, obviously another strong option for first pick here, will be the Pike. That somewhat discourages the Draven here for T1.
I don't think it discourages the Gnar first pick, as Zeus locks it in before I can even get the words out. As Quandong Freaks ball in their court now, and look, things like the Lucian Nami are available. Getting rid of the Pike means that Quandong Freaks are considering something like this, but Kallista's available as well. This is something that even Gumushi has played. It's his most played, I believe, here in the LCK at the moment. Only 50% win rate, but with 4 games, that means a couple of wins there as well. But it's going to be Teddy locking away the Kallista, and now we'll see what LM's going to put in as well. Yeah,
we'll see. It's technically his second most played. He played 5 games of Senna. Very close.
It's in a different column. That's what gets me.
Yeah.
I got right.
It's not the same kind of champion, but yeah, Taliyah coming in here for Quandong Freaks. This is not really a common pick for them. Fate has played it twice. It's not as strong or not as common as it has been for Damwon Kia, let's say. So we're only really seeing these two teams flex this. Is you take away the Pike, but it looks like Guma still wants to play Draven here into the Kallista. Potentially, might just be doing a funny hover here. It'll be a bloody bottom lane if that is going to be the case. And he locks it in.
Yeah.
And I think right now you probably just want to grab a jungle pick to help empower this. You don't need to lock in the support because Keria has the ultimate support pool. But they'll take Lissandra into the Taliyah before that one can be removed. We've seen this be a strong counter in the very rare times Taliyah has been picked.
No, I think this is fantastic. The Amumu, of course, something that Moham has been happily playing in the past. He won't be able to Hex Flash, but he will be able to regular Flash. So we'll see whether he can utilize that one to as good an effect as we've seen in the past. But this is looking pretty good for Quandong if they do lock this away.
The specifically Taliyah, Amumu, Kallista is something Quandong Freaks found great success with, using Weaver's Wall to divide the team fight, then tossing the Amumu into the back line, setting up big ults. He can bandage toss his way in as well, then be pulled out after actually setting up the CC. So yeah, Hex Flash important for the laning phase and things like this, but it's not as necessary for the composition. Like the win rate or the win conditions here around Quandong Freaks are about his engage in a straight-up fight that isn't going to be reliant on Hex Flash. So we'll see Owner's Lee Sin taken away. I do like that as the common Gnar response. The Gangplank is also taken away here by T1. The Lee Sin is another one we've seen, you know, slightly rising back up as a potential Gnar counter, but that's not going to be where Quandong want to take this.
That's very true. Could have been Lee Sin for Keen if he wanted to pick it, but instead they're going to ban it away. Renata also going to be taken off Carrier's hands.
I really like that.
Blitzcrank not going to be banned though, Wolf.
Yeah,
so
not yet.
Theoretically go back to that one.
I like the Renata ban because it ruins everything Quandong's comp is trying to do in terms of hard engage. Her ultimate will just say no. And then Faker has so much power there as well to turn fights. They have Draven's damage output, so like taking that Renata away, we'll see the Viego, which does extremely well with hard engage. And if you get a
went out of order. That was pretty exciting. The Viego was locked in before the Trundle was banned.
Before the Trundle.
Imagine if Trundle was locked in, and then they're like, oh no, but no, it's just a little slight graphical error, ladies and gentlemen. We just couldn't quite find the Trundle button to lock that one in for what we can see. Everything's okay in the draft, though, as now T1 going to take away the Zinzao for Owner. Pretty comfy one for him. His win rate on this champion is extraordinarily high, but that can be said for basically everything that he has played throughout his career.
What Keria ends up playing here, because Nautilus seems to be the obvious one. Obviously can turn fights really well, but something with a little bit of disengage would also feel pretty nice too. Even something like an Alistar, even though it's not meta, not strong right now. When it's Keria, I never think of the Nautilus first. I think of always what's the unusual pick he'll play here that also makes sense. Will be the Nautilus though, despite the Hex Flash being disabled. Both these teams just not that interested. And we'll be keen on the Gwen. So it has been his best win rate champion. He is 3-1 on it so far this season. It is very strong into Gnar if set up correctly. And we'll have the Viego to play around here. I overall like T1's draft because you always have to trust in the, Guma Draven, with Keria there at the end. There's a lot of A's at the end of this. Guma, Keria, Draven. But then you have the Lissandra who can really help turn team fights against the hard engage here of Guangdong Freaks. And I think a lot of this game is going to be based on that synergy we saw between Fate, Teddy, and Moham. Last time they played this composition looked great around objectives, especially dragon fights. We're going to have to see that same sort of coordination and execution again because, like I said before, and this has kind of been a common theme for Guangdong, drafts always look smart, but it's about how you play it on the Rift, and we've seen them find success with this comp before, so we trust they know what they're doing. Let's see how it works out against T1, who's potentially going to be, at least temporarily, our #1 team here in the LCK if they win this one tonight.
Yep, and it's definitely, top 3 of the most comfortable champions for all of these players on T1. Of course, most of the roster of champions is comfort for Faker, but the rest of the players, definitely, these are the champions that they're known for. Guangdong Freaks, a little bit different, as Keen on a side lane champion definitely feels very good. Fate was one of the first to adopt the Taliyah playstyle after she was nerfed originally. So very interested to see how Guangdong are going to go into a lot of comfort for T1. All right, here we are onto the Rift. Just to update those of you that are perhaps watching a VOD maybe in the future, Hex Flash is disabled, and so none of our players were able to take it. And we'll just have to see when that one is going to be fixed. Of course, that was due to an issue yesterday where we had a pause for about 1 million years, is what it roughly felt like.
Yeah. And I think it's situations like that where a bug that was unknown it first comes out, and then it is also such a tragic moment that usually speeds up how quickly these things will be fixed because it's got the attention of people around the world.
Yep. Get your cups in chat, by the way, for the Amumu skin. Moham going for the pink chroma as well, which I like. We've only really seen the green version. So I like that we've...
branching out.
Yeah, we're branching out. We're changing the cup style that we're going for here.
This matchup between the Gnar and the Gwen has been one that so many players, so many Gwen players especially, have really liked to play. And, it's not a counter per se, but it can be very strong if you play it out individually very well. Kind of like Sejuani versus Gnar. Obviously if the Gnar plays it perfectly, it never gets caught by you. You can do a lot with hyperprocs and stuff like that. But Keen is a very aggressive player, as you can see here, already trading at level 1. And he's looking for edges here, he's looking for advantages. And if the focus for Owner is on the bottom side to try to get Draven ahead, then maybe Ellen can actually make some plays up here top side and keep Zeus shut down. As you can see, he's 5-2 on the champion so far this season. Gnar is just insanely strong right now because you can play him strong side, you can play him weak side. He's pretty busted. Yeah,
he's just very versatile. And versatility is definitely a great thing when it comes to first picks in the draft, which is exactly where T1 picked this one up. As they're also going to push this wave into this turret very comfortably. Gumayushi just spinning axes all over the place. And Moham just going to have to sit back and take it for now. As Teddy's Callista, definitely pretty notorious for being pretty good on this champion. Was also pretty good on the champion when he was on T1 himself. But into Draven, this is a matchup that we've known about for many years.
Yeah.
In fact, when Callista was released, Draven was one of the first champions that was used in order to try and deal with her. When she was released, she was way too strong and completely broken, so it didn't work. However, the idea was there, You can stand up to an early game a little bit more effectively, and that's something that Draven certainly has always been able to do.
Yeah, Draven's base damage early on in the game is very strong, so, he's going to be able to trade his Zeus.
Zeus may just get solo killed. Keen hasn't even ghosted.
Yeah, if he ghosts there, he probably gets a flash at worst case scenario for Keen.
Yeah.
Still just going to zone him out of experience, force him to back here.
Well, Hook is going to connect onto Moham, who's going to waste no time. Just flashes immediately. Gumayushi takes a very long-range axe, flies back to him as Keen is going to teleport back to lane. Zeus doing the same thing, and they're even on farm. So even though Keen gets a great trade early on, doesn't amount to too much outside of the wave pushing back towards him. From what I can see. just glancing at that wave for a moment.
So LM's pathing topside here. Owner, of course, going to take the scuttle after that early gank. Then he went for bottom side that grabs a flash. See if LM is going to continue to path topside. Not enough pressure there onto Zeus for him to look there. Wants to actually try to come over and grab at least Faker's claw.
Yeah.
He's gonna lurk around here, see if Faker goes for an aggressive trade. Will not happen though. Too much respect here from Faker. And LM instead just gonna go over here and take his Raptor camp. So a lot of action potentially here in these early top and bottom lanes. Only finding success though is T1 with that flash takeaway from Moam, which again with no Hex Flash is really significant in terms of what Moam can do defensively here to try to bandage toss after a flash and turn the lane around. So it does really hurt the power of this Kalista. I mean, the Draven itself hurts it significantly, but now, you know, further hurts how much engaged potential there is.
Yeah, as Zeus doesn't really want to focus too much on this cannon minion that is about to die. Does pick it up in the end. I was very, very worried that it was either, you know, him losing out on a huge trade or has to deal with missing a cannon. Thankfully, doesn't lose out on the trade too badly at all and gets the cannon, so we can all breathe a sigh of relief. Faker pulling the wave here in this mid lane was also pretty important here, as of course we did see LM hovering, but Faker hovered to the side that his jungle was on and was able to pull that wave over and keep it in a good spot. And as you can see, as a result, he's sitting at 9 CS in the lead over Fate.
I think Keen is a little bit frustrated with how this laning phase is gone. The wave is now frozen away from him, and he goes back and buys boots, which will allow him to try to chase the Gnar more aggressively, and a refillable pot, because the Gnar ranged attacks are really annoying him. So he's at least going to have a little bit more sustainability there and some extra speed to try to trade with this Gnar. But it will cost him a little bit of CS.
Yep.
And lane power there, but I do like this decision from Keen, because otherwise, you know, your first early few trades didn't lead to a flash or a kill, and it's not going to get easier from there unless you pick up these early items. So I do like that. As you know, Zeus is just sitting on a call. He knows his role this game is just sit back and farm.
Yeah, he's doing so very, very well as he shoves this wave towards Keen. This ward is shut down by Ona. As you can see, Ella moving back into his jungle. Condong Freak's going to have to be very careful as return gang timing is pretty fantastic here from Ona after already managing to take down the flash of Moham. That's about 3/4 of the way done as this control ward. Faker is not going to walk past it just yet as Gumayushi clears out that ward. And Kerry is just going to help remove the shield of this Rift Scuttler to make sure that Ona can get that one in time. Do you know what I really... Okay, never mind. I'm going to be interrupted for a moment as Faker's going to heal, but he gets seismically shoved back. And Quantum Freaks realize that they can't really do too much more.
So tell me what you were going to say.
So what I was going to say was that I really love Gumayushi's build right now. I like to call it the Draven Immersion build, because if you get those swords and attach them at the hilt, they kind of look similar to his spinning axe. Yeah. So right now, he actually has the weapons that he's actively using.
One looks a little bit ugly because it's half door and half longsword, but yeah, I get the picture.
Yeah, I know, but that's the shoddy one. Like, he'll adjust that, you know. He might turn that into a Bloodthirster later, which is the updated version. Like, you don't start out on Summoner's Rift like driving a Maserati, okay?
That's true.
You have to put in your Corolla time first.
It's true.
Right?
I do like the immersion you're talking about here. I guess I want to talk about for a moment as Moham is going to maybe look for something with a shove.
Yeah, not bad here. Was Fate's accuracy as LM. He's going to come on over. Faker still has flash and I believe the claw available. Oh, the dodge. Just beautiful there. Sidesteps the stun of his former teammate as he makes his way in. And so doesn't need to flash, doesn't need to do anything.
We'll have to claw away at least, which is, you know, not significant. It's going to be a back timing here for Fate, who also has Unsealed. Will have his teleport back up. Is going to come over here to look to potentially contest for a Drake. So, you know, timing here for Kwangdong Freaks to push bottom. Draven is missing. They know he's probably rotating up, and T1's comp relies on that extra Draven damage. So this is an opportunity for Kwangdong to actually push bottom and grab Drake if they are fast to do this, and they are. In fact, so Kwangdong actually really realizing quite well how to play this situation. Now Teddy's going to grab at least a plate down here. They will grab a Drake for this. And, you know, with the scaling arguments of both these comps, it's pretty similar in terms of where they're at, so it doesn't matter as much for the plate gold that T1 is going to grab because it's still matched here by the Kalista. Moam is looking for something here. But the team fighting comp of Kwangdong is reliant around level 6s and having set up prio on a Rift Herald, so they're not quite there just yet. And with that back timing for Guma, they just decide, you know what, he's going to be there first. I don't want to take a shoddy fight, waste Weaver's Wall, and then be weak around next objectives. Let's just trade these.
Yeah.
And it costs them a little bit of gold, but I think it's the right call.
No, I agree. And it's really interesting because a lot of the spikes will come in at very similar times for both of these teams, but I think that T1 are leveraging their inherent early power, just in the fact that they've had so much pressure in the lanes. Of course, this top side can go either way, but it's largely Gnar favored these days.
Yeah.
When it used to be that Gwen was a lot stronger. She was nerfed, Gnar wasn't. As Faker's going to get shoved again, but Ellen not going to be able to find the stun one more time. And Ona's rotating up. Faker can go for something aggressive if you would like to. As Carrier over the wall, Moham going to move on in. And Ona has to flash, actually, to get himself out of the way. Another seismic shove goes down. There's the bandage toss as well. Heartbreaker comes in, and that's first blood to Moham. Ona just caught after the flash.
Yeah, caught after the flash there, and everybody's here. Now, Gumayusi was pushing bottom during this. He was hoping to get a massive amount of value there, but unfortunately with Owner flashing and now being dead, he's not able to stick around and actually guarantee a plate. In fact, it might even be zoned off. No, he's going to get this.
Yeah.
For a second, it looked like he might be zoned off, so at least he's going to pick up this plate gold. But one plate here for death of the jungler. A lot of control mid. Faker did not have to flash, but of course did have to back, so is losing a significant amount of CS now in the mid lane. In a matchup that we see the Kalista, or rather the Lissandra counter-picked for, he's just not finding that same level of control. Is this big rotation here, with Faker being low health, is so bad for Owner, because yeah, he has a control ward here, but he has to flash because he knows he will be burst down, and then still is caught by the seismic shove afterwards, flashless. So they're like, okay, we might have a Xin Zhao here, he flashed. Also, we still have a Xin Zhao, he's still in range of the shove, and then we'll just blow him up.
It was really nicely done. Fate has been so on point with these seismic shoves all game long. Like, I think this is, we need to get the Fater into the chat, you know? This guy's playing extraordinarily well here today. He's always been a well-respected player throughout all of the LCKs, just been fantastic. But hasn't necessarily been at full force throughout this season, as Carrier's going to flash on top of him. I cast the curse the heck out of Fate there, but he is going to keep himself alive after the flash and the cleanse do go on cooldown.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, he loses summoners, but will survive here, so only a half caster curse. It's a really nice aggressive play. Keria, of course, going to lose his flash, and because Hex Flash is disabled, it's not going to feel as good of a trade as it normally would if you're playing this Nautilus. So, you know, at the end of the day, more valuable to have the mid laner flashes and cleanses than have your support be summoners down, but still, really good defensive use of summoners there from Fate, and will stave off the pressure. As it's a very even game here. T1 just naturally gets a CS lead from the plates they've picked up. Obviously, they have a Herald they haven't dropped just yet, so that's going to compound further into a larger lead. But Kwangdong Freaks are not down and out by any means. They have a really nice engage comp set up here.
Yep. I also feel like they win in side lanes later game as well if they can play around Keen effectively. So there is definitely that to fall back on, although 1-3-1 hasn't been a style that we've seen utilized at all this season. It almost feels like it doesn't work in the current meta. So Ona's going to come on over and look to lock this one down. Also, you know, the side laning power of Gnar is
Fate has
still
ult.
pretty silly, as Fate is going to come on up here. Let's see whether he can actually make something happen. No stun on Keen, but it does get him out of the way, and they do guarantee the plates. As Teddy gets one more here on the bottom side as well. Kerry is going to rotate over, and you can see LM is going to leave the area as Ona gets on into the enemy jungle, and will steal away this Brambleback.
I like the amount of pressure that Owner's putting on here additionally after setting up, you know, what could have been a successful dive there. They see Fate's missing, don't commit heavily, and then the second that they're like, all right, well, he's just going to walk away from the turret, they're going to get both the turret, steal a red buff away. And unfortunately for Keen, doesn't get to trade anything back. There's no cross-map play available here.
Ooh. Okay. Successful hiding completed there by Owner, as Keen's going to rotate over here. Zeus, Narbar in a great position, has the hop onto his own minions, and there was no way that he was ever in any danger there.
This is the crazy thing about Gnar, is Gnar can be weak side in the early parts of the game against a Gwen, but then become more powerful as Faker's hiding here.
Yeah, and Fate's going to find another seismic shove, but so far hasn't won out on this trade. The heal did have to be used as Faker needs another. Oh, he was waiting for the whirling death, but it just whirls.
Well,
oh, the return. It was a little bit scary. You just you can't run that far over to the right. And of course, Fate, he knew that. So
he's Talia. He can glide real far to the right away from it. And Owner is going to go ahead and come up and set up for a 1-for-1 Drake. We'll see what soul we end up getting here. But yeah, like the Gnar power. Okay, Faker's fine.
Yep.
The Gnar power is just so insane when he's given a Rift Herald because he could take out a whole turret if he's given support to do so, then just hop away unpunished.
That's Fate's call, but it's going to get Moham instead. It's now Gumayushi looking for some autos. Moham is just dead. I'm not sure what the aim was there as Kerry is going down extraordinarily low. Weaver's Wall comes in, he breaks his stopwatch, but I think his life is still down. But Zeus finds the backline. Teddy over the wall, hops back again. That was so sick from Teddy as now Keen's going to jump on top of Zeus. Teddy's out of the fight though, and now Owner is battling against Fate. He's going to break his stopwatch and Faker just cues him, and that's going to secure that one. Now Keen trying to dash his way out. Ellen is getting some resets here, as now Keen's like, well, maybe I'll come back. Maybe it's a quadra kill. Maybe is it going to be the penta? No, it's not. Teddy steals it away. That was going to be our second jungle pentakill here in the LCK Wolf. It's a disaster.
So close. And the Viego power is there, but it is stolen away. And at the end of the day, you know, Teddy needs some of that money. Pentakills are nice and all, but you gotta get that Kalista accelerated in the early game here. As I say, early game, we're at 15 minutes now. We're well and truly starting to hit mid-game territory, but now Kwangdong Freaks will even up the gold here with a whole turret full of plates taken on the top side. You know, Keen a little bit on the back foot in this game, but still never died, never gave up too many advantages. And this is a really forced fight here for T1 around the fact that Draven does tons of damage at this stage of the game. They're hoping that, okay, with this engagement on Moham, look at Gumayusi. He's like, I'm just going to do so much damage. No one is threatening me. I'm under no threat whatsoever. But then finally, very late, in comes Fate on this Weaver's Wall. But T1 are cut in half, and Zeus is hoping he's going to come over here. Doesn't have Narbar. Really nice flash over the wall. Of course, Teddy does just hop. But then he's left alone. If he has Narbar, I really like this attempt to turn, but when you have a Weaver's Wall available on the other side of the map, you've got to respect that your team is just going to be cut in half like this. Stopwatch is broken for Keria as well. And this is just LM getting reset after reset. These types of fights are a Viego's dream. And yeah, this is just...
Let's listen to his response to see whether he also wanted a pentakill.
한 대만
Get him.
상관없어. 의미 없어.
Okay. I think he's still focused.
I think you said. I think you said.
sorry.
I think you said
Sorry.
I'm like kind of like I'm holding it in. Like I gave it to you basically. I think it was implied in what he said there.
Like,
I don't know what he said. Jisun's saying that he didn't say that.
he said, I don't mind.
Oh,
it's
maybe he
okay.
said Sangwon up. So like, okay, I don't care. So okay.
That's exactly what he said, Wolf. As confirmation comes through from Jisun. We're very lucky to have translation producing for us every single day. It just means that we always know what's going on.
Yep.
As the one really sad thing about that was the fact that Gumayushi didn't get any of those kills that T1 did manage to collect. And yes, it was close to a pentakill for LM, but there were also a few kills that went over to T1, but none of them for the Draven. And so he lost a bunch of his adoration stacks there.
Yeah.
And that's going to mean that, you know, the big Draven pop-off, the blue blades that we were talking about, it's no longer there. He's going to have to rebuild those stack numbers to get that cash in working as Faker gets the cannon minion there. Weaver's Wall comes on through as Shirley is set up. Let's see whether Kwangdong Freaks are going to be able to, yeah, they will be able to defend their turret for long enough.
Was Weaver's Wall made her a little bit agitated for a moment, but is able to charge as it fades away. And Kwangdong
Shirley ain't bothered.
Yeah, she's like, whatever. I'm still going to do my job here. No plates to be grabbed, but does do significant damage to this mid turret, which is not that significant for Kwangdong Freaks in this game because Fate can side lane really well. He's not relying on this, and Teddy is in a pretty nice lead right now on this Kalista. He's not really worried about farming in the mid lane, so even if it did go down, it's money for T1, but it's not the most important turret in terms of keeping your AD carry farmed up. It's not like it's a, you know, Jinx who's desperately trying to farm out there, or Narfelios, mind you, who's trying to farm, who's behind. It's a Kalista that's 1-0-3, has an Immortal Shield Bow, and is happy to sit in the mid lane, turret or no, and take that money.
Yep. should be okay, especially considering the fact that Kwangdong Freaks are so even and control of the map hasn't gone too wildly in T1's favor at this stage. Even on Drake's as well, as we have an Infernal Rift on our hands, something that we haven't really mentioned just yet, but 20 seconds until that first Infernal Drake is going to be up.
Amazing for both teams.
No, exactly, especially when they're so focused on that mid game in the team fights like you were talking about, Wolf. If you can start stacking these up, that extra value will be just gigantic.
Weaver's Wall's not up here for Kwangdong Freaks, so it's kind of an awkward fight here. They're going to have to rely on Fate up close and personal to look for a seismic shove, but he's, of course, going to be at risk of just being ulted by Faker. Teleport here from Keen. They do want to fight for this. Going to go ahead and grab that mid wave and then rotate over. So many tools here on both sides here for this fight. The Narbar is always one to keep an eye on here for Zayas. Look at how he's kept it at like 70% here, exactly where he wants to be, so he can trigger it right when the fight breaks out.
Yeah, Carrier now rotating over. They don't want to give this one up. You can see Faker ready on the flank. He could be in here at a moment's notice. Moham going to find an ult, but it's not the one he really wanted. Keen, not as immune as he wants to be. His Faker's just picked off, and Keen will go golden. It'll keep himself alive. The depth charge comes in, but the dash out. And look at the health bars from T1. They are getting destroyed. A defensive Gnar will save Carrier and Gumayushi, but they're not going to be able to save the Drake, nor kill anyone on Kwangdong Freaks.
Kwangdong Freaks can get so much from this. They're actually just going to go straight to Baron here. 20 minutes, they're not even going to go for the Drake. They've got a Callista comp here. Rage Blade is done, and they are just going to take what's theirs.
I don't understand.
T1. And look, I mean, the Drake itself is massive. It's important, but they have vision control around this. T1 actually don't know this is being taken. Gumayusi's going to come over here and be like, oh, okay, yeah, they must be on the Baron. They did have, of course, that ward there over the wall, so they can't identify this. And Guma's going to trade this one out. But the Baron for, third Drake of the game trade definitely favors Kwangdong Freaks, plus the 3 kills they get in that ensuing fight. This is Faker trying to play the long con game, wrapping around. And the second the fight starts to go bad here for Kwangdong, it works so perfect with them because Faker teleports in here. You can see the angle he's looking for. And when the Fate's call comes through to save Moham, who's engaging without the rest of his team, he's like, I'll just kill Faker instead, I guess. They turn on him. Keen has a stopwatch, so just cannot be focused down. And from this point on, the fight is so easily won in favor of Kwangdong Freaks and T1. In these longer fights, they do have some damage, but Draven's low range. He's vulnerable and doesn't have his second item. I don't think he had it actually in that fight. He does have it now, but I mean, that's a spike he just didn't hit.
No, and it's also a Draven that hasn't been able to hit any of his spikes, really, right? He died after building a lot of adoration, now had to sort of start that process again. Oftentimes, this is what happens when a Draven doesn't manage to get that snowball really rolling. And yeah, sometimes you just win elsewhere, right? And you're just strong enough and it doesn't really matter. And that cash-in isn't quite as relevant. But it is starting to become relevant in a match like this, where Kwangdong Freaks are starting to take some real advantages. And a lot of it, Wolf, this is the crazy thing, is because of Elim. He's 100% kill contribution, 4-0-5 on this Viego. He is just gigantic. As another Weaver's Wall is going to come through. It's going to block off Carrier and Ona, but they can just leave to the right there, and they should be all right. But this is now what Kwangdong's comp can do. They can side lane so perfectly, and when you have control of the map and a 4-1 composition, man, breaking down all these structures and being frustrating like Keen is here becomes so much easier.
Now, they did get T1 Zayas a whole inner turret himself during Baron, which is something that almost never should happen, and Kwangdong Freaks did group up super hard to potentially look for a pick with that Weaver's Wall. The consequence of this is, of course, that Zayas gets a lot of extra farm here in the side lane. He's uncontested by the Gwen, who could definitely beat him in that 1v1, especially with the 6 assists that Keen has picked up this game of extra gold. He's going to get his Nashor's Tooth soon. But he gets away with it for free because Kwangdong Freaks were so forcing the mid push where they aren't able to get an inner. Get a top turret, of course, but still, T1, I think trading here better than most teams would, to be honest, considering the early Baron here for Kwangdong Freaks. So Zayas picking up some extra money. T1 still holding on. The biggest issue for them is that this Draven just isn't at a state that they wanted him to be at. The pick that they went for here with the Draven to try to control the 2v2 and get Guma accelerated once again just isn't happening this time around. It's not doomed by any means, but Kwangdong Freaks have so much control over the map, and this is a rarity for Kwangdong Freaks to have map control this early and this much vision. Look at all the control wards they have around the bottom side of the map. There is just no angle T1 could take the flank. Now, if Zayas gets 2 inners, I might lose my mind, though. Like, someone's got to answer this.
Well, Moham is going to move up there alongside Elim, and Keen is looking for a bit of a flanking play here. Zayas may be overextended. He doesn't have flash, and it's likely that he may just die. The Nara is going to come back through, but the Weaver's Wall is going to be there, and there's a special delivery. Big ol' Nai gets a double wallop, but he's still going to die. But that's 4 members invested, and that is not a teleport that was ever going to work.
Yeah, so that's a teleport
that
down.
one.
That's a turret down. So Zeus basically puts the top turret into lethal range, so he can pick it up later on very easily, and they get the mid turret. So T1 are just playing a fantastic macro game, even from behind here, finding cross-map plays and taking turrets down, forcing big reactions. Deleting a teleport like that is pretty massive.
Yep, that is not a secret agent play. Like, Keen pressing that teleport button, I mean, he's 007 right now. Like, he needs to live up to that title, because that wasn't a suave spy move.
No.
That was a turret that was definitely dead that he wasted a cooldown on. But
That was a Spy Kids move right there.
that was a Johnny English there, Wolf. That was definitely some Rowan Atkinson. That was Mr. Bean, not Mr. Bond, all right?
Yeah.
So, okay, we can have a look at this one once again.
Yeah, so Zeus here, of course, does have his Narbar available, is hoping he can get out, but Weaver's Wall is committed. I mean, 4 people come up here. This time, he's not getting the inner. Still a lot of resource committed. The Weaver's Wall still on cooldown for a few more seconds here. Teleport gone for Keen. But it's not going to lead to anything for T1, unfortunately, because the timing of these big ultimates and the teleport there aren't going to affect the setup for this next Drake. T1 does have a single Drake lead, so that buys them a lot of time in this game. The problem is I don't think they're going to have any control over the map around it anytime soon, unless they can win a straight-up 5v5 fight. And T1 are just operating around topside, and Kwangdong Freaks could just ignore them and just say, I'm not interested that much in saving that inner turret, because what's more important is the bottom side of the map here where we already have strong prio. And if T1 heavily commit, they get punished.
It's just there to the right.
Yeah.
You missed a spot. Oh, no! And he even canceled the battle. That's a disaster.
Well, if they don't see this rotation up, then maybe actually Kwangdong will regret not dealing with this top push. I think if they had seen it as they were hoping to, it would have been a lot better setup for this. But Teddy can solo this, and I think they've realized pretty quickly here what is going on.
It's so much information for T1, though, as now Keen thinks this is a 1v1, but the Claw is going to come through. He does immediately go into his Zhonya's. The rest of Kwangdong Freaks are going to turn up, but it's a big Gnar from Zeus. They managed to take down Keen, but it's a trade of top laners for now, and Kwangdong Freaks, they still have a turret here. And trading evenly and picking up that Drake is still definitely in favor of Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, definitely huge, especially because Gumayusi wasn't there. If Gumayusi is there and he can get that cash in that he's so desperately been looking for all game long, it's another one of those Gumayusi games where he's just not getting it. Remember last time he played this, he was behind, then had that trade where it was like a 2v2 and T1 was massively behind, but the trade favored him because he got the cash in. He hasn't had a moment like that this game where he's been able to actually get accelerated and get that lead. He's on 3 items now, so much stronger than he was previously. Without him there on that top side, the turret is going to be enough to make that a 1-for-1, and the Drake, as you say.
Yeah, this is Draven with item parity, though, and that's just not a thing that we're used to seeing when it comes to Gumayusi's Draven, right? He's often, at this stage of the game, a full item ahead of his opposition instead of being the same. Teddy's certainly been playing well and has picked up a few of these skills, but let's have a look at this fight again.
This fight is basically who's baiting whom, because, you know, T1 are trying to set this up to look tricky. They have the Narbar set up to look for a turn, but the Weaver's Wall just prevents any sort of follow-up damage here from Faker, and they don't have their carry. They don't have consistent damage to actually really win an extended fight here, even after the Weaver's Wall fades, without Gumayusi being on the top side of the map. Because he's just trying to farm. He's trying to get that CS. He's trying to get those items. He's not getting cash-ins, so he's just not there. Didn't have his ultimate either timed for that fight, if the replay doesn't lie to us. So just not able to really make an impact there.
And of course, Teddy wasn't there either, so the fact that Kwangdong Freaks still go even is definitely a big testament to, you know, how lined their wallets are after picking up that Baron and making that money, but also how well they played it out. Keen's Zhonya's timing was absolutely fantastic. Wasn't just blown up, which was definitely a possibility, but as soon as you see the Claw, I guess you have some sort of an idea that things are going to be a problem, but it was played excellently by the Kwangdong Freaks. As now T1, they do have access to a Baron.
Yeah,
being able to check it out.
Draven once again zoned out, though, and I don't think T1 can win a fight without him here. And T1 just trying to see if there was vision there, maybe hope for a fast group up to pull the wool over Kwangdong's eyes. But when Kwangdong gets a lead like this, again, it's very rare they have this much control over the game at this state to get an early Baron and then have vision control for the second. It's very rare, but when they do have it, they respond. T1 is not going to be able to sneak anything away here. And they're struggling to side lane. You can see Faker is very carefully and very patiently pushing these waves out. Isn't going to overextend, but they don't have vision of where Fate is, because he can Weaver's Wall at any moment, cut him off.
This is a bit of a shame, because Quandong Freaks do kind of have an opportunity to potentially try and start something. You can see very tentative to go for any sort of potential 50-50s, but they have a Callista, and Callista definitely thrives when it comes to 50-50 Barons, because they're not really 50-50. She has the ability to put sticks into it. And yes, it was nerfed, but not enough.
She's got a big smite.
She does.
It's very strong, and it's very busted. And Teddy now has a GA, so this timing of the back here is great for Quandong Freaks, so they can just show up here a second time while Narbar is down and be like, Draven's mid, I see him. We have Cryo there. And now we could just start this up because we have the Callista damage and the Rend. And I think they absolutely, with the choke point controlled here and Weaver's Wall available, they could just straight up start this. And it's almost shocking that they're not, because they have all the tools to burst it down. The longer they wait, the better it is for T1, as Gumayusi is now going to have this wave push through and can actually show up for the fight.
Yeah, I mean, this is basically what the comp does, as Fate doesn't even have to cleanse, as you can see. And now they're going to rotate back. This ward, pretty good place here, as Fate is going to spot it. And Quandong Freaks, they will start the Baron. This is what their comp is so good at. It's very, very good
Weaver's Wall.
at controlling this area. Yep, Wall goes up first. They've got Smite and Rend. Even if someone gets in here, the Baron belongs to Quandong. Owner now in trouble, does have the ult, but it does not matter. The Viego picks up the first kill. Carrier, he's going down incredibly low. Elim is going to give a cash in over to Gumayusi, but Gumayusi fell down beforehand. Keen is now chasing Zeus. But Zeus will survive for the moment, but it is second Baron to Quandong Freaks, and they're looking to break the base.
And a massive team fight win, and like you said, they're going to break the base. Keen just comes back in with a teleport. They want to end the game right now. They have Baron buff, and they've got a ton of wave clear. Guma's not up for 30 seconds here. They are at least going to get an inhibitor down, but I think they might just take the Nexus too. They have so much damage here. Carrier is nothing to defend. Zeus doesn't have his Narbar anymore, and here we go.
Yep. Seismic Shove not going to find the mark, but Keen is just focusing on these structures. Zeus trying desperately to stop them from breaking their base in half, but it's just not going to work. Fate was tanking for a long time, but it's now a bare Nexus, and Quandong Freaks, they're going to do it again, or at least in game number one, as the Nexus does go down.
Really phenomenal performance here with this comp again from Quandong Freaks. Fate on the Talia, Moham's Amumu with Teddy's Callista. This is the trio that they have found so many great mid-game team fights with. Gumayusi was never able to get those cash-ins early enough to be relevant. He gets it in the final hour when the game ends, as he dies right after getting that money he's been holding for so long. Lost his stacks several times, as you mentioned. And, man, Quandong, I don't know what it is with this team, but they seem to have T1's number. And in that last Baron fight, like you said, the comp is built for this. You Weaver's Wall, you have the Callista damage, and Faker had Smite. He had his unsealed Cellbook set to Smite. He's on a flank angle. He's hoping to have another Miracle Steal, which he's had on the Lissandra, excuse me. He's had that before. Doesn't happen this time around. Tries to jump in and steal it, but he's just a little bit too late. He's a little bit disjointed from the fight. And Quandong did not hesitate for a second. They played well around vision. They don't always get it. Like, I know we talk about the slot, we talk about the K-Ram, etc. that we see from this team. Not today. They pushed for a on-spawn Baron. They would not let go of the lead they had.
And they were playing so well coordinated as well. And this is one of the first times that, outside of that teleport, where Keen has really been with his team for a lot of those decisions that they made. Even when he was like side laning, things like this, the rest of Quandong were playing more defensively. When he was back with the team, they were able to posture more aggressively, things like this. Like, the play from Quandong, like, after watching Nongshim yesterday and the discoordination that they had, uncoordination, I don't know, discoordination, definitely not a word. But Quandong Freaks did have symptoms of this earlier on. Not in this game. This was absolutely fantastic. Like you said, tried and true composition for this squad. Something practiced and definitely something meta at the time. Just amazing play, but they have to do it again, Wolf. This is the thing. And up against T1, that is an extraordinarily difficult ask. But we'll have to ask it after the break and the analyst carpet chairs.
지켜야 돼. 다음 라인 있긴 해. 30초야 30초 천천히.
나를 높여.
끝낼만해.
천천히 해 천천히. 타워부터 봐봐. 30초 20초
이거 빨리지만 않으면 될 듯.
20초. 나를 들어오면 나를 잡아야 돼.
박지마 절대 박지마.
타워만 치자.
타워만 쳐 타워만.
아 어글 끌지 말아봐.
근데 이건 박을게.
야 타워. 미냐.
타워. 진짜 위쪽.
야 쌈바 돼.
나를.
쌈부터.
두번 나와.
나이스. 잘했다. 굿.
Don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me. I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer. 'Cause when we're gone, everything goes on. 스며미의 빛은 starlight. 언제나 반짝인 my heart for you. 영원하자던 그 말로 서로를 비추던 시간 속을 걷던 우린 너무 아름다웠어. 환하게 비춰줄게. No, you won't have to cry. 'Cause I'll do the grieving while I'm by your side, like always. 또 다른 시작일지 몰라, darling. 잠시 머물던 우린 story 안에서 난 더 흐릴 때 저도 괜찮아. 떠나는 왜또 everything goes on. 어둠 속 멀리 비춰줄 뿐인 여린 빛을 지킨 너의 마음. 나를 잊어간대도 don't apologize. Memories stay forever. 그걸로 충분해. You and I. 그 언제보다 아름다워. 넌 darling. 화려히 반짝일 너의 story
Hello and welcome back to the Analyst Carpet Space, and it is me, Valdez, with Chronicler. We are going to talk about game number 1 because there was a lot to talk about. It's T1 going down to Kwangdong Freaks again. This time it is just the first game, but a pretty convincing performance to start us off.
A lot of cool stuff to talk about. So when we look at the draft, a couple of things come to note. Kalista has often been some champion that not a lot of people are a great fan of, but the Amumu combination specifically has been great. Really like the Draven response. Lissandra into Talia didn't really feel great to me. Faker didn't look necessarily super comfortable on the pick, and I also think that especially with Talia going Cleanse and Unsealed Spellbook, we saw that the catch potential wasn't really there, and the value of Talia's E remains extremely big, especially if then later on in the draft you also pick Xin Zhao and Nautilus into it as well. So another really high value moment for Talia here. And then I actually overall like the T1 draft a lot more because it is a draft that if you win 1 or 2 early skirmishes, you basically win the game. You get a lot of gold on Draven, you have a really, really strong dive, and as long as you can neutralize the Talia, you're fine. But what happened instead was Kwangdong, who also had 4 really strong skirmishing champions, and Gwen got those skirmishing champions ahead. And then from that point on, actually played a wonderful game of League of Legends.
It was really clean. I mean, it's starting from all the fights we had, like it was just Kwangdong Freaks kind of controlling the tempo, and I think that's something that Talia does really well in general. Like we've just seen that the value of this pick is getting, it's just going up, and especially because it can be flexed. So let's take a look at highlight number 1, which is quadra kill for the Viego very early on. And I don't know, you know, as a whole, I think T1 are not quite at 100% right now. They're not really playing 100% as a team, and I think this fight specifically highlighted that.
Good job, Moham. You baited them in. That's all you needed to do. And I joke, because obviously the real story of this fight is T1 has done this in the past, and it is still one of their main weaknesses is they will fight you, regardless of whether it's a good idea. After the kill on Carrier comes through, maybe just let it go. When Zeus flashes over roll and Teddy gets out, just let him die. But T1 has shown in the past that they will fight, they will stand their ground, and they will try. And into a champion like Viego and a Kalista that doesn't actually get taken down, in these long elongated fights, like these champions are so good. And if you take like a 2v2, 3v3, 2v2 kind of skirmish like we saw there, you're not gonna win.
Yeah, I mean, this used to happen to Damwon Kia, or Damwon Gaming at the time, right, in 2020 when they were super dominant. They were a team that were so confident in their abilities to team fight that they just always took fights, and sometimes it came back to bite them in the butt, and I think that happened to T1 in this game as well.
They might have been fine.
They're just like, no, we're just going to outplay you. But then it's like, well, actually, that Viego's 4-0 now, so,
yeah,
you know, you're really good, but maybe not good enough to like break the laws of the game.
Guma went from 350 to like 70 stacks.
Yeah.
It's really bad.
It was a big plunge there for sure, and we can take a look at highlight number 2, which shows kind of another awkward engage from T1, but excellently handled from Kwangdong.
Good job, Mo. Yeah.
Making the play.
Actually, unironically, what we're seeing here is really nicely done by Kwangdong. Wonderful uses of stopwatch, as I'm sure you pointed out repeatedly.
That's like
and what we're seeing there is actually Kwangdong both identifying that the teleport is coming through. Moam zones off, forces a couple of defensive summoners and defensive plays from T1, and then after Moam gets pulled back in to deal with Faker, then you got Keen taken over, right? So as a result, really nice split up, and I think that map movement and like objectives, you can have some criticisms, but the team fighting from Kwangdong was very, very good. Love this comp from them, and they played it very well.
Yeah, it was excellent. I mean, it's not every day. Even Wolf was saying it on the cast, like Kwangdong have had issues with vision in the past, but some days they just show up and it's like they've got a strategy, all of their macros looking pretty good. I thought the first Baron was a little bit lackluster, but I mean, they're not gonna be 100% perfect for Kwangdong right now. Let's take a look who did pick up the player of the game though. Will be LM, his first one, which honestly kind of makes sense, but this one game standalone, man, he was really dominant.
Probably the best game. I think Atlas mentioned it in our chat as well. Like probably the best game that he's played all year, and I'd agree.
Yeah.
I think that Owner also having an off game, which is something that is very, very rarely happens, but this was definitely one of them. Got caught, got first blooded, didn't really have an impact. And specifically the way that Alan played the skirmishes was just really good. Utilized whichever champion he got very, very well. In this skirmish, it's the Nautilus, but he doesn't do that much with it. But later on, we'll also see him use a Lissandra extremely well. And I do think that this skirmish right here, Alan plays it nicely. T1 over indexes, and that's a Viego's dream. Getting those stacks on Yuma as well. Like, again, it's such a big thing for the Draven, and that's why they played so far forward. I think the other votes here make sense. I was joking, but I love the cheeky Moham vote.
Moham vote.
I love it.
Are you
Yes.
serious? I mean,
Fate would be my other
Yeah.
option. Yeah.
Fate got 3 votes and 2
Teddy.
votes for Teddy. Yeah, some great movement. I think overall as a team, Kwangdong just played a really great game. So we do have best of 3s here. The
Moham
LCK.
vote. It got
Moham vote is very good, but also our casters are quite excellent as well. Let's throw it back to them for game number 2.
Aw, thanks, guys. You're quite excellent as well.
Yeah, I think we're all
Absolutely-
pretty good.
Yeah, fantastic carpeters and chairers. Just brilliant stuff. Fantastic work. The voting could do some work. I think that was a 13 out of 13 for LM. Absolutely, but that's okay. I will forgive the non-LM voters. Because that was definitely, and I'll stand by this, as Chronicler mentioned, his best game that he's played all year.
I think everybody agrees. He has been the weakest player on this roster, has been the most criticized player on this roster, but doesn't even bat an eye about his Penta getting stolen.
Yeah.
It's just
yeah.
calm and collected.
He's like, guys, I might get a PRG. I don't care about a Penta. That ain't it. That ain't it.
As you can see, a little bit of a tense atmosphere on the T1 side of things. Gumayusi kind of trying to get himself focused, owner as well.
I think she wanted Zeus to play Aurelia, or wanted someone to play Aurelia.
I always want to see more Aurelia, but maybe not.
You just did. We at least just saw Aurelia. We're just not going to see her on Summoners.
Yeah.
We'll just have to see her in LoL Park. We can just turn around though, so we can. You can see Aurelia anytime you want, Wolf. It's fine.
Blue side here for T1 again. They will pick it both times around here, and I don't think it was a draft issue for T1, but taking that one disjointed fight where LM did end up getting the Quadra there and so much gold was given over, the Adoration stacks were taken away, that was the pivotal moment in that game for T1. They took a fight they didn't need to force, and they fell so far behind, lost Baron, etc. Like, that was a huge turning point. We talk about this a lot in best of threes, as was mentioned on the desk. Like, we have best of threes in this region, and so a win like that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to see the same type of game. We might even see the same drafts, but a completely different result if T1 just makes one better decision. Yeah. We would have actually probably had a longer game there, which could have gone either way.
Yeah, and during the break, I did walk past the Quantum Freak staff, not celebrating. No one's celebrating yet, and as best of threes generally are, and especially when they're best of threes between T1 and Quantum Freaks, right? I mean, Quantum Freaks used to be a Freaka used to be a team that would just win game 1 every single time and then lose the series. That is what they did. Keaton was on that roster, and it feels like a curse that's kind of followed them. I think they do generally look better in game number 1 and then don't have as much to back up, similarly to Harma Life Esports, who look good in game number 2.
I think it's a matter of just really strong preparation going into a best of 3, where your first game you're most prepared for, you have the comp you want, then it can devolve as adaptations are made. The Amumu is banned away. The Gnar banned away this time around. We'll see if T1 just don't seem interested in first pick Silas here, and with the Gnar ban, it does feel like they're still not interested in first picking it here.
Yeah.
Might be looking for something like an Azir instead here.
Ooh, so Pyke is still going to be banned. I think Silas is very, very strong, but Poppy is also amazingly powerful. But this is what I wanted to talk about on the T1 side. Quantum Freaks picked it up last time around, so I guess I couldn't really mention it. There's been a lot of practice with Taliyah compositions for the T1 players. Owner and Faker have been messing around with it a little bit in solo queue. I just assumed that they're also playing it in scrims. So
yeah,
this is something that everyone is now doing after Damwon made the flex look completely broken, especially last week. So now, Quantum Freaks, what is their answer to the Taliyah? Because also, it's difficult to pick Silas into Taliyah as well, because like having another wall, like,
it's not.
Do you really mind?
Well, your comp isn't going to be built around the wall as the Quantum Freaks here if they pick the Silas. So I do like the Callista with a range support picked up early here for control of the bottom 2v2. We don't know what the matchup is going to be, but Poppy is much weaker without Hex Flash, so not feeling as good about that pick coming in to try to stop the push here. So Kalista plus range doesn't mean you're going to be engaging as hard like we saw the comp last time with the Amumu. It means you're just going to be trying to control the wave in the bottom side. I think Draven's still pretty good into this. Obviously, it's a strong pick into Kalista, as we've talked about. And it looks like that's going to come through with the Ashe support.
Oh my god.
Okay, so both the counters in one rotation here.
that is some very say no to Teddy style drafting, and I absolutely love it. Also, a lot of vision control.
Yeah, and it will be the 16th champion that Keria plays this season. Just another one added to the list.
This was, of course, the dark technology that Teddy used against T1 in the first matchup as well to add a little bit more poetry to the whole situation. As Ari is going to be locked in, that's going to be the answer or attempted answer to the Taliyah that could be in the mid lane, but maybe isn't.
There's not a lot of scaling damage here on the side of Kwangdong Freaks with this draft. We see the Kalista into scaling mid DRX strategy work very well, but this is more all-inning on picks, and you have Handshake, you have Hostile Takeover, Fate's Call, and Charms to look for picks on what is a very squishy composition here so far for T1. Now, even with Poppy being weaker, like I mentioned, the strongest pick into a pushing Kalista Renata lane like this, not going to be as strong, obviously versus Draven Ashe, but still will be the dominant 2v2. So take away some of those strong jungle picks that can come down and punish this. Wouldn't even mind to see a Trundle ban here, to be totally honest, in the second slot. Just make sure Owner can't come over pre-6 and make a big impact. He might end up playing as Lee Sin. You still feel good about that as T1, but you don't want to give him those really strong early levels where he can come over and ruin your Kalista lane.
What I'd really like is for Kwangdong Freaks to ban Trundle and then pick the Lee Sin away, just to limit Owner's champion pool as much as possible. But they'll ban the Gwen instead. The Na is banned. We'll see what Keen is going to go for here, as of course they could try to respond to the globals that T1 have put together. I mean, all three of these champions have basically global ultimates, right? Like, this is going to be a lot of map control just inherently by the three that they've picked up. So adding a Cannon Barrage there to help Kwangdong Freaks out as far as cross maps and things like that could be powerful, as the Trundle is actually going to be taken away from Ellen. So he is still going to be able to do that if we would like to, but there's the Gangplank that we were talking about that the Gwen kind of gave away.
And the Gwen ban gives this away, and also you need a little bit more extra scaling damage in this composition for the later parts of the game. Barrel Chain's going to be very good with this. The extra slow from Cannon Barrage will also be quite significant to set up fights and turn when Taliyah tries to Weaver's Wall in. We have a lot of defensive options. Like, Kwangdong Freaks' draft is very strong at dealing with Weaver Wall, Arrow, Pylon engages. I think that T1 should probably be careful about looking for an all-in top laner that wants to engage in your face. I like something like an Ornn here, to be honest, because you can engage safely from a far-off distance and then just follow up there with all the CC and burst damage you have, and it looks like T1 agree.
Yep, you can just throw Whirling Death and an arrow as the ram is passing by, and it means someone is definitely dead unless they have Cleanse. As Owner's Lee Sin, his win rate absolutely absurd. Large reason why Lee Sin is, the stats for just Lee Sin, the champion here in the LCK, it's basically just Owner being really good. Yeah,
he's 7-1 this season. It's pretty unbelievable, and he's going to be given over his comfort here, it looks like. And for Kwangdong Freaks, the last choice here will, of course, be the jungle pick, and it might just be that Viego, once again, for LM works well with the comp. They want to instead, though, trap somebody in, isolate, and kill them, punish the Ashe or the Draven when that, follow-up happens here, because the range of the Draven is very low. Taliyah is going to naturally be coming at you. So I don't hate this pick. I think the Viego works well into what they're setting up because they have so much pick, and the Viego is just going to be able to obviously reset and pop off, but they want to have more isolation here with the Jarvan pick, and can be very punishing against a Taliyah, against an Ornn who steps too far forward.
Yeah, and also works very well in the 2v2 in mid lane especially, and layered on top of the Cannon Barrage, you could, what does Draven Ashe do when they're put in the Cataclysm? They probably
flash, hopefully,
die.
Or if they don't have it, they die.
and barrel chains are just so much easier when you've just got them sitting there in the middle of the Cataclysm. So if it can work out and if they can catch Ashe Draven together, then that is going to be a target. But in the laning phase, Ashe and Draven will probably make sure that Teddy just can't play the game. So we'll just have to see how the landscape of this match is actually going to play out, because you look at these compositions and if you put them in a 5v5 at 25, 30 minutes, right? You're like, oh man, there are so many intricacies here. But that may not come into play whatsoever, because T1 could just have a way too large advantage from the laning phase.
And their early game is very strong around objectives too, with the Ornn, ability to shape first Rift Herald fight. Once Imperial Mandate gets finished for the Ashe, the damage goes up big time for the Draven, even if he hasn't cashed in those stacks. So a lot of power in the mid game for T1 if they can get ahead.
Yeah, I agree. Let's hop onto the Rift here, get into game number 2. All right, here we are. Once again, the FPX skin to come through for Keen. It's his favorite one, and does look pretty cool, not gonna lie.
It's very sexy, and the logo looks very nice in the Cannon Barrage.
I'm a spooky Gangplank kind of guy.
That was one of my go-tos back in the day. I was a very bad Gangplank one trick. Like, I didn't really know what I was doing. Like back in when I was first playing the game, and Valdez was like, just play Gangplank. And I was like, all right. And then I enjoyed it, but I was not doing it right.
Was that back when he didn't even have his barrels? Because that
was before,
5,
where
right?
he had like the crit thing.
Yeah, he basically had rally.
Yes.
Where he just pressed like E and went yar and went a bit faster or something. Felt a little bit like Stim for your Marines, but he didn't have a machine gun. He just had a pistol that went off once every 7 seconds or something.
Yeah, it was an interesting time. It was way before his rework.
Well, Keen going to spot out that Zeus put a ward there, pings it out for the rest of his team. As you can see, no real shenanigans in this early game. Not going to have a repeat of our first series yesterday, which had game 1 decided in one level 1 play. I like it more when the rest of the game is also relevant, as, oh yes, this is how you play
level
Jarvan.
2 Jarvan gank, but Owner expects this is coming over here.
It's actually kind of genius. But we'll see what's actually going to happen here as LM is going to rotate over. Kerry is like, nope, I'm out of here. I'm flashing. Oh no, LM misses the Q, but now Gumayusi's kind of left on his lonesome. Oh, Q is barely going to get dodged there by Teddy and Moham, as now Gumayusi's looking to turn this one around. He changed skins as well to make sure that he was really in the zone.
So Keria now down both summoners here. Did go the heal this game around to actually give Gumayusi an extra speed up and some extra sustain in these longer trades, where Gumayusi can win out actually against Kalista with the Draven, as we talked about last time.
Moham is in trouble. Immediately the cleanse comes through on the handshake though, as the Ren not going to get a reset or anything like that.
Here still.
Once again rotating over.
This should be a flash.
There is just a flash as Hawkshot spots LM out. He gets notified of that situation as well, as now T1 going to have to play defensively. That is not how this lane wants to play.
Exactly.
As you can see, Ona wanting to get that level advantage as he takes down his Krugs, but remains in the area.
If Guma
needs to stop farming.
If Guma has heal, I think he's much more interested in trading there and actually looking for a follow-up. But without it, he's showing a lot of respect. So LM doesn't have that follow-up gank opportunity. Will fall a little bit far behind in farm here early on, but at least takes away those critical summoners here for Keria, and Guma does have to cleanse as well. So 3 summoners down here in the early part of this. And as lane naturally pushes, like in terms of trading between the AD carries here, the Draven is going to feel pretty great into the Kalista. It's one of the only AD carries that can actually trade back damage in range. But without the Ashe summoners here, and with a Renata pushing super hard, the extra shield she's going to give, it's kind of hard here, especially summoners down to try to make a play, and LM is just going to camp this lane.
Yeah, that's what he has to do. As Gumayusi still sub 50%, but T1 playing very respectfully, and you can see Ona once again lurking. Great positioning for the Lee Sin as he gets the knock up. Gumayusi still in trouble even though the Lee Sin's here, but they get the first blood. Gumayusi walks it out. He just needed the flash, guys. That's all he needed, and that's all they had remaining, as now Ona still looking for more. Wants to be able to grab this. He safeguards forward, gets the flash out of Moham, as Teddy's trying to punish any potential overextension, but another Q is going to land as he flashes to bring Owner under the turret. The handshake! That was 11 head from Kwangdong Freaks, but Moham, oh, it's going to get blocked as well. What an amazing series of plays from both teams. T1, though, do walk away with first blood.
So they will walk away with first blood, but Owner is, of course, removed from the map here, so both junglers will die. That is going to reset things. LM going to go straight back to the top side of the map and continue farming, but with the back timing here, Gumusi and Keria are going to push this wave in. There's no teleport, there's no return to lane here, so this is going to be at a pretty hefty cost for the Kwangdong bottom lane in terms of CS. So the end result here at the end of the day is, yes, Teddy gets a kill, but he will lose control of this lane quite significantly, which is what T1 wanted in the first place. So yeah, I really do, despite Owner's transgressions and overextensions there, like how this ended up for T1. If he just walked away, it would have been even better. But his aggressive move there is actually what pushed Teddy and Moham out of lane and forced them back. So
I appreciate a bit of Lee Syndrome every now and again, I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah.
As you may have heard from the play-by-play, I was very excited. I knew he was going to go in. I just knew it. We all knew it. But the flash was there for Teddy. Still, being able to get Callista's flash is also in unto itself a very good thing. But Owner dying, definitely suboptimal. But we'll see how this actually affects the rest of the game. As you can see, Zeus laning against Keen quite nicely up here towards the top side of the map. Slight advantage for the Gangplank, but that's to be expected in the early game. And just going to be playing on the weaker side of the map here. Both of our top laners, as the jungles will be required in this bottom lane for the foreseeable future.
yeah, if it's Kalista versus Draven, it's a bottom 3v3. That's all we're watching. This is going to be Gumusi. Has flash, just pulls it off the last possible second and spamming it. Turns around, does not get the kill, but doesn't care at this stage. Still doesn't have very many stacks. And then this is the turnaround where you see the Lee Sin take the Sonic Wave. Flash comes in. Handshake guarantees he's pushed back under turret. Well played here. Then he blocks the arrows.
Yeah, the
Really well
volley
played.
block was fantastic from Teddy as well. That evens out the trade. But as you can see with the gold, Kwangdong Freaks were actually able to get a little bit back. A little bit of that is skewed because Gangplank exists. His good old piracy does lead to a little bit of extra money being available. As Kwangdong Freaks are looking to take this Drake, we do have a minute and a half before Shelly hits the rift. See who's going to be able to get the priority there. As Keen, definitely with the health advantage, but is respecting Zeus, whose spellbook does give him access to the Ignite.
Yeah.
Check out Faker's win rate, pretty high here. He's played a fair bit of Talia over his time.
Less than I expected, actually, in the 16 games. Talia was very popular a few years back and in the mid lane. And with the back timing, actually, from Guma and Keria, and obviously with LM having the tempo advantage with the later death from Owner, Teddy and Moham get lane control back very momentarily. And Owner is back down here again, so this could be just another trap set up here for T1. Owner unseen, has that control ward in the brush. LM's coming down here too, pre-6. Now these junglers very lethal, so a lot of this is going to be about the setup here on the trades of the AD carries, which Guma is hitting super hard right now.
Yeah, Teddy getting taken down relatively low. Owner's position hasn't been given away yet. As LM moves in, they get the handshake, but there's the Q. It connects onto Teddy somehow. The bailout comes in, but it's not going to work. Cannon Barrage is also largely ignored as Gumusi's going to cash in at 7.5 minutes here in game number 2. And things are looking much different this time around.
Yeah, now the Draven is getting online, and this was a play that was premeditated from Kwangdong Freaks around the fact that they think Owner is not here. LM is trying to look for the bait play there. That's why Teddy was taking those aggressive trades with Guma, which were not favorable, which is why he's the first to go down when Owner shows up and is able to get on top of him. He's just so low from the trade that happened before. And this is what I was saying, pre-6 for the Jarvan and the Lee Sin. They don't have their kick, they don't have the Cataclysm at that moment in time. It really is about where the trade is if you're going to win a 3v3. But Kwangdong Freaks took the bad trade, expecting that they are actually baiting this. Look at Teddy's health, because Guma traded with him so aggressively, and is going to continue to do so. They bait this again. Look at Teddy's health again. And when Owner shows up, the bailout comes through. They're like, we can turn this back in 3v2. Then Teddy's going to actually pop off and get a triple. That's the hope. But no, it doesn't happen this way, or double rather, because again, they're not expecting Owner's going to be there. They're hoping the bailout is enough for Teddy to trade it back, but it's not going to happen. Okay, Cataclysm is ready this time.
Yeah, LM's moving on over. I don't think they know where Moham is as Whirling Death flies through. Keria off to the side, but they're looking for Gumayushi first. Teddy is going to be able to lock that one down as now Fate gets on down here. He's spirit rushing forward, but Keria is going to be left alive for now as they're running out of minions underneath this turret. Teddy's just going to hop himself away. and he will get shielded up there.
Imagine how amazing this would have been for Kwangdong if Guma had not cashed in before this and they had been able to then dive on top of him and take away his adoration stacks. It would have felt like the most god-tier swing for this roster, but he is picked, and they do get a plate here, but it's not the end of the world. Keria will go ahead and back here, does now have his own level 6 for a little bit more action on the map. But the timing of this is really unfortunate for Kwangdong Freak. Still a great pick, still a great force here. Fate comes down as well to make sure this is guaranteed. They can zone Keria away. This even, of course, forces Faker to come down. Will, of course, realize, okay, I run out of mains, I can just go back to lane. But still, proactive play here from Kwangdong Freaks. Unfortunately, just not fast enough as Guma in that previous 3v3 gets so ahead. So he down in CS right now, but feeling fantastic about the position despite the death. Yeah,
probably still fine. His cash-in wasn't huge. He got 420 gold, I believe, from the kill onto Teddy. So wanting a little bit of extra time now to stack up these adorations and see what they can do. As I've seen this one before, Kwangdong Freaks, and T1 are going to see it again. As you can see, they have a lot of vision in this area. As Control Ward here, not actually able to spot out that other ward towards the side. Nice little knock-up as Zeus is going to throw down the Ornhorn. Keen is going to flash, but will get knocked up. Brutal proc comes in, but Keen makes it underneath the turret. Still, that is flash pricked up just by the big old blacksmith on the top side of the map.
Yep, he's got unsealed. Just going to switch back to teleport and keep pushing the issue here. With the attention top side just completely given away. Like, there's no attention here, rather. With the lack of attention top side. And Ornn actually can try to push the advantages here, especially with unsealed. Owner once again now trying to set up for a play, but this one is more deadly than the next or the last because this one has a Rift Herald attached to it. So if they're successful here,
Fate's call. Owner is in position as Moham just going to get on over, and they will be able to lock this one down. Owner does have the Rift Herald available. I think Kwangdong Freaks have an idea that there could be a Lee Sin in the area, and I like the fact that they are playing respectfully, because that could have been a disaster and it would have been a repeat of the same mistake that they made previously.
But would have been, like I said, worse because you'd lose your turret and all the plates as well if you mess it up this time. Oh, I'm now flashless.
Yep.
Pretty significant here. And, I mean, right now, Kwangdong Freaks for a trade.
A little knock up there as LM going to do a bit of damage to Owner. And now, of course, Jarvan buffed a little bit. That passive goes off a little bit more. As Faker's going to weave his wall over. He wants Moham.
They know he's flashless.
He does find the seismic shove, but they do manage to get the ulti through. LM in a bit of trouble, who's now completely zoned away from his team. Of course, the Q lands from Owner, and they lock down that pick off as well. And T1 will seamlessly transition into this Drake as well.
There was no winning here for Kwangdong Freaks. Your support has no flash. There's a wave crashing into the turret bottom side that Teddy is going to lose if you really want to force a fight here. And you just don't have choke point control. They have Weaver's Wall. And all it takes is Guma Summoners to make sure he lives. As Keria.
Yep, another arrow is already off cooldown as Teddy is going to get bailed out. Let's see whether they can grab the kill. They do! And now Fate is here. Can he land the charm? Of course he can! Gets Gumushi against the wall and will be able to guarantee it. Beautifully done here as Kwangdong Freaks answer back. But Faker is getting plates in the mid lane. And LM comes on over but won't be able to deny it this second.
Well, with these kills being picked up here, suddenly this game is back to a close state. Actually, it's no longer very T1 dominant because 2 kills now on Teddy, 2 kills on Fate.
Owner has Rift Herald that just timed out in the mid lane.
Yep.
I think it popped up.
But let's watch this fight one more time. Okay, maybe not.
Yep, never mind. Keen is just battling against Zeus here, who's just ignoring the gangplank damage and might just kill him, as he can always headbutt the wall. Good little movement there from Keen to avoid.
Flash?
But there's the flash. The brittle was there, and he was just waiting. He was just waiting for a breath.
He knows. He knows that Keen has no flash, and as long as he hits that breath, it's just going to be enough. If he flashes on him, we'll get the kill. Yeah. This is going to be a denial of the Rift Herald, at least here for Kwangdong Freaks in the meantime. So a little bit of power, again, given over to Zeus here on top side. Will, looks like, grab another plate here. Keen does have teleport. He can come back in 10 seconds, but that should be enough time. As, man, this game is just action nonstop. 9 kills here at the 14-minute mark. But the last exchange that went in Kwangdong's favor gives 2 kills to Fate. Teddy now has 2 kills to assist, has a lot of money here. So Guma's no longer running the show necessarily. There's a lot of damage here in Kwangdong Freak's side. They have strong engages. Once again, we're going to see the Jarvan rotate over.
Another Fate's call. Gumushi not going to get knocked up from it, but will go down as Teddy's just going to rip out all of the sticks. As now Owner and Faker moving on over. Carrier here as well. Seismic shove not going to land onto Moham. That was dangerous as he throws in the loyalty program. Doesn't really do too much. That's not a great. I don't need to use that skill name, I don't think.
Yeah.
I gave it a try. Don't think I will. Anyway, let's check this one out again.
So Flash used early here, and yeah, Teddy has bailout. This is another reason why, like Ashe in this moment is just not obviously going to live for very long, but the real critical thing is when you have Renata, Kalista, one of the power they have is they push lanes really hard because just Renata does that. But the other thing is if you have the bailout on a Kalista that does so much damage and you have an Ahri coming over, you can get a pick like this and then suddenly turn those fights beautifully. That was a really great play from Fate. This is Zeus just having flash advantage, and Keen is trying his best to avoid these, but being a little bit greedy. I think could have just run away and been willing to lose CS there. Does get flashed on. Yeah. So at least you get Zeus' flash, but you're going to die for it.
He had to respect so many things.
Yeah.
Like the searing charge, so couldn't stand next to a wall. Didn't want to get the brittle proc and knew that he was going to die if he got Bellows breathed. And then Zeus uses it in the perfect way to get underneath the turret, proc the brittle, and then searing charge to get himself out. Nicely done.
Yeah, I mean, this is now, look at the gold lead here for Teddy. 900, 1,000 he has at this point. Fate also picking up that money, has a 400 gold lead over Faker here. The Taliyah in this comp still operates very well around the CC they have. They have the Oran Horn, obviously. They have Gumushi's ult that can add some extra damage layered on top. But it's not the same sort of power, in my opinion, that Kwangdong had with the Taliyah comp last time, with the Amumu that can be Fates called in or out of fights, where they have a strong Gwen that can lock the door on the rest of the team collapsing in with stopwatch. So from behind here, you know, this game doesn't feel as great here for the mid laner of T1. Faker does have Crown of the Shattered Queen, can keep him alive a little bit longer, does have his stopwatch at the ready. So can try to hard engage here in this upcoming fight for this third Drake. But I really like Kwangdong's position in this game despite a small gold deficit. Where the gold is here for T1 is on a Lee Sin versus scaling Ahri and Kalista through the mid game. Like, they're not going to be late game scaling champions, but they're hitting their spikes early, which is, I think, more valuable right now than Lee Sin. Yeah.
I mean, money now is absolutely it, and I would 100% agree with you if it was anyone's Lee Sin other than Owners. I just think that this guy uses the money better than any of our others, and I think it kind of transcends the champion himself. Sometimes the nameplates are necessary.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good point. Like, does make you feel a lot better that it's his Lee Sin that is ahead of any Lee Sin that could be ahead in a situation like this.
Well, Moham here alongside Teddy, just trying to clear out the mid lane as we're doing a bit of K-ramming, something that I believe Kwangdong Freaks actually invented here in the LCK.
That's what the K stands for.
Indeed, indeed. Yeah, Kwangdong ramming. All right, Zeus going to move towards this Hex Drake. Once again, we have one dragon apiece here for both of these teams. 2.5 minutes on the Baron. And so not going to need to worry about that for the next little while, as there's a knock-up. Ornhorn to come in. Zeus taking matters into his own hands. Cannon Barrage, though, in a pretty good position. And Zeus not going to be able to get the kick that he's looking for. He does secure the kill onto Moham, but it's a 1-for-1 trade at the moment as Teddy trying to be in position to get these auto attacks down. There is the movement forward as Fate is going to get the stopwatch out of Faker. Ellen flashes to get himself out of the way, but Teddy locks down the kill. But in goes Zeus. He will be taken down though as the flash comes out. Teddy's playing so well today. It's just ridiculous as Gumushi completely out of mana but avoids the charm. And Kwangdong Freaks, they win another team fight.
This is a massive lead for them now, Atlas. They win another team fight, but 4 kills on the Ahri, 4 kills on the Kalista. And once again, T1 forcing a fight in neutral, not playing around the power of the Weavers while not using it at all. And it's really Zeus who's pulling the trigger, looks for the knock-up there into the Ornhorn, and it was a great and fantastic idea. The problem is there's a lot of counter CC here, and you're trading so much of your damage here for a support. The only person that goes down in this initial exchange is Moham, who's also thrown back into the things here as he's fake called out of it. Lee Sin traded for a Renata, and then Zeus is waiting for his cooldowns to try to turn this, but there's no follow-up damage. Gumayusi is so low range on this Draven. Look at him walk forward so carefully, trying to chunk out Keen. Faker has to stopwatch here. Elam escapes over the wall, and then now Zeus, this is not the right call. Like, this fight is not going to be won. They have charm. They have so much damage. You're just throwing yourself away here, and he flashed as well in that fight. Now his flash is on cooldown. Kwangdong Freaks in a massive tempo advantage right now. So much money on this Ahri that can side lane extremely well. Look at what Teddy picks up. He picks up a QSS. He's like, I know I need to be the carry for this team. I need to do so much damage. You guys have a lot of tools to shut me down, but the QSS is going to be so extremely valuable for him.
Yeah, and also he took heal. I didn't even really notice, but I mean, that's pretty egregious.
It's for the it's for the Draven matchup, right?
Yeah, I guess. But it is, you know, into Ashe, you almost always have to take cleanse, right? But he elects not to as the Ornhorn comes through, gets a nice double knock-up. They guarantee the extra headbutt of Shirley. But Keen's here on the bottom side. He has Cannon Barrage to try and deal with the mid lane minion wave. Faker's going to come down and try to punish, as Keen is going to use the walking away tactic, which works very well. I think that's a hard counter.
He has a turret, there to hide behind, so Zeus also rotates over to try to help catch him there. So Faker uses Weaver's Wall, which he's level 12. It's on a decent cooldown here still, not the longest it's ever been, but obviously it's going to be a massive ultimate down here for potentially Kwangdong Freaks to start a Baron. It's the same style of composition for them. They have a Kalista who is very fed, doesn't have a Rage Blade early this time because it was a little bit more utility, is starting to build it. You can see the Rage Knife coming through, etc. But he got the QSS here early to make sure that he could pop off in subsequent fights. I don't think Kwangdong will, at this moment in time, be able to force a Baron fight before that Weaver Wall comes back up, but you could see T1 trying to somewhat emulate the composition that Kwangdong played in Game 1 with his Taliyah, but the execution isn't there. They're not as prepared on it. And Kwangdong Freaks just know how to play around this Renata Kalista so well, and Fate is having, once again, an amazing game here on a completely different champion on the other side of the coin here.
Yeah, it's looking really, really good. And Fate's had a great day. LM's had the best day he's ever had. This is just nutty, of course. LM and Teddy trying to get some revenge against their former team of last year. We were saying many jokes about Kwangdong Freaks, of course, especially when Hoyt was there towards the bottom side as well, because that's 3 former T1 players that are on this squad. Now with Moham, not quite as much, but LM and Teddy very recently were over there.
Yeah, I mean, people were jokingly calling this team T2 for a while.
Yeah, right.
Because it has so many former players with the new Kwangdong sponsorship. The logo, or the colors rather, are very similar to T1's. There were a lot of parallels to draw there. Now, Kwangdong Freaks have vision set up here around this Baron, but with T1 so close by, with long-range arrow and Ornn engage opportunities here, they don't have the turn with this composition just yet to look for a start. Yeah, they have Cannon Barrage, they have Cataclysm to try to hold chokes, but I think Kwangdong being measured here is the right call. Take the advantage you have and try to continue to roll it into a more realistic objective fight. A Dragon you can burst down much faster than a Baron, and just try to get Soul Point here. You can try to pull T1 around the fact that you have this vision control right now and a setup for it, but you don't actually have to hard force.
No, and I also think that Hexdrake is absolutely fantastic for Kwangdong Freaks. Of course, just getting a soul is, in general, fantastic, but having that added CC, being able to lock down the targets, is certainly going to help what this composition wants to do and its longevity moving forward as well.
Absolutely. The fact that T1 have this Ashe that can both arrow but also hawk shot something like a Baron makes the lack of vision they have on Baron right now less terrifying because they have a lot of ways to suss that one out themselves. They are, of course, going to group up faster here on the third Drake, or rather potential Soul Point here for Kwangdong Freaks would be their second. And I like that T1 just say, you know what, we can check Baron. I don't think they're on it. I don't think that it's realistic for them to take it. Let's, instead of trying to force clears over there and give Kwangdong prio, just actually sprint right down to the Dragon, force prio there ourselves and set up first. Because if we have the defensive setup with all of our Ornhorn, Lee Sin Kick, Taliyah walls, like, Kwangdong can't come over to this. The only thing they should be scared of is if Kwangdong tries to trade this Drake for a Baron. So they have to be very aware of that because there's still no vision on Baron whatsoever for T1 at the moment.
Yeah, these volleys are just flying through, making Kwangdong Freaks' life annoying. As Ona just fishing for any potential Q to come through. This minion wave is going to come down as the arrow connects onto Elim somehow, and he will get punished. Cataclysm went down. It tried to deny the Ornhorn. I believe it did, as Zeus didn't get a whole lot of CC there, but still, a whole lot of this damage has been done as Faker is going to block off so many members, and Teddy, flashes behind Faker's wall and is just kept there. In the little, he's like in Harry Potter's cupboard under the stairs wall. That's not what you want to see.
He just flashed right into jail. You ever just flash right into a cell? Yeah, I just didn't know the Weaver's Wall was going to interact that way with that wall and have that little tiny pocket that he would be trapped in. I might have expected the Weaver's Wall's on the edge, but he would actually just be pushed through it. There was just a tiny gap that he gets stuck in. But I love how T1 handled this whole scenario, as Fate is going to look to grab a free charm here, but won't lead to anything else.
He has a stun, but
It's an
yeah,
orb.
Zeus is very tanky, like you were talking about. The arrow looks majestic as it flies by. Another seismic shove, though, as Faker has certainly downloaded Ellen today. That is going to be his second one in a row, and Ellen's going to have to get out. As T1, I don't know what happened, but over the last minute, they have had some of Michael's secret stuff, and they are looking absolutely fantastic. They'll lock away this Drake as well after collecting the Baron. And this is the swing they needed. Another cash-in for Gumyushi as well.
Blind without vision on Baron, T1 decided to rush towards Drake control, set up a vision line here, then have a hard engage saying, okay, Kwangdong, are you going to run at Baron, try to trade Baron for this Drake? If you do, then we have hard engage. We can go, you have no vision on our Drake scenario that we're setting up here. Potentially, we could be starting it, you don't know. And the second Kwangdong start kiting back towards Baron, that's when they pull the trigger. As unfortunately, Teddy is just flashed into this weird pocket. Is this delivered by owner? I don't even know if that was completely necessary, but it does help guarantee the kill there with a bailout coming through. But I love T1's decision to say, no, we're gonna rush to Drake.
I like the thumbs up.
Yeah.
That was a fun bit.
T1 now have a ton of control over the map. They will have a Baron, will have even Drakes. So that one moment here swings the game completely back into their control. Gold lead notwithstanding, they have so much map control. And that's what this comp relies on so much. And when you have Weaver's Wall, you could stop any sort of counter plays, you could stop any sort of wraparounds, you can cut Kwangdong in half.
Yeah, it's their ability to play from ahead with any sort of Draven comp. It's what they always excel at. And T1 as a team are just so good at it. Their ability to just ride out snowballs is just amazing. As Kwangdong Freaks up against the ropes, and with a composition like this, the amount of outs are not very large. And T1, I mean, they're building ornaments as well. You can see it's upgrade on the crown, on the shield bow, and we still have a couple more to come through. But it's really starting to mean that even though they have a 4,000 gold lead, it's actually a bit higher than that with the amount of extra stats that they're picking up.
True.
From Ornn's Forge.
And also, Kwangdong has been one of the weakest teams at coming back from deficits. When they lose control of the map, they really lose control. And T1 are the best at pushing advantages.
Yeah, manages to buffer at that time to tell him.
Yeah, that was a very close call, as owner does have flash kick. So it could have been a disaster if he does end up getting caught there. I mean, look, Kwangdong just resetting here, trying to group up. And the next fight is going to be on Soul Point now for T1, 2.5 minutes from now. And during this interim, like, look at the lack of vision on the map here for Kwangdong Freaks. Like, they just do not have any deep vision. They don't have control of top or bottom side here. The comp is very fragile.
Yep.
It's still winnable, a team fight, if T1 mess up the execution. But the problem is they have so much power with this arrow potential. Like, you could set up a pick with this. Instantly, if King gets caught there, follow up there from Faker, seismic shove, he's dead.
Yeah. I also love that Kerry is just throwing these arrows out on cooldown as well. You can see already halfway back off. And he's got so much mana, he can just do it forever. As just throwing volleys in. Every opportunity that he gets, Weaver's Wall is going to deny any sort of defense on this inner turret unless Keen is able to get rid of it. And Cannon Barrage plus some barrels is going to do so. So they trade ultimates there between Faker and Keen, but I think I'd prefer to have a defensive Cannon Barrage than the ability to build a wall.
Yeah, when you already have naturally map control as T1, you don't need the wall to be used to set anything up, whereas the Cannon Barrage is now not going to be there for the second wave of minions that crashes through. No Weaver's Wall, but you're still just sieging up this turret. And T1 are just trying to time the game out for the next fight because they have so much money now. The Draven is on 3 items. Talia is going to be unkillable, has Crown plus Zhonya's. Like, Teddy can't really even threaten him. He will just never die. They have an Ornn front line.
Well, another arrow into the seismic shove. The stand aside is actually going to troll Faker a little bit there as Fate is looking for a stun. Gets it onto Faker. But it is still going to mean that they're able to take down this turret. Bit cute there from Owner. But he's not going to commit to anything. But still, it took a bit of work for T1 take down the inner turret.
Yeah, and you know, some ultimates exchanged here, but again, T1 feel pretty good about the state of their lead. And you know, with the comp that T1 have from ahead, it's oppressive, it chokes you out. It's like the Kwangdong Freaks are being squeezed by an anaconda right now, and there's very little room to breathe. They have 2 stopwatches now on Jarvan, who didn't have it when he was picked earlier on, which was really unfortunate for him. Had he had a stopwatch then, things could look different. Stopwatch, you know, available here still for Fate, but he's not really the one who's being picked. He's not the one being caught, and there's no angle for him to flank anymore because he doesn't have vision, doesn't have any idea of where he could set one up, so the stopwatch isn't very valuable for him. Sorry, Valdez, just true in this game. Might save his life for a few extra seconds, but it isn't going to be a game changer. T1 just have all the tools, all the control, and it's not even going to be a contest here for Kwangdong Freaks. 20 seconds on Baron means they can't trade. They can at least set up, but they will not be able to trade. They're going to have to win a fight to get this Baron.
Well, I think Kwangdong Freaks getting some vision control here is definitely important as Kane has to flash. Get himself out of the way, but Gumayushi's going to return the favor, and that is a very dead Pirate. Teddy in position, but he's going to get shoved. Faker picks him up. It's a double kill for Gumayushi, as now Faker's going to be able to secure it onto LM as well. And T1's revenge is swift here in game number 2. We're 30 minutes in, but Kwangdong Freaks, they're not going to be in this game for much longer.
Kwangdong Freaks had such a good mid-game. It looked like they might have been able to just choke T1 out of the game. They had a nice lead, but a few great calls from T1. Namely, their rush towards that 4th Drake was so massive. Now it's going to look to push to end the game. A lot of turret shots tanked, however, so we'll have to wait for these minions to come through.
Yeah, so it may not be over just yet. But, you know, it's sort of is. Faker is going to get caught. He was trying to take a Hex Gate. Hex Gates have been a very big problem here in the LCK for a large array of reasons.
Well, that was a game that was basically in T1's hands. They messed around with the push, took a few extra turret shots.
Does this mean Kwangdong get Baron?
Yeah, that's what I'm like. This is actually kind of a silly swing that should not have happened. And T1 have a teleport, so teleporting mid. Weaver's Wall is up for Faker, but he's not going to be here in time. This is kind of a disaster. Now, they do have Ashe Arrow.
Yeah, and this Baron goes down extraordinarily quickly. This is Rageblade Callista. They also have a lot of secure as the arrow is going to fly by, but it doesn't land on Keen this time. Owner looks for a Q. He gets into the back of the pit and steals away the Baron. And now all of them are just fish in a barrel for Gumayushi to throw a lot of big axes at. He will be taken down, but Teddy is still looking for more. Carrier not going to get rendered that time around, though, as Owner is going to find Fate and locks down that kill. So the rest of T1 take matters into their own hands. And this game is now officially over.
Yes, the second time is the charm here, as Faker will, you know that time when you die in the solo queue game and your team pushes to end and you're really sad you're not there? That's Faker right now.
Yeah, he's like, wait, I want to be in the picture. I want to be in the photo.
Yeah, I want to be in the end. He's Weaver's walling his way over. Will he be in the final shot? I guess he might just barely get in frame in time. But T1, that really decisive call to push for Drake. I keep going back to it, but I think it was a beautiful call. Wins them the game. They turned it so brilliantly around Vision. Yeah. They will bring us to a 3rd game here. Not going to be Kwangdong Freaks with a back-to-back 2-0 this season around. A closer game. A closer game than I think a lot of people expected after we saw that draft. The Kwangdong Freaks draft definitely had some holes in it. Wasn't the same sort of setup coordination we saw from them in Game 1 they found success with in the past. But T1 started off strong on the bottom side, lost some mid-game fights where we saw Fate pop off, gets 4 kills. Teddy gets the bailout trade on bottom side. Game was definitely not as one-sided, I think, as T1 fans expected both games to be. They thought they were going to get a 2-0 tonight. We are going to a 3rd game, but I feel like the 3rd one is anyone's to take. You know, I don't think we necessarily say T1 are massive favorites going into Game 3 because both games were so close.
Yeah, and I actually think that Kwangdong Freaks played out the early portions of this draft quite effectively, but I think that if you give T1 an inch with a draft like this, if they have in game number 1 as well, I mean, we could be going to a really long break, right? Yeah. Instead of now preparing for game number 3. It's just one of those situations, and Kwangdong Freaks are now, as you can see, Spirit having a long conversation here with the team, but I think that you're going to be still pretty happy about how things are going so far in this series. I don't think that this is backbreaking at all. No. There is nothing embarrassing about how Kwangdong Freaks played that game number 2 at all. So I'm really hoping that we see another competitive game here in game number 3.
I hope so too, and I think for Kwangdong Freaks taking even a single game against T1 in the second series, it feels great. If you're able to steal this one away though, if you go 2-0 over T1, you'll still be the only team to have beaten T1.
They've won the most games against T1 all season, absolutely.
So you kind of get 2 freebies on series you probably should have taken in the first round robin. Maybe if you win this one, you grab an extra point on the board, puts you one step closer to playoffs, right? Where you're really fighting against DRX and KT Rolster right now as Kwangdong, in that 7th place spot, really trying to push their way through. So unfortunately, they do have to go to this 3rd game for them, but still feeling great about their chances with how clean game 1 was and how close game 2 was.
And with plays like this, right, it might be Teddy and Deft fighting for that last playoff spot, which is an absolutely crazy thing to be thinking about here, given the fact that DRX had a great start. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, it is the analyst chairs and then game number 3.
먹으려고 한다. 싸우자.
캠플 볼 수 있나 캠플? 캠플 캠플? 캠플 봐봐 캠플. 다 뛰었어?
먹었어.
쌈봐.
칼리 안쪽으로.
아래 아치 받아줄게. 칼리. 야 미드.
봐봐.
나이스.
잘 잡았고. 끝내면 될 듯.
나이스.
나 부활해. 끝내자.
Hello and welcome back to the Analyst Carpet Space with the chairs and everything. That's kind of what we expected. T1 taking a victory, but it wasn't a straight up one, right? Kwangdong putting up another great fight. And at the end of the day, T1 do pick it up, but still a pretty good series so far.
Series is really delivering. It's actually really cool. A lot of similarities to last time as well. Then it was, of course, Kwangdong that picked up the Ash support out of nowhere. And I really like the adaptation. I think T1 is still showing some of the same issues. Guma and Faker in particular are not having the best of days. Karriya and Zeus, good as always. Owner also, rough first game, but looking way better in the second one.
Yeah.
So on an individual level, I think T1 is just not playing their best today, which happens. But this draft, very nice. Wolf had a really good call for the Ornn, which I really loved as well. Think you really need that, especially when you run a double AD comp, although of course Ashe is a little bit of a hybrid with the mandate. And then Taliyah, rising in priority, very, very good. I'm actually surprised that the Sylas was kind of just ignored, because I do think that it's still a really strong pick and might even be stronger than Taliyah, although jury's out on that one. I think Taliyah also is really good into the Sylas because of the E. And then Kwangdong, I'm actually surprised they made it as close as they did, because I think their draft is pretty lackluster, playing Kalista into Ashe and into Renata's really hard. At least Keen went for the right build, but I don't think he's playing very well still. And LM, unfortunately, slid kind of back to regular LM form in this one.
Yeah, even so, with the drafts that we kind of gave the edge to T1, Kwangdong were able to find some wins on the map. Let's take a look at the beginning of this game, because there was so much action that happened on the bottom side of the map. Basically, we were just having a tri-lane. It was very, I don't know. Yeah, this is like how far we're going now.
This is one of my favorite moments of the summer season thus far. Karriya is just like, no, I will not partake. LM is LM, unfortunately. Like hitting the flag and reg there would have killed him as well. So like it's actually good.
Yeah.
The interrupt there from Gumayushi, obviously very cute. Still gets knocked off, but is able to stay alive regardless. And the reason why we're showing this is because like Owner and LM were sitting on free camps for like the first 5 minutes of the game. It was wild. There was so much bot side action. A little bit of full sending in here. And I think Moem and Teddy actually played extremely well. Same for Fate. So I think the bottom lane action really shows again what the current meta is. A jungle farm doesn't matter. It's all about bottom lane.
Yeah, and you know,
yep.
It's Jarvan and Lee Sin now. Like, we're just getting these picks that can gank really well. They don't have to farm, you know, they can just be in the bot lane, and it's kind of insane. I was saying to you during the draft, it was like, it's really interesting. For so many years in the LCK, we just never really had that much focus in the bottom lane picks. The AD carry, it was always hand shook. It was just like, oh, we're just gonna pick scaling pick versus scaling pick. But finally, here AD carries are strong enough in this meta that we are actually having like really interesting bottom lanes. Junglers playing only around the bottom lane, mid laners always roaming. It's insane. It's really nice to see. Let's take a look at highlight number 2, as we do have the mid-fight that essentially turned the game on its head.
Yeah, because prior to this, I was saying to you as well, this is the 2-0. It's happening. And helped by LM walking back into a admittedly somewhat gratuitous hitbox. They get a pick on him. And then, obviously for T1, it's really easy to just elongate the fight. Teddy getting stuck in Taliyah GL, we're very unfortunate. Must have had also the cooldown on the spear, because otherwise you just hop over that wall and then maybe you're fine. But not going to be the case. And after this, T1 gets Baron, and then we're back in the regularly scheduled program. T1 ahead, and then they close out the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, let's take a look at the Zeus of the game. The player of the game. Yeah, I was trying to do my best Atlas impression. Yeah, Zeus is going to pick it up. He did have some fantastic moments. Even in moments where maybe he shouldn't have gone in, he was still getting insane mechanical outplays. This guy is just a monster.
He's insane. He was incredible, and he has been incredible for the entire year. Truly a player that we are very lucky to have within our region. And it's the whole package, right? Getting solo kills on Ornn, starting off so many of the game-winning fights. Just really clean. I'm expecting Odin to pick up a lot of votes as well. Got a key Baron secure later on. And if we get a much better game. Kept LM under control as well by continuously tracking him and making sure that the bot lane was kept safe. But
Yeah.
This is all you need to know. Like, it's not a top meta, guys. Top is getting 0 resources.
I was
There
about
he
to
is.
say, like, in this 80 carry meta, it is Zeus on top with 3 80 carries around him. Only 5 votes, a lot of votes elsewhere, 3 votes even down for Keria there in the bottom side, and Owner getting a lot of attention as well. Not bad. And the series has really delivered so far, so let's go back to the casters for game 3.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And don't worry, media, we see you. We see you. And the observers as well as a unit, just the Giga Chad carrier voters. I love it. Anyway, Zeus picks up a well-deserved POG. I think my vote probably would have gone over towards Owner.
Well,
just given the fact that he was so instrumental in that early game, but we'll see.
I told you as soon as we took our headsets off, like I really wanted to vote for Zeus, but I think I had to give it over to Owner. He made so many impactful plays, and I think the Baron secure there at the end was really what pushed me over the edge, but it was very close in my mind, and I'm glad that Zeus does end up picking it up in the end. It was either of those players I would have been very happy with, so I like to see the split, and yeah, it says like I can't miss out on a great match like this, T1 versus Kwangdong Freaks, and it is delivered. You know, the upset was one of the biggest matches of the whole season, and now Kwangdong Freaks going to pick red sides. So we're going to have the same sides here for all 3 games.
Yeah,
as
really
a result.
interesting.
Yeah, and I think Kalista has been the prio pick here for Kwangdong Freaks. They know that T1 have kind of avoided the Silas. They haven't really been interested in it. They didn't ban it away. So I think we're just going to see another Teddy Kalista game. The question is, what comes with it? How deep do we go into the 3v3 on the bottom side? See if T1 just ban it away, because I think that would just be an easy solution here of all the power he's had in both games.
Yeah,
shutting it down.
And we'll see whether the Pike is going to continue to be banned as well. It's been exactly the same bans, both of the games for Kwangdong Freaks, the Zeri, the Corki, and the Pike. Lucian has just been ignored throughout this entire series. Impossible to pick into Draven if they do leave that one up. But what you could do is you could choose to ban Draven instead of Pike, and then you have the ability to flex between both the Kalista and that Lucian pick.
The Kalista
gets
gets so much stronger, and the fact that the Amumu is banned instead of the Kalista here for T1 really just shows that they want to play Draven and the Kalista. They're very comfortable doing so, and obviously they've shown in the games that they really want to play it aggressively like that. So we might just see a very similar draft here once again.
Yeah.
T1 banning the Gnar, so that one's off the table. If they ban Draven, if Kwangdong ban Draven, I like it a lot more, but once again, it will be the Pike.
Yeah, really respecting Carrier's Pike here. Not going to be able to see that. As T1, they are going to first pick the Talia one more time, and this is what they did in the last game, and they won. So can you fault them? Probably not.
Not really, but it was a very close game, and there were some errors in terms of the bottom side. I think we're running it back, Atlas. I think we really are. I don't think Teddy's moving away from the Kalista. It's Kalista Renata. The bailout value in those trades is why Teddy picked heal, because he wants to actually have just enough damage, just enough sustain and healing to actually barely be able to kill the Draven.
Yeah.
In that 2v2, like that's why the matchup was played that way. That's why Ashe took heal, just so that Draven had a little bit of extra power there in that 2v2, because it's so on a knife's edge. Even that little bit of healing actually can spin it one way or the other.
Well, we'll see whether T1 do just lock in the Draven Ashe here. I would expect the Ashe not necessarily to be priority picked so highly. I think the Ornn was extraordinarily valuable here for T1 and could be pretty comfortably banned, although Trundle is still available. So not wanting to fall into a Trundle trap, potentially, as far as the third pick is concerned on Kwangdong Freaks' side.
I think
they leave that.
The same could be said of the Jarvan here if Kwangdong Freaks want to run that one again. There's a lot of other options, like they could just play Trundle here and pick it up earlier. I think Kwangdong Freaks want to make sure they have guaranteed a strong jungle for this 3v3 fight that we're setting up for again. But they want to prioritize the Ahri, which was so instrumental. It's shutting down the Ornn in some of those pivotal fights, and catching the Talia early, you know, forcing Faker to use his summoners in a lot of these team fights very early on. So, I mean, we're basically just completely running it back right now, and I love it because I think a lot of this game that we just watched was very back and forth, but it was a game decided by a really decisive play from T1 in the later parts of the game, but they were behind. I want to see what happens if they make no mistakes. Neither team makes mistakes in the early game. We'll see a different version.
Yeah.
As Poppy banned again.
Yep. So it was Nocturne Trundle banned by T1 last time. They are going to look to the Nocturne at least. And at this point in time. I think Trundle ban comes through. I think Kwangdong Freaks just ban the Ornn. I don't think that you want to let Zeus have that one again. Won the 1v1 pretty handily into Kane, but I imagine, so they are going to ban that. That's going to be the first time we get an adaptation. This is how we know it's not a recording. Everyone, this moment right here. Thankfully, that did happen.
Jarvan also similarly could be banned because now, you know, LM's ability to make that impact very early on in the game is somewhat limited in terms of the champions that are available. Trundle does work similarly, but just doesn't have the same sort of range and isolation. Ban the Gangplank actually this time, so
I like
stopping the Cannon Barrage here wasn't a laning issue for Zeus at all in any way last game. But the slows that it's going to add is part of why Kwangdong won some of those mid-game fights, especially around the mid lane.
Yeah, so I wouldn't mind the Trundle to be prioritized here. Gives you access to the Sejuani to be picked up later. But 2 seconds to go, and LM's going to pick away the Lee Sin. So we have to have a completely different round of picks here for T1 to round things out. Kind of like the idea. However, now T1 can just go for the Sejuani Trundle if they would like to. But also, Kwangdong Freaks can still... Oh, wait, never mind.
Okay, so it was just a bug with the API. All right, so we saw the flash of the Jarvan for a second there. Would love to see some Elise. She's getting buffed slowly over time.
Wait, was there a flash of the Elise as well?
For Guma there was.
Oh, okay.
But it will be the Lee Sin in reality here is... Yep, I mean, we're running it back. What Jarvan gives you in terms of CC, Lee Sin gives you in terms of extra damage. And instead of the Ornn for a tank here, looks like we might see the Shyvana. Now, this is normally used with the hyper carry in the bottom lane. I'd much rather see the Gragas. I think that the engage you needed so badly on the Ornn, you at least get in some form of long-range engage with the Gragas. I think the Shyvana would have been pretty terrible here, to be honest, especially blind like that. Whereas the Gragas is both a safe blind pick like the Ornn, but also is going to be so much safe engage from a distance away as well. This could be huge. There's a lot of big ultimates to steal here.
That's a really cool... And we've just kind of forgotten that Sylas exists since the very first game, where it was banned second by T1. So Sylas is going to come through. It's going to be locked in by Keen here towards the top side. Zeus has been spamming Sylas actually in solo queue, but he's going to be against it this time around. We'll see what Keen's going to be able to do here.
There are so many ways for the Sylas to actually extremely hard win this lane if he's given resources. And so Kwangdong Freaks might just actually pivot away from the Kalista Renata lane and play more defensively down there. Don't actually put it into the 3v3, make it super hard. Yeah, maybe they will in the early parts. But later on, when Keen steals casts away from the enemy Gragas, he's no longer as safe as he once was, especially when Cataclysm exists. There's a lot of power actually here on the top side of the map here, potentially for Kwangdong Freaks here. Plus, you could steal away the Draven ultimate, the Taliyah ultimate, Ashe Arrow. But the big ones here are going to be the Cask and the Kick, because you can kick Taliyah away. You can actually trap her in a fight. There's so many ways, utility-wise, that Sylas pick is going to be amazing. And the landing phase should be pretty solid as well.
Yeah.
You know, I'd say it's practically free.
You can also use Sylas similarly to Lee Sin. You know, you get the kick, you know where they're traveling, you can instantly land a Q very comfortably. Same can be said for the chains. Get the kick, get the chain, or dash chain, you know, with the Abduct Abscond. So, very cool stuff. We'll have to see whether it's going to work here as we hop onto the Rift for game number 3. Kwangdong Freaks fans, I think we can hear more of them a little bit more loudly here in the studio because we are over their side of LoL Park. But T1 still drowning out any opposition when it comes to fan chants as per usual. And we'll see whether that is going to help get T1 across the line here against Kwangdong Freaks. As Kwangdong kind of proving to be the kryptonite for T1 here because they have just not had that much trouble against many opposition outside of this squad. And it's baffling. I don't have the answer. As T1 are going to be on a ward once again. All 5 members discovered. As Kane's moving over.
Yeah, and this is just
Oh, this is very cute.
Guangdong Freaks on a completely different angle here. Now, it depends on how they back away if they do, Keria and Guma, of course, as they're just the passing ships in the night here.
Yeah. And you can see LM is actually going to be starting on the enemy Krugs.
Yeah, so going to get a really awkward time here. Those are actually the spawn time was changed a while back, so they actually can't you can't do them on spawn at 1:30. But he goes over to, I think he was considering it, and he's like, oh yeah, that's been changed. So you can't actually
He
use
did,
this.
no, he did start in the position of the Krugs. They just weren't there yet.
Yeah.
You know?
Exactly.
That's what I meant.
They were removed, I think, or that was changed so that the bottom 2v2s, the blue side, couldn't actually just get across.
Yeah. That was a million years ago.
Yeah, that was pretty busted. So old strategy as, okay, LM's down here, level 2.
Yeah, and Kerry has been lit on fire already. The heal has come out as Gumayushi is real dead. That's the flash, that's the rend, and that is Teddy picking up first blood.
Way more valuable to take out the Draven than it is to take out the Ashe in this case. So going for Guma instead of Keria there, having the already preemptively set up control of the lane means that this is an amazing start here for Teddy. It's 2 summoners here, heal and ignite used just to secure this one. Keria did heal to try to help out, was unfortunately not successful. Did help save his life at least, but this is now going to be a massive swing in the favor of the Kalista Renata, and LM just sets it all up. Yeah, sacrifice a little bit of jungle in order to do so, but this is way more valuable.
Yeah, some pebbles go down here in the mid lane as Moham. He's going to rotate over. Doesn't quite find the handshake. Yeah, loyalty program landing not as important as it turns out. As I said the ability name again, I once again kind of regret the decision. It's not exactly intuitive.
Yeah, I don't really like
Chain
it.
Lash is going to connect there from Keen. Much better name of an ability.
Yeah, there you go. So LM starts enemy red buff, you know, with this invade that happened, is able to get to this position for free at level 2. T1 just not able to identify that he's back there and that this is happening. They're way too far up in the lane. Jarvan early ganks, man. We've talked about the power of Poppy, level 2, level 3. We've talked about Trundle. But the Jarvan, you know, the one that kind of goes under the radar here once again for Guangdong Freaks, this time getting a much more massive lead than the last where they were trying to set up the 3v3. It's not a 3v3, this one wasn't there.
Yeah. Kind of reminds me of a Kongu Monster game back in the day, Wolf, when Raze debuted. And
You're throwing me back.
And he just camped. It was just the most obscene amount of camp, and managed to cheese like 3 games in a row with these level 2 ganks.
It's a very campy meta, isn't it?
It is. It is.
A lot of tents being pitched. Like, I love the point that our Carpet Spaceman made about how the LCK has usually just been a handshake for the bottom lane, especially in terms of the AD carry matchup. But now it's been like layers and layers deep on. We need roaming mids. We need aggressive jungle picks. We need to always be there. It's all about the bottom lane only, all the time. And I feel like so many games have been decided by bottom matchups so early on, and a lot of LCK games have basically been ruined by mismatchups down there, that every team from top to bottom is now just so focused on it. As I mean, look at the CS lead now that Teddy has picked up here as an early kill.
Yeah.
12 CS in advantage over the Draven. That'll, of course, you know, somewhat be mitigated by this wave crashing through. But I think this is a dishonest stat thing. I think Gragas is very strong and just has not been successful in the comps he's been played in, and there have been some kind of weird losses there. Look at Zeus. He's 8-0.
Yeah.
Don't read too much into that loss streak for the Gragas.
Yeah, Zeus is actually, this is one of the initial champions that he played. Of course, Na was his debut champion, but it was in sort of the Na Gragas meta last year. So certainly something that he's been very comfortable on in the past. He's going to get a bit of a rotation over here. See what Fate's up to.
He's nowhere near 6. Just, you know, if anyone was wondering, he's only halfway there, so not going to, like, hit 6 off of this wave that he shares with Faker or anything like that to look for a cast play. It's just a body slam he's looking for right now. And this is going to help set up for a Drake take here. As Keen is, you know, pinging this, like, he's missing. He could be gone. Fate is going to show the respect. And because the Gragas in this early matchup is just going to play defensively, he's happy to just go back up and catch that top wave. He really wants to force something here, but he's not going to be successful. And he's going to speed his body slam. He's going to body slam to speed his way back towards the top side.
Yep. Keria has to flash. Needed to avoid the handshake. A lot of respect here from the T1 bottom lane now after how these lanes have gone recently. I would have thought that actually if this lane was sort of left on its own, as I think that cannon actually didn't get picked up. Yeah, which is a bit unfortunate, but given the early kill, Teddy's been able to stabilize this and create the lane advantage. But otherwise, you'd imagine that Draven Ash would have just the most amazing time. But Quandong Freaks definitely navigating it very well. Of course, Renata is just pretty strong.
Bailout, yeah, Bailout is busted. Handshake also not only, you know, gives you extra CC from a safe distance, it's almost like you have a melee supports CC from range, so that's kind of not fair. Teddy takes heal because he wants to win that one out, and the Bailout gives you basically an extra life to do a ton of damage. So it's just too risky to try to trade, even though Gumayusi with his autos does more damage. Remember last time when he traded against Teddy and was winning that, he was setting up a bait play for Owner to come in and get the kill. But Owner is just so behind the curve now this game, he cannot make an impact, and you know, you just can't win these 2v2s anymore, just straight up because of the kits here. And Draven will lose out the longer trades. Keria has heal to kind of help him out, but if it does come down to that all-in exchange, Teddy is always happy to force those all-ins with the lead he has and the faster Dirk now online.
A lot of early power in that Dirk pickup. I actually really like that as sort of a flex choice if you are just winning the lane. Pierce just hurts so much with that added lethality around it, and you're going to be able to take a lot of control back. So even though it doesn't necessarily fit a Kalista kit that well, it's still a really, really cool flexible option there just to guarantee a bit more power in the lane. Seen that more and more over the last little while.
I just want to compliment how Kwangdong have played this Kalista series. Like, clearly their whole game plan was we're going to play Teddy Kalista, and this is what, you know, there's several drafts we can run. Obviously, they're running this one back a second time with the Sylas change-up. But they came really prepared for this, and T1 also prepared for the Kalista with their Draven counter pick, which they've used several times. They found so much success with for Guma already this season. And it just feels like both teams are like, I'm going to do what we prepared, and we prepared for the other team. And it's just been such an exciting series to watch how the microcosm of the bottom lane has really evolved and changed both times around by Elim, trying to force something. This time he's much more successful than the last.
Yeah. This also is going to really highlight how the top lane's going to go, because I think one of the reasons why T1 was so strong in Game 2 was the fact that Zeus so handily won the 1v1. As you can see, Quandong Freaks able to start off this Rift Herald. This was a monopoly for T1 last time around, and they're looking to try and repeat that situation as Elim's on vision. There is the Weaver's Wall. Q is going to land, but Elim secures it. Not able to secure the eye just yet, but a cask flies out from Keen, who just hijacked that one, and that is going to allow Elim to go on over and collect himself the Eye of the Herald, as Gumayusi is just chilling here in the mid lane. A wave on the bottom side of the map is just going to go to nothing, as a cannon, I believe, was still there on Quandong Freak's side, but not on T1's side. Yeah. So it should be pushing towards T1's turret.
So this is nice for Guma. You know, he's going to get some extra farm here. Could have stayed bottom side if they weren't going to commit to the Herald fight. Like, they wanted to, but then they realized, okay, it's kind of checkmate. Once King gets the hijack off, they have choke point control, so they can easily just lock the door on that. They have, obviously, the charm, etc. There's so many ways that this goes very poorly for T1 if they try to force. So Guma just stops, takes a mid-wave, goes back down here to the bottom side, will even up the CS with Teddy. Still not as good as grabbing plates or anything like that, but at least they identified early on, let's not force this fight. T1 of last year, 100% forces that fight, might lose the game over it.
Yep, it was definitely a nerve-wracking time whenever there was a Herald on the map. That's certainly not been the case. As you could imagine, a fair bit of VOD review has gone into that department of the game. So I think it was really intelligent identification. And remember, T1 are just basically a cash-in away from being able to start that snowball rolling. And Quandong Freaks have to do their very best to deny it as long as is humanly possible. And they may have to do it forever. As Gumayusi takes a fair bit of damage here, but Fate's Call is going to be traded. Okay, Handshake's going to get a cleanse out as well. As Zeus is down here, there's the kick flash, and there's a surprise Gragas as well, as Gumayusi is not going to go down. The stick's not rendered out there, and Teddy is going to be taken. Elim wanting to rotate over. He's the one with Eye of the Herald, but it's T1 that are collecting the plates.
Yeah, Fate does not have teleport, is backing at a really awkward timing here. Faker about to get his Weaver's Wall back up, so this is a pick that leads into a Drake take here for T1. It looks like that's the idea they wanted to set up here. Faker does now have his Weavers Wall coming back, but with Keen rotating over just vanilla, doesn't actually teleport anything like that. The Drake will go over to Kwangdong Freaks, but there's a really nice setup play here for T1. Trying to force picks bottom side, grab plates and a Drake, but it will actually be Kwangdong Freaks who end up taking this in the end. It was a very greedy attack angle here for T1. It only works if Owner has the kick flash and executes it well, and he did.
Yeah.
So, you know, one thing we can always trust is Owner is not going to mess that up. So, good save here, because it definitely could have gone another way. Is Teddy also almost gets a bailout here. This is just arrow hits, they Fate's call, but then this is the call that was incorrect because they don't know Zeus is down here, although could have reasonably expected. And then, you know, Teddy's just like, he doesn't try to avoid the cast or anything because he wants to get the bailout trade onto Guma. Is unsuccessful. That is a lot of money going over to a Draven. Like you said, you were waiting for it, and boom. Suddenly, T1 back on the map, tying up the gold.
Absolutely. This is a very scary time. That's a nice handshake onto Carrier. Ellen's going to walk on over. This is a really dead Ash. There is absolutely nothing he can do there, and Fate is going to collect a kill. Gumyushi gets a huge spike in gold, as we can see. It was about 700 or 800 the lead for Teddy, and now it's actually in favor of Gumyushi after the cash in. The power of the Draven.
It's a massive moment here, and that's why you always have to look for these forced plays, and why they should not have Fate's called back in.
Well, Q is going to connect there onto Ellum as Owner's going to kick him into the wall that Faker prepared earlier. Q goes wide, and the flag and drag is going to get Ellum to safety. So Jarvan pretty good at navigating wall situations, so he is going to be A-okay. However, does now have his flash on cooldown.
It was very scary. Zeus also was there with Cask available. And since he had teleport, can just go straight back up to the top lane. Nothing really lost here, except his teleport, of course, but I did like how that was played out. It is going to be Tank Gragas here, as we've come to see a little bit more often. Again, we had that Night Harvester window where we were seeing that a lot, but it's now back to Tank Gragas in the top lane.
Which is good. I imagine LS is losing less sleep now that there's less Night Harvesters on the map. Yeah. Zeus as well has just been playing around his teammates so much better this game. Oftentimes you see Zeus sitting in that top lane and just winning the matchup, showing another side of himself here where he's playing around side lanes of his teammates. So just a whole lot.
Faker here is in position to try to help push back. Like, he does have seismic shove, but he just can't save his teammate there. He's just 100% dead. Didn't even really need to show that replay. It doesn't get much more self-explanatory than a bit of an overextension there from Keria. Will pay for it with his life. Gold lead in Kwangdong Freaks' hands right now, but it's only 1,000, and it's really just that extra money that Fate's picked up here on the Ahri. So this game, very even. We're tied on Drakes. There is a period in time where this game can massively swing on an objective fight, and I think we're just waiting for that moment. The next Rift Herald spawning in 40 seconds here. Zeus has the ability to engage the same way he did last time from range. The problem is that the Silas means that Keen can do the same thing. So it really is about setting up Prio first, getting there faster. Keen has teleport advantage, those that he can actually stay bottom side here, whereas Zeus is trying to kind of happy feet, like, am I going up right now? Or do I need to defend this turret? Or Kwangdong committing? That teleport that he had to use after, you know, failing that rotation bottom side there really hurts him here, actually, right now, as he's pinned under turret.
Yeah, you can see Keen. Okay, Fate's Call was used there towards the top side. Not entirely sure why. We didn't really catch that one. As Faker completes his crown, Q goes wide. As Owner's going to clear out vision. Not quite able to take that one before it does go invisible.
I think that Kwangdong Freaks should be happy to just slow this Herald down and let Keen push, knowing that they have teleport advantage. They don't need to force this. It's just, I mean, we're past the point of plates. You know, their turrets are healthy. A crash here from T1 isn't going to be a win. If they slow this down, I think they are very happy to just take a full turret for free while also denying Gragas any farm. Just as long as you don't force this, Kwangdong, I think you're feeling pretty good about this.
Yeah, don't make the old mistake that we were talking about, you know, as Arrow is going to connect. Weaver's Wall comes through as well. Seismic Shove, the delivery of the Ahri, but she can Spirit Rush. That's going to get her out of the way, as Ellum doesn't even need to flag or drag, as he'd already put that one on cooldown. And T1 now have control of the mid lane, and they can put a Rift Herald here as well. So if it means second Rift Herald and they take the turret due to map control, then that is definitely good news. As you can see, teleports coming through from Kwangdong Freaks. Don't know whether they'll be able to save the turret, but in goes LM. Hostile takeover coming down as well as the chains do not connect. Keen finds himself an arrow, though, the handshake onto Gumayusi, and he's wiped from the rift. It's a two-man seismic shove, but I think Gumayusi also managed to cash in some of his checks a little bit earlier as well.
A little bit of extra money, but this is, again, a trade up for Kwangdong Freaks. 2 for 1 plus an extra turret. They saved their mid turret with this play, and it was, I mean, it looked really bad for Kwangdong because they lost control of mid, trying to be greedy for the turret push there. Teleport comes through on inner because he doesn't want, he's scared they're going to lose the turret, but LM does not hesitate. Hostile takeover plus Cataclysm traps Zeus here, and look at Keen. Steals the arrow away, follow-up handshake, deletes Gumayusi from the map. And yeah, he'll take one with him, but they save a turret, grab 2 extra kills. This is Boham's angle here. T1 have no vision on where he is. They are so far pushed up. And Kwangdong are going to turn this into a Drake advantage, as you can see alive as well.
Oh man, Moham played that just amazingly. As all right, a lot of stuff happened. Drake was secured, like you were talking about, by Kwangdong Freaks, but T1 are going to be able to grab themselves the outer turret. As I stutter for a moment because an arrow flew by, and the majesty of it really does leave me a little bit speechless.
We're given a little bit of pause for a moment.
Yes. You need to witness the arrow as it just drifts by into the ether to circle Runeterra forever. Zeus just throwing barrels around, as Gragas is wont to do. Vision control still here for T1, so they spot that Fate is around. As Kwangdong Freaks, they do have themselves a slight gold advantage, and of course this Hex Tech Drake, but this is feeling like T1 are gearing up to start rolling this snowball around.
Yeah, I mean, look, Collector's done for Guma now, so that's big burst damage onto the Calista.
He wants to make sure that he can cash in when he wants to. He needs as many executes as possible, Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, like, with the Collector here, even if you catch Calista or you're in a, 1v1 fight against her, it's not probably never going to really be a true 1v1, but you have enough CC follow-up from range to maybe end up popping her. You could pop the Ahri extremely well. It doesn't have Azonia's, went for the Verdant here to try to be able to compete with Talia inside. Also going to be great against the Gragas damage if you do end up getting caught by a barrel. So it's tank Gragas, so you're not too worried, but it's a good item build here, but there's a lot of power in this Collector here second. You can see just barely ahead of Teddy, despite being like 20 CS down and the extra kills that Teddy picked up. As Kwangdong Freaks, once again, they have Calista. They have a lot of damage here on Baron, so just trying to preemptively set that up for the spawn here, so Team won't have to juggle between top and bottom sides of the map here.
Well, we've got a big zoom out as Faker and Ona are closing in, but good vision available for Kwangdong. No sweep to come through from Faker. So he's spotted on that Pixel Brush. King just getting up here towards his top lane, and as you can see, he's 50 CS ahead because Zeus has been out of lane the whole game.
Exactly. The fact of the matter is Zeus has had to kind of pick up the pieces of T1 when they've lost control of bottom side. He had that teleport to the bottom side to try to look for the gank there. Teleport disadvantage meant that he lost out when Keen had the teleport advantage bottom side and was able to get all that extra farm. Keen is playing a beautiful macro game with a Silas pick here. Not the strongest side laner you always think about on the top side of the map, but he's been given so much extra gold. He has a stopwatch here too. T1, while they're hitting these item spikes, right, with the 2-item Draven, right, the 2-item on the Talia, unfortunately, the Silas is just also so strong, has the stopwatch, and I just don't think they're set up to take a real traditional 5v5 team fight unless they can cheat it somehow with a great Weaver's Wall. Baker's going to be able to try to trade this for a turret here on the bottom side. Kwangdong Freak's going to commit the teleport to shut it down. Keen always in position, man, and Fate is actually the one who commits it this time around. But they have 2 teleports,
yeah, they do.
They have the choice.
No, and I was actually expecting it to be Keen making up for his teleport woes in the previous game. And I want to kind of talk about scaling here for a moment, because T1, their composition is definitely able to scale effectively, but it is a different type of scaling.
Yeah, it's not damage per se, it's really just team fight setups.
Yeah, and also it's Draven. And Draven is a weird champion because he doesn't scale, but he does, because you get more gold. And until, before you hit 6 items on everyone on the Rift, his scaling is amazing, but it's finite.
Yeah.
And if you get to that 6-item stage, then, yeah, you can argue that his scaling isn't super good, but this time around he's building crit. And so that certainly helps out as far as that scaling call is concerned. If it was another Eclipse, then we probably wouldn't be talking about it as much.
LM really shut down the Draven win condition for mid-game as Arrow comes through.
Yeah, going to connect there onto Moham, who's just CC'd forever. Teddy's like, all right, you've taken enough, and pulls him out of there.
But Keen is just side laning over here.
Yeah.
Again, he's just getting away with this. He gets half a turret.
Nice little body slam there as Keen is going to return the favor. T1's coming over, though, as Keen throws down a barrel. Body slam comes on through as that's a flash. It's going to get Keen's flash in response.
T1, don't chase too far here. Do not have vision. Carry is like, all right, I'm going to drop a ward. We're going to check. We're going to back away. It's very scary for a moment there. I thought they were going to overcommit as Zeus does lose flash for this. So it's a flash trade. I just don't see T1, again, without an amazing Weaver's Wall setup here or a trap set, winning a 5v5 fight right now. Keen's hijacks coming back available. Will not, of course, be able to take the cast this time around, but has a lot of other options for big ultimates here to steal. T1 do have the faster setup towards the Drake, but they're losing control very quickly because Zeus has to catch top wave, doesn't have teleport.
Yeah, he just teleported and just flashed, so now it should be sole point for Quandong.
Yeah, I think it's just free. Like, I don't think T1 can fight this. Like, they want to so desperately. They want to get this. They're like, oh, Draven's supposed to be ahead at this point in the game. This is supposed to be his win condition.
Oh, good flash from Moham, but he's still hit by the Q. Not going to be Ona going in on it just this time around as Keen collects himself an arrow. Can he deny Ona from getting in and stealing this? And of course, the answer is absolutely not, as LM just going to get face-to-face with T1 and does eventually get himself out. Uses the cast to taxi after the flash. The Quandong Freaks kind of just left here looking a little bit silly after they lose the Drake because Ona's smites are too good.
Yeah, I mean, Ona's smites are so good. They also lose a flash.
Weaver's Wall. The seismic shove onto Teddy as Whirling Death is just, it's going to be shield bowed. So I look a little bit silly. But Teddy is going to be alive. However, T1 should be able to get themselves a lot of damage on this inner turret, if not just the inner turret itself.
And for the first time, Keen is not just freely side laning while this is happening, so this is just a win on all fronts here for T1. Yeah, they have to use a lot of resources here, but flashes were expended defensively. This is what T1 does, man. They win a team fight or are able to win an objective fight, and it's almost like they got Baron with how much they push with it.
Yeah.
They are almost able to take out that inner turret, take the extra goal, but it's going to give them prio here for Baron. These are the small wins. Faker, Weaver's Wall coming back up, so can just go ahead and go back home and reset for this.
Kane off to the side. Look out for which ultimate he's going to steal. It will be the barrel. Cast comes out there from the Gragas as Fate diving forward. He's able to get himself out of there as they secure the turret and they use the explosive cast that was stolen away in order to get themselves the disengage. I like that a lot, as the Everfrost just going to be used to try and move Ona away from them.
I think this was a risky call from Quandong. They lose a lot of health bars here. They lose control of mid for just a little bit of gold in that mid turret. And now I think T1 are in position with these waves crashing through to potentially set up a Baron trap.
Another arrow is going to connect onto Moham, as Fate's Call is going to make sure that he doesn't get picked up by the seismic shove. LM moving out of vision here, but the Q from Ona does give away the fact that he was spotted crossing towards that top side as the inner turret finally goes down. Let's check this fight out one more time.
Yeah, this is just flash used for Moham early to the left there, which was really interesting. And then as they try to take this Drake, it's stolen away by Owner. We've called this out several times. The Weaver's Wall cuts Quandong Freaks in half. LM wants to turn this fight, but then of course has to flash defensively to get out. Barely escapes the cast there. By all rights, he should be dead. It was a bit of an awkward call there to try to turn that one around. So they lose control of Drake, which is quite significant. Now, Quandong Freaks knew there was a chance that T1 would run straight for Baron. They've actually preemptively set up some vision here. The only thing that T1 have is that Scuttle, which is now timing out. They have the Callista, so they have so much speed to clear this. So T1 have to group now. Notice Gumayusi is like, I want to farm, but I'm going to stay very close by because I think we're about to have the fight that might decide this game here.
Yeah.
1,000 gold to lead is not massive here for Quandong. It's actually only 700, really, that they have. This game is so even. But they have the prio, they have fast clear speed. Fate does have that Banshee's Veil.
This must be, it's such an intense moment. And Quandong Freaks, the decision to flip a Baron right now is such a scary one to make, especially against T1, especially after they just lost a Smite fight. I completely understand why they're so apprehensive, but they really do need to start making some calls. And they need to just hope that they're the right ones, because if Gumayusi keeps stacking this up, then it's going to be like 5 items on the Draven before Teddy's really managed to put enough together. And the scaling's going to become a bit of a problem.
Yeah, nice snipe on the Banshee's Veil here from Owner. Going to take that one away from Fate, so that's kind of massive, actually. He has to be way more careful with how he positions and tries to set up for potential picks here. Guma does have Cleanse. Like, killing this Draven is going to be such a challenge without deep, hard CC here. And Keen, he's 0-0 and 1 this game, but he has played such a fantastic macro. I mean, he's always managing the waves. He's always on an angle where he could look for a cask, steal away, and a pick. This Silas looks, if you look at the scoreline only, not that great. If you look at the CS numbers, you're like, okay, that looks pretty great. But the way he has played this game has just been so brilliant. There's another cask, steal away. He's just going to make sure he has this for the subsequent Drake fight. They're looking for a fight for Prio here. Kwangdong can absolutely feel happy to trade this for Baron, too. T1 have to make the tough call.
Well, right now they have full control over this Drake area on the T1 side. Kwangdong Freaks now lurking towards the top as another arrow sails by.
If you're going to do it, Kwangdong, you have to do it fast. You have to be decisive here. That cask is going to time out. You know, you need this Callista damage to pull this off. Weaver's Wall up for Faker so he can just rush right in. Kwangdong be so indecisive here.
Yeah, you can see waves just being held onto by everyone as the hijack was wearing off, and so you're just going to throw the cask around. You may as well. As Kane looking to replace that with a different ultimate.
Owner's flank angle is also massive here.
Yeah, Banshee's Veil from Fate is going to protect him, but it's not going to protect the others as Owner continues to lurk outside of vision. All right, we're clearing out wards where we can on the Kwangdong Freak side. Is that control ward actually probably going to be very important as Keen's wrapping around himself. LM also looking to come in. Let's see what the hijack is going to be, is now Zeus. Not exactly the priority target as Fate's call comes on through. Handshake goes wide as Owner is going to have the kick stolen away and used against him. Hostile takeover comes in as well as now LM's going to get healed. Zeus now finds himself in the front line but without too many options, but Moham's going to get picked off. Gumayushi cashes in yet again and Kwangdong Freaks are scattering to the hills.
Oh, now they're trapped as well by the Weaver's Wall. Looks like Teddy will be able to get away. Does have flash, and of course his dash there with the auto. Gets over the wall, now has the flash.
Yep, is able to make it out, but Faker is going to flash on over. I think Seismic Shove should be up again pretty soon, and there it is. Teddy is going to be trapped in there and will be taken down by Faker this time.
Man.
T1 now can just go to the Baron themselves.
Faker with 2 massive seismic shoves in this neutral fight. Then the pick there onto Teddy at maximum range, picks it off, and now this is Baron going over to T1. Kwangdong Freaks had about a 10-second window where they could have tried to force a Baron fight and a turn. They neither committed to trying to collapse onto the Drake nor started the Baron. They gave this neutral fight over to T1, and it was a clean attempt from Teddy. Like, Teddy was doing so much damage in that fight, and the seismic shove came through from Faker. Because the cask was taken to try to secure a Baron they never committed to, Keen doesn't have the best ultimate that he wants in this fight here. As look at what Teddy is able to do in this extended fight. It looks like, oh man, so much value for Callista. This is a one fight. Zeus is now isolated. Ellen buys time here. And then Faker pushes Fade away, doesn't have Banshee's Veil. And the follow-up damage here from T1 is so good when they actually get to the point where Kwangdong can't turn. They don't have any engage tools anymore. They don't have a cast. It's so easy to chase. Teddy now, of course, will be able to dash over the wall, then flash, but not going to be able to get away from the second seismic shove here from Faker in this exchange. Bam.
Yeah, collects him, and Kwangdong Freaks, it looked like it was working, Wolf.
It really
looked like
did.
it was the
so
right
close.
idea.
It was so close.
Yeah, it just didn't quite in the end. Void Staff now completed for Fate. Might do a little bit more damage in this game as Keen trying to put together what he can as well. He's still 2,000 gold in the lead, but so is Gumayushi, and add an extra 500 to that as well. The wall will be respected. Faker puts that one up, and there is no crossing it for Kwangdong Freaks, not this time.
The wave clear is not amazing here for Kwangdong. They don't have great defensive options with no angle for Fate. He's basically a useless mid laner at this stage of the game when Baron is up and your waves are getting pushed in. Man, he has picked up
That's a bunch of gold.
79, 700 the highest he got this game in 1 kill. But that's, I think the observer's just showcasing, it looks like Teddy has just been dunked on all game if you look at that number right now, but it's really just the nature of Draven. And he didn't get the accelerated lead he wanted, was shut down by Elam in the early parts of the game, but later on, his team has just set him up for success, and Kwangdong Freaks, once again, just not decisive enough when it matters most around the vision control they had on Baron. They hijacked too early, and they gave T1 a chance to just pop off mechanically and have a beautiful fight, a chance they shouldn't have been given, but they were, and they didn't drop the ball. 5,000 gold up now.
Yeah, exactly. Gumyushi basically printing money here, Wolf, as another arrow is going to sail by. I'm running out of words to use, as Carrier has just been pressing that button on cooldown over and over again. And he can, because he's Ash with this build, and he has a heck of a lot of ability haste, and it's going to be back up very, very shortly.
I like the Mikhail's adaptation here for Mom, so Teddy doesn't have to spend money on the QSS this time around in order to deal with the CC and the setups that T1 have. But the fact of the matter is Teddy's still a very low-range AD carry here against a Draven that's now passed him significantly in gold and items. So we can't duel that one out. We'll have to deal with kicks, casks, etc. Ash arrows. Doesn't have his own cleanse because he took heal for the lane. And man, T1, I just don't see them losing this game from here. No longer does Keen have control of a side lane because there's just no map for Kwangdong to operate around.
Yeah. And Teddy has himself a wit's end. So like you were talking about, QSS not going to be purchased or anything like that. But it is 3 and a bit items in comparison to, 4 and a bit for Gumyushi. So the amount of more damage that this Draven has, especially given what the items are, it's just not even a contest anymore. As far as Kalista versus Draven, this is what we were talking about, right? This is how the T1 composition works. You win a few of these skirmishes, and then it's so hard for your opposition to do anything about all of the money that Gumyushi is printing. Faker also has a really cool hat now as well. 1-0-2. Just a pretty smooth game for Faker, as an arrow is going to land this time around, and the follow-up is pretty amazing, but Fate does make it underneath his turret, as the cast was not exactly optimal.
That was so close. So close to being an insane pick, though, with Keria having that arrow finally connect. The follow-up is there with the kick, or rather the Sonic Wave from Owner. Stopwatch broken. Banshee's Veil on cooldown. T1's comp, I feel like, has so many windows to come back in a game, whereas Kwangdong Freaks, no. You lose your tempo even once, that's it. Whereas the Draven is always going to be able to pop off and get those stacks as long as he's not getting picked consistently in the fights. They still have Gragas, almost got Flame Horizon, doesn't matter, he's still Gragas. Still tanky, still going to have a lot of CC to set up for this Guma. Draven that has an Ashe to set him up, Faker on the Talia. There's so many ways that T1 could go, okay, we're behind, but we're not out because we have so many playmaking options, whereas Kwangdong's comp really just couldn't lose tempo for 1 second, and they did, and now they're doomed. There's just no control of the map, no angle, no flanks, no ults to engage defensively when there's all these minion waves crashing through, and T1 have done it. They really saw their demons a second time in this series. Yeah. But they're going to be able to win it in the end, as, Kwangdong, the game's not over yet, the Nexus is still up, but now it's Soul Point to T1, Baron spawns in 30, Kwangdong can't be anywhere near it. A miracle has to happen.
They might have one last team fight. In order to try and get something back here on Kwangdong Freaks' side, but I kind of agree with you. I think that Keen hasn't really been able to find many of the angles. Like, he's 120 CS up, like you were talking about. But
yeah, he did Flame Horizon.
Yeah, in fact. I mean, Zeus's buttons have just been better in these team fights, and the way T1 have played around Gumyushi being able to get free autos off has just been fantastic, and I'm feeling like the Kalista use-by date that we often talk about in this game has been far more relevant than it has in the other two.
Yeah, you just lose control for one moment, and then suddenly Teddy just doesn't have free reign anymore. Doesn't have a GA this game. Doesn't have the power that Guma has, a level up here, an item up. And as Kwangdong, you can't even approach the Baron. You have to push waves to try to start something, Guma.
Yeah, Cataclysm, and Gumyushi's just going to kill Ellen. He does eventually flash, and the GA is going to go down as Zeus overextends into the entirety of Kwangdong Freak. So that is going to be a pick, and they get the flash and cleanse out of Gumyushi.
Okay, so now you have the choke point controlled. Silas can have another hijack. He's level 16. Maybe this is the miracle. Zeus gets greedy for the flank, and now they're a man up.
And Arrow is going to go wide there as well. That'll be up in 3.5 seconds. As Keen looking for his as well.
You've got to be decisive, Kwangdong. You're never going to get another chance like this. Never, ever. You better be on that Baron right now. You've got choke point control. You've got an Ash Arrow. You can't be timid here. This is your chance. This is your moment. You're never going to get another opportunity. Cannot believe they're not starting this one up. There's a scuttle here. T1 now back on the Baron. They can't start it anymore. They had a tiny window, and they needed to be more decisive. I think it's still hard, and they might still lose it.
Only going to get charmed as, Pathing going to troll him there a little bit. Arrow is going to sail wide once again.
I mean, Zeus is back up. Teleport's back up. You had a chance. I'm so frustrated with Kwangdong when they have these windows.
Well,
like, it's still
because
great.
of the teleport, I don't think they even really had a window, right? Because Zeus is going to be back up before they can actually kill the Baron. And T1 has so many options as far as, like, making it difficult with Weaver's Wall and all sorts of other things. I can understand why they're scared.
I can understand why they're scared, but I mean, they should be way more scared of this. Good luck, Kwangdong. You're walking at a Baron now. You could have been the ones turning on it, and you are never going to have this angle now. Keen has hijack. Let's see how good it is this time. T1 back away.
Yeah, well, Weaver's Wall going to try and break up the fight as now Keen finds himself completely alone. He has to flash, but is he out of danger as Elm is trying to be the hero and chase after him? Gumayusi now stuck inside the Cataclysm and he has no flash. The kick comes back as Keen is still alive. Teddy locks down the first kill. Hostile takeover is exactly that right now as Carrier trying to be a stand-in AD carry, but he doesn't have the items for it. And there is the chain that comes back from Keen. Just amazingly played. Carrier, I don't think he can do this by himself as the arrow will come in, but it doesn't do enough. Is this Kwangdong turning the game around?
I mean, it's Elm turning this game around. Another Cataclysm play on to Guma. He finds an angle, locks him up. This time he doesn't have flash. First one takes it away. Second one is enough to kill the AD carry. And yeah, Carrier trying to be a stand, and Kwangdong Freaks here just don't have the damage to take Baron, so they won't get that edge. But they take a kill lead here. The gold differential has shrunk as they're going back in time here to Gumayusi losing his flash. Because this is the first step of this. LM loses his, loses control of this fight, will lose his GA here, but gets Guma's flash 100% worth it. Zeus is picked because he's trying to set up a flank there with his cast. This time around, as they collapse onto Keen, look at where Guma is. LM, flag drag, goes for the angle here. Cataclysms Guma, again, no flash, they focus him down, he's charmed, and that is it. He's berserked, and he's there's no peel, there's no one to save him, and that is enough to win the fight here for Kwangdong Freaks. His owner does so much in the back line. The follow-up here from Faker is beautiful, but he's just too low. This was on a nice edge, even with Guma down, but Kwangdong, they can't get a Baron after this. They have to back off and reset.
Yeah, and the bailout didn't work onto Teddy there either, so they weren't able to keep the Callista alive, and therefore, the Baron does survive. So, Kwangdong Freaks still find themselves down 25 seconds on this Hextech Soul for both teams. As Keen, he has a kick available, and he also is level 17. So that hijack has about a 0-second cooldown. As you can see, it is ticking around pretty quick. Should be able to grab a cask next time around. Of course, individual ultimates have their own cooldowns, and so you can't just spam the same one over and over, but he does have quite a few options.
Fate isn't seen here. Could look for Guma, still doesn't have flash. Over the wall!
Not going to be able to get there as he was inside the Hex Gate, but can they win the team fight is going to be the question as LM going down very, very low. Gumayusi just fighting in the back of the pit. It's the Thunderdome, it's the Colosseum, and he's doing so much damage! Moham's now going to have to walk this one off as T1 obliterate the team fight.
Doesn't have flash, but he's got a cleanse, and Guma does 8,000 damage in this team fight as Fate tried as he might to try to get that backline kill, take out the AD carry. That was the name of the game. LM took flash, took him out there, prevented the Baron, but at the end of the day, they still had to force a fight into a choke point. The Thunderdome that T1 set up, and that's the last kill of the game as T1 will march down to take what's theirs. A very close series, one that lived up to the revenge storyline we set here as Kwangdong won it in the first round robin, but T1 will take the narrow 2-1 victory in the end. What a series, Atlas.
Yeah. It was a great one. Surprising, because I actually thought that T1 were going to come in and clobber them this time, because it was largely draft. The last time these two teams matched, it was largely Seraphine. It was this Ashe support pick that was, in hands of Teddy last time these two teams faced. This time, though, it was just straight up League of Legends that made it look like both of these teams were actually pretty evenly matched.
I think Kwangdong's still showing some signs of hesitation when they have Baron control, but it's T1. Like, who wouldn't be afraid Well, beyond that, I think as Kwangdong, you should be very happy. You won against T1 in the first round robin. You pushed them to the brink in 2 games here. You won a first one. Like, both of those games that Kwangdong lost in the series were winnable for them. They played the plan, the strategy they prepared. It was such a good look for Kwangdong that should give Kwangdong fans, although they might be frustrated with how that last game went, hope that maybe in the second round robin here, they pick up some wins they weren't able to get in round robin 1. Maybe they can get ahead of DRX or KT and make another playoff appearance here back-to-back. It was a rough playoffs for them, of course, when they faced T1 in the first round last season. But maybe this will be a different time as the former T1 players in Teddy and Elam had a great night of League of Legends tonight. I think that we absolutely can say that about
I
their
agree.
play.
I agree, especially in the first couple of games, they were the ones running the show. I think this game was all about Keen being able to, desperately try to find some of the angles. They did in multiple occasions. The fact that they were Gumushi celebrating there. And he was the one that was able to really pop off in the last team fight, but they did manage to shut him down. The one previous to that, as Carrier was thinking about it, and he's like, nah, I'll just do the regular bow. We'll be okay.
Yeah, I think maybe some celebrations were prepared here for T1 because they wanted to be like, we got revenge this time. But I think that it's a little bit sheepish considering how close the series was.
Yeah.
And man, Elim taking that flash away from Guma, then helping set up that second kill there. And then the third attempt, they almost had him there with Fate on the other side of the wall, just not enough damage to take him out. But it was still so close, down to the last possible second. This is the kind of series you love to watch where we've had a season that has otherwise kind of been according to script. Like, we had all the same predictions besides Valdez voting for Reddit Brion this week because it's just expected. But it's near upsets like this that give you faith. And even if you're a T1 fan, you might not have shown up for tonight's game because you're like, you know what, I got other stuff to do. I think this is not going to be the most hype and exciting one. And those T1 fans who didn't show up for this are going to wake up hearing all the news of how hype it was and how close it was, and they'll regret missing it because sometimes you feel like it's just a free win, but sometimes you have to really earn it. And T1 tonight, they did really earn it.
Yeah, this rotation down from Zeus, absolutely fantastic. Yes, he party casks, but I think we all have to multiple times in order to really learn the proper Gragas way. This hostile takeover from Moham, this, in fact, entire passage of play from Moham was fantastic. But obviously not enough for Kwangdong Freaks to actually win the game, but these individual moments really demonstrate to us that Kwangdong Freaks, they are, I think, at the caliber for at least 5th or 6th, to at least be challenging for 5th or 6th here in the LCK.
I would say that in terms of strategy right now, Kwangdong Freaks have really leveled up this season. The execution of the strategies they prepared this week better, at least in their first series than last week. But, if in their second match this week they really show up, like, I think there's a case for, like, most improved team of the season for them, potentially, because, they just look completely different tonight than they did in their KT match last week, where they had a great draft, but the execution was super poor. This time they had good drafting. They knew what they wanted to do. They executed on it well. And it seems like there's some harder shot calling going on here for Kwangdong Freaks. They're actually making the right choices together as a team. Still a little bit slow on objectives and stuff like that. There's still a little bit to criticize, but it's a big step in the right direction.
No, it absolutely is. And I think that we also need to recognize the fact that Zeus did break the losing streak for Gragas and didn't break his own winning streak on Gragas, which is 100%. The man is pretty good on Gragas, as it turns out, everyone.
So little follow-up damage here for Fate's Engage because, Teddy's playing Kalista. They don't have the ability to lock him down. They don't have a good ultimate to get on top of him for Silas.
And they were also all in the sky, rotating over in Hex Gates. It was an odd situation for Kwangdong Freaks, but as you can see, in the end, Faker and Gumushi do the most damage. A lot of that in that last team fight. I remember you actually stating the 8,000 damage that Gumushi did. If we were looking at Kwangdong Freaks taking that team fight, then it'd be Teddy with like the 26k sitting here if he was able to do the same amount. But Gumushi's the one that secures it there, and setting up that Coliseum, the Thunderdome, reminded me of that, what is it, the cinematic with him and Riven fighting each other.
I just think, sometimes you come to work thinking, it's going to be a 2-0, not going to be anything to see here, and sometimes you get an epic best of 3. That's all I have to say about this first one. I was really, really my expectations were subverted. Great job, Kwangdong.
Yeah, they definitely did a great job, but congratulations to T1. We are going to throw it over to our analysts on the chairs and carpet to take us through that series.
Thank you, casters. We are the analysts on the chairs and carpet, and indeed, it was a really great series. Definitely subverted expectations. We absolutely enjoyed it here on the desk, as you guys did over on the casting side. All starts with the draft, of course. Once again, T1 going for that first pick, Talia, and only some slight changes towards the end of the draft, but big ones as well.
Yeah, really impactful.
Only a couple of changes,
Great
but
point,
yeah.
Valdez. No, indeed, the Gangplank and the Ornn both taken away, meaning that we do get, again, the Jarvan. But the Sylas, I think, was the biggest switch up. I really like the pick. I am still, even though LM did show what the idea behind the pick is, which is run in and ult Draven and then he dies, which worked twice in the late game. Picking multiple Dash champions into Talia has got to stop. Like, we've learned this lesson with Poppy, but Steadfast Presence is only around Poppy and it's pretty short, whereas Unraveled Earth is just, I don't know how many times I've seen LM dive in or a flag and direct into to then just get stopped and then stand there and die or have to flash out or have to heal out or...
Yeah.
It really is. The Talia, if you are going to let the champion through, you need to adapt. Because I think, to me, it was the biggest difference maker in this game again.
Yeah, Talia just kind of a suffocating champion. It really cuts down what is going to work in terms of what you want to do for your own draft. It has fantastic range. It has very consistent damage. Now it's not just like a one-time burst champion or anything like that. It just provides a lot.
It's just
meta.
really good. Also, shout out to Zeus. I thought he was going to go AP, then went full tank and forfeited every single wave and resource on the map to Owner and the rest of his team, and still had a decent showing as well.
Yeah, he's doing a good job for his team, and regardless of what fashion, carry or not. Let's take a look at the first highlight here, which was the play down on the bottom side, and how exactly did LM get into the enemy jungle?
Yeah, I really want to highlight this because this was actually really impactful to how the game set up in the mid game. Because they see on the wards that this is happening, right? So as a result, LM makes the immediate call that, especially if they didn't drop any vision and you get away with this, as he does, it works out very nicely. It gets a little close to the ward there, but we've seen this before. If you don't place the ward in the right place, you don't actually have full vision. And LM then waits here crucially because the minion wave is Kongai in. So every jungler knows you gotta be careful, you will get spotted at Krugs otherwise. Then he walks towards the red buff, is able to pick that one up single-handedly, and then makes his way over and gets a really big level 2 gank and just blows them up. And then due to Treasure Hunter, the first blood buff that you get as Teddy, you literally, like, you run over them in the early game. And that's why the only reason why this early laning phase was even remotely close.
Yeah, after this, the wave was cleared. Teddy went back and bought a Dirk. On 11 CS. You can do this at home, actually. Yeah. You can try this at home. Yes,
even without Futures Market. It's crazy.
Yeah, so from then on, the lane was kind of done. But they did not end up winning the game from that. Let's take a look at highlight number 2, which was eventually a mid-fight that did go the way of T1. And yeah, I mean, kind of a slowish game after that. You know, there was some dominance from Kwangdong down there, but then eventually we got to this point of the game.
And as we can see here, I think, again, that Talia, like, consistently getting a lot done. And Zeus, even with how little resources he got as LM flag and directs through a field and has to be healed, happened 3 times this game. We do see that T1, when it comes to actual team fights, unless it's Kwangdong starting off by killing Guma, it just doesn't really work out, right? And like after this, they pick up multiple objectives, they're able to start snowballing again, and it's kind of reminiscent of what we saw in the previous game, where once T1 gets a lead, the feeling of they're just gonna win kind of becomes inevitable.
Yeah, and that is exactly what happened. T1 did inevitably go on to win that game. It wasn't quite as cut and dry as that, as there were some moments for Kwangdong as well later on. But let's take a look at the POG of this one. It will be Zeus who picks up his 2nd of the night as well, his 9th of the season, and it's only week 6.
Really interesting, because I think that he had a good game, but he also had a very low resource game, and he had to throw himself into the enemies repeatedly, dying for the sins of his teammates at times. I do think, as per usual, like Zeus, the reason why this player is so good is not just because he is mechanically like super impressive and he can get the highlight plays, but it's his versatility and like how well he's able to play regardless of the amount of resources that he gets. I was not expecting to tank Gragas, but I think that he did a stellar job on it. He tanked so much, even with how little help and how little money he got in this game. And overall, I'm expecting a split vote here. I think Faker had a really good game.
Yeah.
I think Carrie had a couple of great arrows, but I'm never sad about a Zeus vote.
Yeah, and it's 2 tonight. I mean, this is the split vote you were talking about. Obviously, we did have a lot of votes for a lot of different places. Only Carria does not get any votes. Sad for him, but that is 6 out of 13 there for Zeus. So he picks up his 9th of the season so far. Let's hand it over to Ji-sun, though, for the translation of this interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the PUG interview translation, joined by Zeus from T1 after taking down Kwangdong Freaks. How do you feel getting your revenge on them? Even though we lost game number 1, we were able to, come back stronger for the next games because it was not about opponents playing so well. It was more about, us not being able to do our best in the first one, so we were able to do better in the upcoming games. So we were able to secure the match victory. And another solo PUG interview by Zeus. Congratulations on that, and also being the PUG leader of the LCK Summer. How do you feel about that? I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to express my feelings. I feel so honored, and also I think my teammates also deserved some PUGs. So I don't know. I feel a bit embarrassed right now to be the solo PUG. So, what are your thoughts on your performance recently? You've been popping off lately. I think we were going through a lot of stuff, but still I was able to play well, so I'm pretty satisfied with my performance these days. So Kwangdong Freaks was the only team that took down T1 in the first round robin, so did you feel any pressure coming into this rematch? Well, actually, after losing the first game, I was like, maybe this is like a mismatch of T1, or is there something like a mental hurdle for us? But still, we kind of figured that we still have a good shot against them, and we will be able to do better in the game 2 and 3. So we were able to keep our confidence straight up. So I want to ask you about the draft. So the opponents played Kalista Renata in game 2 and 3, and T1 kind of quickly revealed the Ashe support strategy into that bottom duo. Kyria prepared this pick into the opponent's bottom duo, and he was pretty confident in that, so we went with his confidence. And any thoughts about that Ashe support performance? Yeah, like imagining being the opponent of that Ashe support, I would have been losing my mind. And Zeus, you played Ornn for the first time of the Summer Split. How was it? I felt a lot more comfortable somehow. It was really fun to play. Zeus, you're good at every champion, but your performance on aggressive picks are really on point, and a lot of people are expecting to see more of that from you. But today, you were also pretty destructive on that Ornn as well. Is there anything you are not good at, Zeus? Thank you for the compliment. Looking forward to seeing more of the unlocked champions from Zeus as well. Game 2, there was this team fight on the mid lane where Ashe was able to land the ult onto the J4 and got the Baron, and also T1 was able to get a Baron still later on as well. It seems like it is impossible to beat T1 around Baron area. Do you guys also agree? I don't think we are like paying attention to the Baron fight especially, but somehow we always get to walk away with a victory around the Baron. In game 3, we had almost the same drafts, just like game number 2, except for the top lane picks. I think the blind pick Talia was really effective, right? T1 managed to secure the pick as a first pick in the game 3. We've practiced Talia a lot in scrims and practices, and we went for this comp a lot in the past. Were you guys not afraid of the enemy Ari? Not really. We didn't really care much. However, in game number 3, Bragas was having some hard time into Silas. You were behind in CS, and you decided to kind of play for your team, not for the lane this time around. Well, to be honest, I wanted to invade the enemy jungle and then get vision. And I said I was gonna get sweeper, but it was my mistake because I didn't start with the sweeper. So I was late for the vision invade. So there was a bit of an accident on my end. So I feel sorry about that for my teams. But while I was playing that game, you know, it doesn't really matter whether Gragas gets more CS because it doesn't really change the result of the game. So I wanted to focus on the bottom lane instead. And I think that strategy worked out really well. Your next opponent will be Freddy Brion coming up in 2 days. What is your mindset for that match? I think Freddy Brion is really solid and they're really strong. So I hope we can do as good as we normally do, and I hope we don't get caught off guard in that match. And lastly, any message for your fans? I can see a lot of fans are out here supporting us, so I want to say thank you. And we will keep working hard, fighting. And this will be the end of the interview from Zeus from T1, and back to the carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that wonderful translation with the interview of an actual real-life monster, which is what Zeus is here in the LCK. Nobody can touch this guy. He is just insane and also very modest, as we can tell. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings after T1 do pick up the win. It is still close with Gen.G, and the fact that they drop yet another game to Kwangdong means that, you know, the points suffering a bit, but currently in first.
Every time, like T1, Gen.G, it keeps happening, where T1 is a little bit ahead, but then Gen.G plays their match and then they're ahead. For Kwangdong, I kind of stand with the casters. I think this was a much better look for them, but realistically, the gap that they have against KT is still quite big, and especially if you look at our next match, might possibly become bigger, and it's a really important one for KT. Hanwha Life have been looking better since Johnny came in, so I think a must-win for them if they want to keep that distance.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty interesting one. We'll have to wait and see what exactly happens in that, because it could be another epic series. But guys, first we'll take about a half-hour break, and we'll be back with the second series. Don't go anywhere.
LCK 팀들의 불꽃 튀는 대결 스트릿 롤 파이터 강다니엘을 보내고 제가 다시 돌아왔습니다. 단다니엘입니다. 반갑습니다.
다니엘 오늘도 잘 부탁드리겠습니다.
반갑습니다.
지난 대결에서는 KT가 결국에는 우승을 하게 되면서 명예의 전당에 본인들의 사진을 올릴 수가 있었습니다.
굉장히 또 영예스러운 일이에요, 정말로.
그럼요.
네,
네.
그래서 오늘 또 새로운 두 팀이 도전장을 내밀기 위해서
그렇습니다.
이 자리에 찾았다고 들었습니다.
먼저 여러분께 소개합니다. 스루파 Bring It On 프레디 브레이온입니다.
사나이 울리는 매운맛으로 스롤파를 접수하러 왔다. 농심 레드풀! 확실히 다르네. 포스가 달라요.
그렇습니다.
자, 그럼 본격적인 경기에 앞서서 상대에 대한 어떤 그 도발 멘트들. 우리 엄티 선수.
또 라면으로 유명하잖아요. 라면 다 부숴버리겠습니다.
라면을 부숴먹겠다.
요구르트로 부어버리겠어.
자, 그러면은 지금부터 프레딧과 농심과 프레딧의 스트릿 롤파이터 바로 시작하겠습니다. 본격적인 대결에 앞서서 여러분들의 어떤 좀 긴장된 모습들이 보여요. 그래서 긴장을 풀 겸해서 저희가 몸풀기 코너입니다. 몸풀기 코너를 준비했습니다. 이름하여 참참참
지켜
듀오! 그렇습니다.
한 명은 참참참 대결을 각 팀에서 하시는 거고 나머지 한 명은 공격 방어를 담당을 해 주실 겁니다. 자, 그러면 이제 대표 두 분을 팀에서 선정을 하셔야 됩니다.
둘 나와.
탑정글로
저희는 막아도 때립니다. 저희는 막아도 때려요.
때리기만 하면 되는 거잖아요. 자, 가위바위보로 그러면 첫 번째는 선택을 하도록 하겠습니다.
알겠습니다.
자, 두 선수 실비에나 가위바위보. 네. 자, 가보도록 하겠습니다. 참참참.
참참참.
아니 왜 공격을
죄송합니다. 쌍둥아 냄비 뚜껑으로 때려. 냄비 뚜껑으로.
막았어. 막 인도합니다. 빨라.
형 차이 좋다. 형 차이.
자, 프레디 프루 지금 2대 0입니다.
해나?
라바는 때릴 생각밖에 안 하네.
이게
막을 생각을 해야지. 해나를 지켜줄 생각이 없어요.
그러니까 라바 정신 차리세요. 네.
갑니다.
좋아. 라바 안 막을 거야?
이제 때릴 생각.
안 막을 거냐고 지금.
너 일부러 안 막지.
갑니다. 마지막에 될 수 있어요?
마지막일 수도 있어요. 농심 레드포스가 승리합니다. 자, 혹시 뭐 나는 이거 잘할 자신 있다 이러신 분 계시면
나 이거 완전 안진마.
너 해봐 너. 나온 거 있으면 좋겠긴 해.
그러면 이쪽은 에포트.
레포트.
한나 추천 에포트. 농심은 공격부터 가보도록 하겠습니다.
왜 가만히 없어?
아니 가운데 있기가 어딨어.
가만히 없어.
이상한 동네에서 왜 나왔어?
참참참.
야! 자, 1대1.
1대1. 딜라이 빨라요.
참참참.
잘생긴 거 보잖아. 야, 저 2대1입니다.
2대1. 엄청이죠.
참참참. 이건 당황했으니까 저 인정해줄게.
잘 잡았어.
야, 근데 또 이거 잘 잡았어.
잘 잡았어. 잘 잡았어. 비싼 거.
점피 뜨자. 점피 뜨자.
잘 잡았어.
네네네.
에포트 반응 좋네.
자, 2대입니다.
오! 승리했습니다. 벌써 축하합니다.
나가네, 이 나쁜 놈아.
네.
자, 이제 몸도 입도 풀렸겠다. 지금부터 저희가 본격적인 대결을 펼쳐보도록 하겠습니다. 줄줄이 입으로
말해요! 아, 그렇습니다. 주어진 문제 팀원들이 차례대로 줄줄이 정답을 외치면 성공을 하게 됩니다. 그리고 순서는 당연히 승리를 가져간 그 농심 레드포스가
결정을 할 수 있어요.
정하게 됩니다.
늦게 하는 게 뭐야?
왕복으로 갔다 오는 거거든요.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 저희끼리 승부가 더 이쪽으로
자, 잘 들으세요, 퀴즈. 자, 긴장됩니다. 자,
키읔이 들어가는 챔피언을 대시오.
하나, 둘, 셋.
파이서.
하나, 둘, 셋.
키아나.
하나, 둘, 셋.
호그모.
하나, 둘, 셋.
벨코드.
하나, 둘, 셋.
칼리스타.
하나, 둘, 셋. 땡!
헷갈려.
하나, 둘, 셋.
3일.
하나, 둘, 셋.
파이사.
하나, 둘, 셋.
카사딘.
하나, 둘, 셋.
칼리스타.
하나, 둘, 셋. 하나, 둘, 셋.
고구모.
하나, 둘, 셋.
벨코즈.
하나, 둘, 셋.
내가 했는데 벨코즈.
갑니다. 하나, 둘, 셋.
날먹.
하나, 둘.
카시오페아.
하나, 둘.
카사딘.
하나, 둘.
칼리스타.
하나, 둘.
카서스.
하나, 둘.
카직스.
하나, 둘.
파이사.
하나, 둘.
고구모.
하나, 둘. 아, 왔어요. 마지막 기회입니다. 자, 하나부터 바로.
하나, 둘.
클레드.
하나, 둘.
카밀.
하나, 둘.
카사딘.
하나, 둘.
고구모.
하나, 둘.
키아나.
하나, 둘.
칼리스타.
하나, 둘.
벨코즈.
하나, 둘.
블리츠크랭크.
하나, 둘.
마지막 헷갈리네. 마지막 헷갈리네. 내가 생각했던 거 앞에서 하면 당황스럽습니다.
팀워크 중이에요. 자,
갑니다.
가겠습니다. 하나, 둘.
블리츠크랭크.
하나, 둘.
키아나.
하나, 둘.
카사딘.
하나, 둘.
카밀.
하나, 둘.
파이사.
하나, 둘.
카서스.
하나, 둘.
카시오페아.
하나, 둘.
파닉스.
하나, 둘.
아칼리.
와!
칼리까지 이거 인정.
자, 일단 1점으로 앞서고 있습니다.
자, LCK 로스터 기준 국문으로 적었을 때, 한글로 적었을 때 표기가 세 글자인 선수를 대시오.
하나, 둘.
페이커.
하나, 둘.
프린스.
하나, 둘.
내가 더 하려 했는데.
자, 땡.
아, 두 개를 생각해야 돼.
땡칠 겁니다.
자, 준비됐어요? 하나, 둘.
네이밍.
하나, 둘.
프린스.
하나, 둘.
캐니언.
하나, 둘.
리엔즈.
하나, 둘.
테리아.
하나, 둘.
라스칼.
하나, 둘.
카리스.
하나, 둘.
페이커.
하나, 둘.
라이프.
엄청 깔끔하게 잘했다.
너 깔끔했어.
이제 마지막 승부예요. 스로 끝나는 챔피언을 대시오.
스로 끝난.
스로 끝나는 챔피언. 하나, 둘.
카서스.
하나, 둘.
하나, 둘.
카서스.
겹쳤네.
같은 거 생각했어. 같은 거 생각했어. 자, 준비됐죠? 하나, 둘.
사일러스.
하나, 둘.
카직스.
하나, 둘.
람머스.
하나, 둘.
카서스.
하나, 둘.
징크스.
하나, 둘.
바로스.
하나, 둘.
벨베스.
하나, 둘.
나서스.
하나, 둘.
벨코즈.
아, 베이커 쓰였어야 되는데. 너무 아깝다.
뭐가 있지, 스?
자,
가겠습니다.
하나부터. 하나, 둘.
람머스.
하나, 둘.
나서스.
하나, 둘.
카직스.
하나, 둘.
딕스.
하나, 둘.
벨베스.
하나, 둘.
람머스.
당황했어요.
누가 했어?
자, 찬스입니다.
거의 다 왔습니다. 베이커만 안 하면 돼요. 갑니다. 하나, 둘.
람머스.
하나, 둘.
카직스.
하나, 둘.
나서스.
하나, 둘.
카서스.
하나, 둘.
바루스.
하나, 둘.
징크스.
하나, 둘.
벨베스.
하나, 둘.
사일러스.
하나, 둘.
직스.
프레디 프리오.
축하합니다.
브리온이 대회 성적이 10등이고 저희가 8등이잖아요.
모두가 알고 있습니다.
너 알잖아.
아무거나 해. 일부분이에요.
일부분을 확대하면 손을 띱니다.
Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to the casting desk here for match number 2 of tonight's video games. KT taking on Hanwha Life Esports. We are attending the bottom rung, theoretically, or at least the east side of the bracket, but KT looking to solidify 5th place here.
Yeah, and it is pretty massive for them if they can pull this off. Tonight, the expectation is that they will win it, and they will win it 2-0.
Yep.
Especially when we talk about the bottom side of the map, with Aiming being the strongest player for KT right now. Chani still trying to find his footing here in the LCK.
Yep, not going to see Samdi back. It will be Chani in the AD carry position here for Hanwha Life Esports, and we'll see how he's going to do. Of course, he had a very rough debut during the COVID situation where Hanwha Life Esports faced off against T1. Samdi, unfortunately, had COVID and couldn't play, and so they had to bring him up. Now, Samdi's actually been brought down and swapped with Chani on purpose, and he's continuing to play this week, which I think is pretty interesting, and I think pretty telling as to what Hanwha Life has been up to behind the scenes, because Chani has not looked super fantastic, and so we have to assume that Samdi's also struggling.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at the points of the match and break this down further. I think that there's a lot to discuss in regards to Chani, as will Hanwha Life Esports escape the loss streak or versus KT looking for a 3-win streak. 5 in a row since they did take that win against Frederick Brion, their only win of the season. So,
yeah,
you know, that's the expectation we have going into this series is, you know, KT the big favorites here.
Yeah, and of course, Hanwha Life Esports and Frederick Brion, both of them only finding 1 victory in the first round robin. And it's really interesting because we were talking about Frederick Brion as being that one team that was really at the bottom rung, but actually they're kind of tied with what Hanwha have been able to do. But Hanwha have been able to take more games. They have been the Game 2 kings, but honestly, you need to win Game 3s more than you need to win those Game 2s if you actually want to move up the standings, and unfortunately, hasn't been the case here. So we're going to check in on the top side. Rascal has 100% win rate against Dudu. It's never really been a matchup that he's worried about in the past. Of course, this dates back to his Gen G times and things like this. Rascal has been a player that's on, you know, top-tier teams throughout his career. And so it's not really a surprise, but definitely a bit of a problem here for Dudu.
Yeah, and the problem is that this is Dudu looking at his best, and he's the most important part of Hanwha Life's roster, so this being potentially a mismatch for him hurts the biggest strength. And on the opposite side of things, the greatest strength for KT in Aiming is against the rookie Chani. So, you know, I think Samdi had a really rough start to the season, but for me, this choice to keep Chani in here despite a rocky start for him this season against T1, I think really just speaks to where Hanwha Life Esports sees their future with this team, because you're probably not going to make playoffs. It's still possible. You know, win here would be the first step in the right direction, but it won't be enough. But, you know, you're thinking about what your development is going to look like post-Worlds or during Worlds when you're looking to shuffle all the rosters together and stuff like that. Because Hanwha Life, they went budget this season, and perhaps they see Chani as the next leading AD carry for them.
Potentially. Let's have a look at some of the team stats here between Hanwha Life and KT Rollster. One really interesting thing is the Soul and Dragon percent on KT's side. They focus on Dragon way more than a lot of our other teams here. Soul percent is a little bit misleading because it does depend how many Souls have actually existed in the games. A lot of our teams too fast to even get to a Soul in a lot of these instances and just win the game before that has even become a thing. But KT, they like to drag out the games and they like to get as many Dragons as they can. But they are not the home team this time around. So let's introduce Hanwha Life Esports to the stage as they rematch against KT in the second round robin here of Summer. No changes from the last time we saw Hanwha Life Esports, Dudu on Fleek, Karis, Chani, and Vista. And once again, we need to throw out congratulations to the camera guy for managing to get up to on Fleek's height.
Yep, he's always able to pull it off here. It's what he's got to do with the giant that is the jungle player here for Hanwha Life Esports. Top side of the map has definitely been their strong point. On Fleek and Dudu have been where Hanwha Life Esports have found the most success. Unfortunately, this is a bottom side meta. This is not a top side meta where you want to play around your top laner. So even though Dudu has played some great games in R, he's had some fantastic laning phases. His laning stats are pretty amazing in general. It's just not enough in a matchup like this into Rascal, who's been so good at weak side this season, and also against a KT Rollster that is going to play around bottom side, and that's the more relevant meta we're living in.
Absolutely. Let's introduce them now as, of course, Aiming, the only player to pick up a pentakill so far this season. And he got it on Zeri, and he was on a fountain. It was given to him by the rest of his teammates. And that's what this team has been all about. It's all about positive vibes. They've been saying that quite often in interviews, saying that they've been focusing on keeping the positivity up, even in losses here for KT. And they have been an organization in the past that has been plagued by tripping up after a loss and not being able to gather themselves. And that seems to be what they've attacked this season around. And based on the results, it is working, picking up a couple of wins in a row last week.
The exciting, the don't get excited about KT meme comes from the fact that this team has had really high highs, but has never been able to raise the average up to closer to those highs. The consistency hasn't been there. And right now, it looks favorable, let's say, for KT, because Aiming is on a PUG streak. This team is playing around them. They found their footing around bottom side, like Live Sandbox decided to play around Prince. That's why we always make that comparison. As we're going to focus in on the mid lane here, which I think is an interesting choice of key player matchup here. Both Karis and Vikla, you know, struggling a little bit. So I guess in some ways you could think maybe Vikla's recent laning problems could be an avenue for success here for Hanwha Life. If they choose blue side here, Karis on a strong prio champion to get control of the map, maybe play a little bit more on the top side of the map. I could see an angle here for why you would want to look at this matchup in particular. But for me, it's about the top side. Like, can Dudu actually make a dent on Rascal? Will Hanwha Life be able to find a way to play not around Chunny, the rookie player, but their best players on the top side of the map this season, or rather this matchup? Yeah, is the hope for Hanwha fans, I think. Yeah, and despite the fact that this isn't necessarily the most important place on the map, these are two players very similar ages, and the fact that Karis has the highest solo kills out of our mid laners is a really interesting stat. Like, it's just a bit strange. All of the other stats, not super great. On Vikla's side, he does a lot of damage for what he's given, but that's really the only noteworthy thing there. But picking up 6 solo kills is Karis, and does kind of show that the rest of his team hasn't necessarily been performing when he's found his moments. And unfortunately, that's led to Hanwha, trailing and not being able to pick up the victories that they'd otherwise want. As Hanwha fans here in the audience just really hoping that they can turn things around as we move ever further into the second round robin. A couple that were on camera just a moment ago, so it's their first time coming since they got married. Oh, very cute. And calling KT the king of team fights. We'll see if that ends up being true again for them here. For Aiming, he has been the king, and you give this guy Zeri, you give this guy Aphelios, and you regret it. I don't think he'll be allowed to play either of those champions this game, nor will he be given the opportunity to play something like a Lucian. And I think that probably Hanwha Life Esports should maybe even think about what could happen if he's given a Kog'Maw. Because when he gets resources, as he is now in the latter parts of Round Robin 1 and now at the beginning of Round Robin 2, been given them and consistently been giving them, and non-stop they are trying to empower this guy. It's tough, and if your bottom duo as Hanwha Life Esports here and Chunny and Vista isn't able to compete, then you're going to really struggle if all those resources come over, which is why I think Hanwha should try to play elsewhere. Amumu, also Vista's #1 pick, no Hex Flash. Really hurts him here potentially in this first game. Well, here we are into the draft for game #1. Corki going to be the first ban on the blue side. KT respecting the Kalista that Hanwha Life Esports as a team just really likes to lock away. And Silas ban on blue side is also a very interesting one. Hanwha are just going straight to a Gnar first pick, and they are not passing go, and they are not collecting $200. Nope. The Kalista ban here is just so smart. Shuts down the MO of Hanwha Life Esports, even though it hasn't been Chunny's before in Challengers. He wasn't really a Kalista player. We talked about this last time he played. He did play it last time. Did not work, but at least attempted it. So you don't even have to worry about the Amumu now as KT here. I mean, you could just ban the Gnar, but they, like, I don't know if I agree with this choice to ban the Azir because it's Dudu. They banned the Silas. They clearly knew, like, Hanwha clearly knew what they wanted. And KT clearly knew that Hanwha were going to first pick Gnar. So I really hope that KT now have a plan for what they're going to do here. Because, of course, you can get any pick for Rascal here, and you can do it and then protect it with some bans later. So looking at the Lucian at the moment, getting a priority lane for Aiming,
I think that kind of ticks some of the boxes that we're looking for. Whether they lock in the Nami alongside it immediately, or whether they look for a priority jungle pick instead, is my question.
I'd rather see the jungle pick, but this is a flex pick here now.
Love it.
In the Talia, and man, it's been the night of Talia. It really has. Seen it in every game, and that's going to continue. Notice her win rate here is insane. 11 wins out of 14 picks. She is a specialist pick, only seeing her in specific compositions. And this is going to be another attempt here to play around strong bottom side. Now, the Lulu Aphelios is the answer to the Lucian pick that came through. I think this is probably just going to be a Nami to come through. Still very strong into the Lulu.
Yeah, of course, Lulu is picked as a bit of an answer, but I just don't think you can pick Lucian without it. Or without some sort of enchanted down there. Theoretically, it can be a bunch of things, but this makes the most sense as Lucian and Nami are kind of tied together these days. If I was center, I'd be getting a bit jealous. I'd be starting to ask some questions, you know? It's like, you've been spending some time with this mermaid, Mr. Lucian.
Yeah, they're definitely asking some big questions. Lissandra banned here, taking away that utility pick for Kara, super strong with the Lulu, because of course she can just claw in, ult, then of course be wild growth afterwards. Works extremely well with a comp like this to set up for that low range of Aphelios.
Yeah.
In terms of other picks here, we don't know what Vikla is planning on running just yet, so it's hard to then identify further what he'd want to take away from Kara. Something like a Rise ban would tell us more, but I don't think that's going to be on the cards. Silas is already banned. Might just see more focus here on the jungle pool. Yeah, taking away the Trundle, making sure that Lucian Nami can push hard in the early game without dealing with this. And the Poppy, again, available and strong here, but doesn't have Hex Flash, so doesn't feel as appealing.
I mean, if I'm KT, I'm 100% picking Poppy if Home Alive do not ban it away right now. It is too strong to be left up, and for Home Alive to pick it. I think that KT has to pick it away.
Well, I mean, they still have the Talia flexibility here, so don't have to lock it in right away if they are considering it, because Talia can still be a jungle pick. Could instead just...
True.
Show us what, I mean, we'll decide right now. There's only two ways to go about this. You pick a mid or you pick a jungle.
Yep, and also I guess Talia does have a bit of anti-dash herself, so you can sort of answer it with the Unraveled Earth a little bit instead, as it's only Gnar really right now that's been presented as Poppyable.
Yeah.
With his Hop and Crush.
I just think the Poppy is super strong when you are the one that is trying to punish the pushing lane, and that's why she's been picked a lot in the LCK, and KT are the pushing lane, in theory. That's the hope with this Lucian draft. Xin Zhao on fleek, special. It has been his favorite champion to play.
Yeah.
Actually, you know, is now moved up with this lock-in to his second most played behind the Wukong.
Is this Ari or Victor, Wolf?
Well, probably Victor is the problem. But, like, it's Xin Zhao, so that's why I'm kind of feeling like just going to be that scaling option. They don't have a whole lot else in terms of setting up for the late game fights. But it's the Ari, and I mean, at least Ari can somewhat compete with the Lucian Nami in mid to late game, where she's looking to pick the Lucian as he tries to find damage. I don't hate it for that, as the Korean casters yelled no when this was hovered because they don't like this Gnar counter pick. They'd rather see the Sejuani, and so would I in this draft, because it needs a little bit more frontlining. You've already got great engage with Nami here, Talia to be able to set up fights and also engage from far away. Tidal wave goes through.
Lee, though. His play's so good.
We all do, but I'd rather just see the Sejuani here just play it safe. If Sejuani gets charmed in these fights, don't feel as bad about it. She's probably going to live through and be able to set up for follow-up CC from Talia, from Nami. Choke point control is kind of insane here for KT Rolster if they can set up on objectives first with a prio they're looking to have.
And also just their ability to just get picks, right? Their lockdown of a single target, the follow-up from Vikla on this Talia, certainly going to be powerful. They should have the shove there towards that bottom side as well with this Lucian Nami. And you can always fall back on this crit Lucian in the later stages of the game as well, and we'll see how Aiming's going to be able to play this one out. He's certainly been on a tear over the last couple of weeks, but still, there's a lot of power here from this very, very standard draft from Humble Life Esports. It will mean that Dudu can be absolutely massive in these team fights with wild growth on top, things like this. And if he's the one that's running the show, then Chani should be able to do damage. If he's not, then it's possible that Vikla just takes control of this map, walls off the Aphelios, and aiming can run amok.
Let's see how Vikla does in the lane, too, because that's been his big weak point in the last few games he's played, and this is a matchup that could definitely go the wrong way.
Yep, looking forward to seeing how it goes as we hop onto the Rift here for game number 1. Yes, a fellow Project Lucian enjoyer is aiming. I appreciate it.
Lots of cleanse coming through here, Atlas, with the Ari angle. Aiming will pick it up, Vikla will pick it up. Unsealed Spellbook means that it's not a tragedy for Talia. Like, a lot of mid laners who play into the Ari end up having to take cleanse, like Corki, for example, can't actually play Unsealed Spellbook, and so lose a lot of value because they want to be first striking as who wins the battle. Viego will win in the end.
Yeah, got it. But I think it was close.
Yeah.
We'll have to see.
He's trying to symbolize like how this is going to go between Viego and Gnar later on in this game.
Well, I'm very interested to see whether the former T1 jungler buff is going to extend to Cuz, as we saw Elim almost manage to pick up a pentakill on his Viego, and now it's Cuz's turn.
Yeah. But Vikla has cleanse but unsealed, so he will be able to take one charm and then we'll switch to teleport, so can look for some aggressive trades. But this is where Karis can really shine in what was, our key player matchup is.
Ooh, no ping.
Money.
No ping's actually coming out here. As you did see the minions walk across the ward, but that obviously doesn't show on the minimap, as finally we do get a ping there. So it looks like Cuz did actually appear. So an interesting situation as Ebb and Flow flying down towards this bottom side from Life. As Chani's already taken a little bit of damage here. Looks like we've got some straight up laning happening, as top side of the map is where both of our junglers have started. So none of this level 2 gank cheese that we saw, perpetually throughout our last series.
Yeah, with the Xin Zhao and Viego, a little bit tougher to pull that one off. And Lulu also going to make it tougher to actually try to set up kill range here. As the beginning of this, before level 2 is hit, Chani is just going to harass a little bit with that Calibrum as best as he can, and we'll keep Life and aiming back until they can hit that level 2. As Cuz is pathing down towards this lane. There were 2 wards set up, one by Karis there, you could see just below the mid lane, and a second there set up by Vista in this brush, or actually set up by Chani, in fact. But there's a lot of ways that Cuz could be spotted early if he wants to try to punish this tiny window where the Aphelios and Lulu are pushing hard. I don't think he's looking for it, though. Just knows that it's pretty unrealistic to hope for a Viego gank to work out at this stage of time. Not a Trundle, not a Poppy, not a Jarvan.
Yeah, not a heck of a lot of just hard CC. Is aiming, doing a lot of damage.
There's the level 2. You hit level 2, you're like, all right, I'm going to pop my passive twice on the Aphelios, and that's the trade I'm looking for.
Yep, Tidecaller's Blessing, pretty powerful, as it turns out. So Life able to augment for just the most damage, on top of course, Lucian's passive in general. Just really good stuff. Cuz going to be able to take down this bit of Shellfish here towards the top side. On Fleek doing the same thing on the bottom side. Not setting up for any sort of dive or anything like that. Of course, the minion wave too thin in order to get anything like that happening. And we are just going to continue with some just straight up honest laning. Seismic Shove is going to bring Karis into turret range, as Vikla will avoid the charm.
Yep, he did take the stopwatch rune, Vikla did, so something we're seeing a lot, obviously, with the Talias, where you're going to have a really strong, powerful setup for a Seismic Shove in a mid-game team fight. If you get any kills early with your roam, you get the stopwatch faster, so it's a pretty nice rune to take. We'll just go back and grab a tier here, because she's a little bit mana-starved in the early game. Karis having Dematerializer to push the wave in is going to get a free back here. Vikla just going to go chase this wave down. Didn't cleanse yet, so it doesn't have a teleport or anything like that. And everything is kind of going according to plan here for Humble Life Esports. The early game goes well for the Ari.
Well, Life is in a whole host of trouble. That's a flash forward from Johnny as the Ignite's still ticking down. The Life will survive. That's why you drink your potions. But KT getting pressured out here, showing the power of that Lulu. It's why we see it so many times. Banned on the blue side if you're aiming for a Lucian first pick.
Yeah.
No pun intended, of course.
Exactly. And this lane can go much better for the Lucian Nami, but the level 2 that was hit so late here for aiming, they were able to trade a lot of that health bar, but Chani has the pots, of course, can heal through, and didn't get enough of a trade back to actually have any kill pressure here. And with the Viego pick, there's no punish on this push here bottom side, and Chani flashed for that play, so it's a trade of flashes. I'm not 100% sure if he was able to hit a Gravitum or not, but
yeah, he did.
Okay, that's what I thought, because I was going to say if he didn't, then he would have actually had the opportunity to hit it afterwards and kill life there. So a smart flash regardless, so nice trade. Almost gets the kill, gets control of the lane. So well played, and Chani, you know, kind of subverting expectations here, at least in this early part, because, you know, we were thinking, all right, it's aiming, he's on Lucian, Chani makes even one mistake, and this could be a disaster, but in fact, they control it very well.
Yeah, it's certainly working out so far, and you can see CS advantages across the board here for Harmalife Esports outside of, I guess, that bottom side, as both of these lanes did go for a bit of a reset. So KT off to a bit of a slow start here, as I guess we're getting to the top of the roller coaster before we start cascading down. Generally a thing that you do. I personally haven't used too many E-words to describe KT today, so we are out of the woods as far as that is concerned. See how things are going to go, because Harmalife Esports certainly starting off with a bit of a bang here at the beginnings of this game. KT probably looking for more of that mid-game style of spike.
Yeah, with the Taliyah here, you know, you really are trying to set up for first or second Drake fights, the big commitment to the fight where you actually get that 5v5. You're not as powerful in these early game skirmishes or in a 3v3 Jinzhao versus the Viego here, especially when the wave is pushed in like this. And Vista is just showing what Lulu can do into Lucian Nami, because what you can do is just constantly harass with your Glitterlands, whereas the Nami doesn't have that same sort of trade back, isn't able to stack Spell Thieves' Edge as easily. Obviously can help out when you know, proc that E onto the Lucian, give them those extra autos, and you can start trading back, but you yourself, as the Nami, aren't really going to be using ranged attacks to trade back against the Lu. So Vista has been very aggressive and has constantly kept aiming life honest here, so without any help from Cuz, they're just going to keep control of this lane. Mid lane, naturally, Ahri is going to have the stronger early game. Gnar into the Sejuani has been played really well here from Dudu. It's his main, it's his one trick. They got it in first pick, so, I mean, things for Harmalife here are looking really great. 500 gold to lead, 700 gold to lead, actually, is something else is picked up there from Cuz, I think. But, I mean, now you're really just kind of in a strong spot in terms of control of the map, and KT, you're going to have to be hoping for some good team fights here, because otherwise this Lucian pick has not worked out.
Yeah, and also they really have sacrificed this bottom side. It's a large reason why I think, in addition to the fact that Harmalife have picked the Lulu in order to try and subvert this, but look at the vision control. If you're KT, you can't make an aggressive play bottom lane.
Yeah.
You can't be in range to ebb and flow to try and get some poke damage onto Vista and Chani. Is aiming still just getting lanced over and over again. And Cuz is now going to be moving down on fleek in the area as he does clean out a ward and is now looking to steal away Cuz's blue. Cuz is already wearing on fleeks, so it's working out as far as the jungle matchup is concerned, and without any kills and without any really massive leads or anything like that going in favor of Harmalife, I'd say that this is kind of okay for KT, because they just want to get the Lucian Nami into a position where they're okay for the first team fight, and then it could just be the aiming show all over again anyway, except we're just slowly but surely getting there.
Because the first item for both of these AD carries is very likely going to just be that Gale Force. They both have their Noon Quivers, but a Gale Force on Lucian is way more powerful than a Gale Force on an Aphelios. So even if it is an even game state and they both get that item at the same time, like you said, the power goes to the Lucian. So he's still going to have a big spike there, whereas the Aphelios is really looking for a 2-item spike where he's going to make his mark around those mid-game fights. So, you know, KT here are like you said, would rather have a larger lead, and they drafted for a larger lead, but...
Moonlight, not quite, I think.
Very poetic of you to say.
Thank you.
Like the rhyme coming through. We always have to, you know, pause for these moments. But yeah, I mean, I do agree that Talia also has a strong mid-game here too, and is going to, once she starts to get some items online, have a lot of power in team fights. Starting to catch up in CS. No longer this is all about Karas pushing through. Never had any pick setup, never was able to force a cleanse out of Vikla.
Ooh, Rascal's pretty low here. Just gets gnawed into the wall. Dudu gonna find the wallop. But yeah, Bristle just shaking it off, I guess. Bit of Taylor Swift action here for Rascal. He's just wanting to go home.
Yeah, he Rascal doesn't even ignite here. He's like, yeah, I don't think you're going to commit super hard. I'm going to back away after looking for the Gnar into the wall. Does have teleport, gets his health back, just returns straight to lane. Yep. And Gnar into Sejuani when the enemy jungler is just kind of AFK farming works out pretty well for the Gnar. And there just hasn't been enough vision control, like you said, for KT to really identify where On Fleek is. That's a great shove.
Yeah, nicely done. Finds the empowered Q there as well as he's threading the volleys nicely.
Life is like, man, I wish you waited a little bit longer. I could have tidal waved him with that. We actually get a kill.
And also, like, the bounce, you know, between the seismic shove and the aqua prison, you know, like, you get some cool things going on there. Doesn't quite work out, as, of course, a little bit late. Nami just swims a little slowly, I guess. No shoes. But, of course, I guess Life is a mermaid, so not going to need shoes, but you can still buy them. Why is it that you can't buy them on Cassiopeia, but you like can on Nami?
That's a really good question, right?
Where does she wear the shoes, Wolf? On her hands?
She's got two like opposable fins to her tail there, so like.
Oh, that's a stretch.
I mean, Cassiopeia doesn't have a split. It doesn't have the fork in the tail. You know, you need two
true.
shoes. You got two spots for shoes, I guess, as the mermaid here.
Well, there's a Gravitum onto Aiming, who's going to take a bit of damage. Moonlight Vigil connects this time. There's the flash from Onfleek. Does manage to get the extended range on the Audacious charge, but will just go straight into an Aqua Prison and take so much damage. Has to Crescent Guard to keep himself alive as Cuz is down here on the bottom side as well. And we are going to have a gentleman's agreement and back away. Or I say that now, Cuz is moving in. Back will come through. As now another Seismic Shove connects onto Karis. Our Talias have just been on point today.
It's just the night of Talia too. Like every Talia comp just makes so much sense, and this is no exception. Like Talia into Ahri dashes feels horrible for the Ahri, you know, and like the fact of the matter is if you can hit these consistently like Vikla is, the Seismic Shove is arguably an even better CC than Charm is and sets up picks the same way, if not better. You know, she's not going to be able to dash forward to fish for them, but maybe if you just constantly know exactly what you're doing, as Vikla has shown us, as Fate has shown us, then you know what? Maybe you just don't need those dashes. But the reason why in that last fight on the bottom side, which I don't know if we'll have a replay of because we don't always do that when there's no kills, the reason why Aiming flashed instead of using the Tidal Wave first is because they wanted to set a trap. Like, Vikla was ready to come down there, and with the Tidal Wave, actually Weaver's Wall in and trap Chani and Vista there. Fortunately, just wasn't quite able to get it, so they do have to Tidal Wave after the flash is used. So Aiming losing out on critical summoners here he could use to be aggressive. Chani and Vista still holding onto their flashes is pretty significant to note here.
Yeah.
And we haven't talked a lot about like the Drakes have been traded and stuff like this because it's been such a quiet game with no real team fights. But because of those flashes being down here and no Talia, they're just going to casually drop the Rift Herald down bloodless as well and be like, sorry, you're just going to lose some farm here. We might die of you.
Yep, and they're going to lose these plates as well. Money goes over to Chani and, of course, Onfleek. Kind of all going to plan so far, but neither team with any notable advantage. In fact, not a whole lot really happening here in this early game, as except for, as you say, you know, the exchange of Drakes and the Rift Herald being picked up by Hanwha, which does mean they now have about a 600 gold lead. But honestly, doesn't really mean too much. Now really Chani is going to get hit by Aiming, but Aiming's just going to cull Vista. There's a whole lot of damage there. A little bit late is Cuz. Seems like a little bit late is kind of the story of this game.
Remember I said Aiming's Gale Force is going to be better. He's still holding on to his, but this is a 3v3 fight. Choke point controlled by Hanwha Life Esports here. Vikla's just always waiting. They're spamming the request like, I need help here. I'm going to need some assistance so I can actually Weaver's Wall in. Otherwise, please don't fight. I need to be there or you guys are not going to win it. Ari's going to come over and wreck things. So I thought we were going to see potentially Hanwha Life Esports set up a dive, actually, on that bottom turret once the crash came through, but they did not. Speaking of,
Onfleek is not going to be bubbled as he walks in there, as Tidal Wave is going to come through. Oh, Whimsy a little bit late there as the flash over the wall has to come through from Life. Of course, Aiming able to dash over, so didn't actually need it, and thankfully not, because his flash was still on cooldown. Hanwha really making things happen, but KT haven't quite woken up yet on the Rift.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, Vikla's kind of been pinned down, and we've seen the best till he is in terms of making an impact on the game, constantly rotating down. This is going to be another 3v3.
Yeah, there's, teleport to come forward as Chonny's going to miss another ultimate. Wind becomes lightning, comes on through as Chonny. Oh, it's Alcove Gaming now. And doesn't have the ult, doesn't have anything. There's no option, and that's First Blood going over to Aiming. I actually kind of forgot that we'd had no kills this game, and somehow it is Aiming that collects it in the end.
Yeah, so dead Aphelios, some extra push here on the bottom side. Teleport had to be committed. Well, I guess you could argue it didn't have to be committed, but is committed, and that's one thing that KT lose in this pick, because Rasco's going to have to walk back to this lane very slowly. At least has a Hex Gate. It's going to help him out. By the way, Hextech Soul, very strong for both teams, but I would argue way stronger for KT in their comp's longevity. It would be pretty massive for them if they can pick it up. We'll see a trade of turrets. First turret blood, though, goes to the top laner here for Hanwha.
Oh, well, speaking of top laners, Onfleek is just going to be picked up by Rascal. And Rascal was just lurking in a brush. Vista looking to come on over here as Dudu gets the wraparound, misses the seismic shove, and Vikla has no flash. The heal's going to come through, but he's still dead. Karis is going to help pick that one up as Rascal does collect somehow the Eye of the Herald for the second one, but Sejuani's still going to go down. So an odd series of plays, but it's going to even out the kills, but KT do get a Rift Herald.
Yep, KT get a Rift Herald. The Gnar turret here for Dudu where he gets extra money. No.
Yeah, Tidal Wave comes through. Crush comes down. Aiming, culling, going to be used onto the mini Gnar as Karis is on a ward, and the charm is going to be avoided there by the Relentless Pursuit. And now we're sieging on the outer turret in the mid lane.
It just feels like this is, I feel like I'm watching a solo queue game because all the plays that are happening are individual players being like, this is mine, I'm going to take this, I'm going to go forward, without really a lot of thought about what happens next. Yeah. Like Dudu coming in there and trying to take those Raptors and the rest of the team being like, whoa, we got to go save him. At least doesn't have to flash this time around. The same we said of him taking that top turret, but then not protecting for the Herald. But then Rascal is greedy, he dies. It's a lot happening here all at once.
Well, there's a stun, but there's 5 members of Hanwha Life here, but it doesn't seem to bother KT. Onfleek gonna ult, gonna dash on forward, trying to frontline here for the team as another Moonlight Vigil will actually connect. Somehow no one's dead yet, but Onfleek's relatively low. Rascal trying to tank where he can. You cannot step that far forward by yourself, young man, as Dudu is gonna hit Mega Gnar and does flash to get to relative safety. As yes, once again, it's bloodless. But KT get control of the mid lane, and they have Shirley to augment it. As there's the charm flash to go through. Weaver's Wall is not going to do anything as a little snowman is the Talia. Onfleek will be traded there, as you can see. Shirley still just hard at work here in the mid lane as Rascal's going to arctically assault over the wall. Vista now as well was waiting in the brush, actually managed to bait Vista in, and the rest of KT can't do anything about it. I think Hanwha should be able to take a dragon now, and this game went from nothing happening to everything very quickly as, just fast enough is Aiming.
Oh man, I would have flashed that. I would have been so scared. He does not flash and is just, as you say, narrowly able to avoid it. As this should be mid-turret plus Drake. Dudu's already started it up right now, has a Gnar bar, no one can collapse on him.
Rascal, where do you come from? The Bristle drive-by onto the Lulu. It's a double kill for the bloodthirsty Sejuani. Dudu will take this other objective as top laners seem to be the ones securing the neutrals this game, but Aiming's going to pick up yet another kill. And as we check in on the stats, we now, all of a sudden, have a 3-1-2 Pig on the top lane, and Lucian has 3 kills.
So this fight is so disjointed here on both sides. Dudu does his job extremely well, hops away here, but it's so telling that with the Lulu here, Onfleek actually does the most damage in the beginning of this fight. Like, he's far and above everyone else, as he's just basically immortal here, has his Crescent Guard, has the Wild Growth. And then Dudu steps back forward here, has to flash away, and now KT are like, all right, this is our fight to take now. They forced this one forward. I can't believe we're going to watch this whole replay because I want to see what happens next. But then Charm gets hit here. The Weaver's Wall is not enough. Vikla does, of course, eventually get picked off here after getting the kill onto the Jin Zhao because he steps too far forward. And Rascal backs here, comes back with teleport. Like, this is when the pick happens here onto Vikla. And are we going to go all the way? Like, we got to speed this replay up. All right, now this is when Rascal comes in with teleport from downtown. What's up? Bristle's here.
Well, in the meantime, you've got On Fleek underneath his turret. Cuz is going to kill him. Not sure about the lead-up, but you have to assume that it's very similar to the lead-up of the last play, which was craziness. As Karis decides, oh, okay, he's going to blast cone his way over. There's the flash finally coming out from Aiming, who was trying to hold it for the entire game, I guess. It's 20 minutes, and KT are going to do Baron. May as well,
Yeah, I
right?
guess so.
Whatever, it's
Yeah,
fine. Baron's up, we're here.
They're on the wrong side of the map, and, you know, I think they're going to get away with it here, although
Well,
Vesta has ult.
yeah, they put a control ward in here, but I think it's just gone.
Yeah, it's
somehow
gone.
it
Bye-bye.
is. It's Lucian that secures it with his smite, obviously, that he had.
Like I said, it's a solo queue game.
Yeah.
We're watching right now. Who put these 10 pro gamers' names on the solo queue game I'm watching right now?
No, these 10 pro players also play solo queue. They just happen to. We got really lucky.
I
with
like
this one.
how we're going back to this replay again. Like, I think we haven't missed enough of what's happening in live here, so we can then go to the replay after this of what happened topside because we have no idea.
Karis died.
Yes. And now, over here, okay, it's just another Sejuani ult.
What the heck, Rascal? Is he just the best Sejuani in the universe, Wolf?
I mean, he's... No, I don't think so, actually. I think there's better options. I think there are a few other strong ones. Like, Valkyrie has a lot to say about your question there. But is he the best Sejuani in this game? Is he the most fed player on KT next to Amy? Yeah. And he is hitting these ultimates, and he's setting it up with Weaver's Wall and gets another pick. And KT back in control of the game for now, as the fighting is just not going to stop.
And I'm just like, I'm trying to work out, like, how is Sejuani thriving so much in all of this chaos, you know? Like, I didn't expect the Sejuani to be the one that would really be the queen of all the chaos here. As Weaver's Wall comes through, Dudu is on the wrong side of it, but he avoids the seismic shove as KT's trying to sneak autos in here. As you can see, running real fast. Let's see whether Vikla can stay alive. Good wallop comes through, but here's the turnaround. Karis gonna have to go golden as Cuz's Heartbreaker is now on cooldown, but he still stabs the Ahri to death. That charm was just, what the heck, Cuz? Are you the best Ahri in this game? As the Crescent Guard's not gonna be enough for On Fleek to survive, and KT, oh man, you should have known. When the chaos ensues,
When we get to the top.
KT will thrive.
The Honor Life Esports, they were at the top of the roller coaster. They were so ready to take this win, and then suddenly at 20 minutes in, KT is taking the whole thing. They're taking the whole game. They're like, oh, I'm going to get an inhibitor here. This map belongs to us. And Cuz just with that flash charm signed his name on the inhibitor. He's like, Cuz was here. Is Cuz the best Ahri in the universe? No. But in this game, maybe. Because, like, he has ended up... Okay, so Dudu gets trapped on the other side of this wall. Shove doesn't hit. And then Karis decides, okay, I'm going to try to turn this. I want to go in for the pick. And when he gets killed, Cuz is actually able to steal his essence away as the culling stops him in his tracks. He has to stop watching, then Cuz takes him. Flash charm on the 80 carry. Like, if you hit anybody else, they're probably okay. But he hit Tony. He hit Aphelios. It's just like, whoa.
Meanwhile, there's more fighting, Wolf. I feel like we're casting Overwatch again, you know? It's just like there's too many team fights, one after the other. It's like we just need to let the color talk. No, not in this game. That is not what we're about.
I mean, I got a lot of replays to say again.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. But then we're out of the replay, so you don't get to finish your thought, as KT are going to look to even out the Drakes, as Aiming taking some popcorn chicken. And we're going to take a bit of a moment here to have a look at how fed Cuz and Aiming are. Congratulations on all of the money, gentlemen. They are very far ahead. That is why KT has this 5,000 gold lead.
It's still crazy to me that Dudu is 1,000 gold ahead.
As Aiming's dashing for him. There's the culling, and he picks it up just the perfect amount. And that was a majestic tidal wave there from Life as well for moral support.
He's like, oh man, you're not going to get hit by the tsunami, but you're filled with holes as the Lucian ultimate comes through. 5-0 and 3. And, you know, we talk about how aiming is really good on the late game AD carries. You know, he's played 2 games of Lucian. He's 1-1 before this, but it's not really his play, so I'm not really playing around that. But in this late game, which, you know, I think we can call it late game with how much has happened and the Baron that was taken and everything that KT have picked up. Yeah, he is just hyper-carrying this game on Lucian.
Yeah.
5-0-3. He's just walking at people and killing them. And he's probably going to pick up POG again, even though Sejuani and Cuz had some good moments, you know.
No, I'm stealing your POG vote paper, and I'm giving it to the Piggy 100%. Rascal just ran that early game. Oh, man. He's been so impressive, and I like it when tank players get the POG for just putting their face into fights to get things going. It's what Zeus did in both the T1 wins in our prior series. I loved that as well. And Rascal's just been really good at being where he needs to be and getting things done.
He has not been afraid to constantly force fights, which is where KT got the tempo lead they have. And so I'm with you. As much as I think aiming is going to get it, it's not going to be another unanimous one for him. At least not yet. We'll see what happens next. But
I'd happily be that kick W in chat.
Look at Life just trying to get the assist. He's like, hold on, I want some money too. Hold on.
Oh, that's not the assist. He just needs to press E on the Lucian.
Yeah, it's true. Okay, he did press E on Lucian. That is true.
Yeah.
So I don't know why he ulted there.
It was all his damage. Let's be honest. Like, he's got Imperial Mandate. Like, obviously, like, he was the one amplifying all of it. He just needed to tidal wave because it makes it look amazing in, like, the final photo.
Yeah. Yeah, true. True. He's pressing E real hard, but he wants to press R because you can't. Because Silly Wolf didn't even notice the E. He's like, notice me, Wolf. I'm tidal waving over here.
Well, I mean, I just assumed that he used it. I didn't notice it.
It was so funny. It's so funny also that in the first shot of that we had, like, he was off camera. The tidal wave just like sails by as an afterthought. We didn't even see Life. He wasn't even in frame. The observers weren't even interested.
It was a zoning wave. Okay. As Jonah Strong's going to zoom out to demonstrate the fact that Harmor Life can see nothing. As aiming is going to come out of the fog of war, and oh my god, that is a back massage that could murder you, as the wave is actually very scary with this skin, the spooky version of it.
Very angry shark in
So
there.
it was an intimidation wave. That's what it was.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's been with like ults from supports today, but they have been very strange. Here's the full collapse. As now Dudu is being completely sandwiched. The wall's going to cut him off as the ulti to finish there as well as Rascal comes down. Cuz Heartbreakers to get himself out of dodge. Zoned the rest of Hanwha away from their own base that is now just going to get broken down by KT. And KT's like, you left your keys in the door. I guess we'll just walk in.
Yeah, don't even have to check under the mat. Look at Life's build.
Maybe they bought that rock from the hardware store that everyone has that they hide their key in there. And KT's like, oh, you mean this one with the key in it?
It's like very inconspicuous rock. I think that's what it says on the tag. Like when you look it up, when it gets scanned, it's just called inconspicuous rock on the register.
Yeah. Oh. They left the barcode on it, on this like this sticker.
Let me see. They have to flip the rock over to see the sticker, and then they're like, "Oh, a key's down here."
Oh, good.
But will Life finish the Void Staff with his Sork shoes on the Nami is the real question. That's what I want to see.
I hope so.
As Chunny has to flash here at the beginning of this fight, Dudu tries to hop away, but he is super dead.
And Cuz also like just flashes on top of him while KT are doing like something else entirely. He gets whimsied, but then he has a stopwatch, and now he has a GA. So I guess no harm, no foul on that one, and it's a 9,000 gold lead now, Wolf. So that's why we're talking about rocks with keys in them. This game is getting very close to the last legs.
It was true, like what you said when we were like, okay, nothing happened, and then everything happened all the time. And then once KT accelerated things, honestly, like you said, completely based on Rascal's aggression on this Sejuani, trying to set up those picks on the top side. Got the Lucian fed, and then there was no recourse here for Hanwha Life Esports. It was going fine with the draft they set up for lanes until it wasn't. Like, the bottom lane was going well. Karas was controlling mid. Dudu had control of top side. All three lanes were winning until Rascal decided he wanted to be aggressive. And that's what this game is all about. And now a 5-0-4 Lucian is just going to walk at Hanwha. Yeah, and he's got a stopwatch now, too.
And he's also got a Tidecaller's Blessing coming from a Nami that has Imperial Mandate and Void Staff.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I was
The
like, I was
Void
gonna finish the
Starmie.
Void Staff. There we go.
This insanity coming through here as KT just demonstrating all of the confidence ever in order to build that item.
Sork shoes too, man. He's got all the magic now.
Oh, he does. He does. He's ready to do the damages as Dudu as well has the Mega Gnar, but he doesn't have the health bar. Unfortunately, as now Karis does find himself a charm. Vikla looks to get himself out of the way though, and unfortunately the wallets from KT are just a little bit too sizable. And Karis not going to be able to find that one, aiming, dashing this way, then that way. He's zigging and zagging.
You know, why do we always talk about the size of the wallet? It's really what's about what's in it, you know?
That is true. It's about the substance, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
I mean, the weight of the wallet is usually what you say. The wallets are heavy.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's relevant, as On Fleek does have a broken stopwatch now, and also is going to spend some time in the Death Chamber. Dudu possibly going to join him. Both of them do limp away, as the Nexus turrets have now been taken down. It's a bare Nexus, as KT... I wonder whether they'll look for the kills. And yes, of course they will. They get the first one here onto the Gnar, but they do spare the rest of Harmon Life Esports as they destroy the Nexus here and take game one.
Let's see the production POG. Is it going on, Amy? Yeah, it is.
Nope.
But look at me right now as I put my vote on the top column. And
thank you,
might
Wolf.
and this might be an inside joke. The Korean cast doesn't understand when we say the 12 out of 13 for aiming. And they're like, it just ruins our storyline of the unanimous aiming POGs and how many back-to-backs he gets. But the fans with these two Ras and Cal signs do get it because he was the one.
Right, they do.
He was the one who accelerated the game, and yes, aiming did the boom damage on Lucian, which is not normally a sentence that comes together because it's usually the hyper carries we're talking about for him, but he was set up by Rascal just deciding it was time to go all the time, and he hit several critical ultimates, punished Hana Life Esports poor rotations around the map, and we kind of memed our way through the last 8 to 10 minutes of that game because it was just suddenly so over that it wasn't even worth discussing, but I think the one thing we can say good for Hana Life Esports was they played out the laning phase very well. They had a draft that handled the Lucian lane well, played around the prio in mid they were trying to fish for with this Ahri. Unfortunately, they still weren't coordinated enough to win when KT decided to actually turn the amp up to 10, max out the volume, and to just fight nonstop. That's when they fell apart. But yeah, you could see in the gold graph, like around 18 minutes was when suddenly it was all fighting all the time for KT and they were winning it. That was when Rascal said, the English casters are voting for me.
He absolutely did. And you know what? He got his wish as well. As I've bullied Chronicler into doing it last week, and I've now bullied you into doing it. This is how I get my vote back, by the way. As, yep, see? Rascal Pog. I'm not the only one, Wolf. It's going to be an 11 out of 13 for Rascal. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, it's going to be the analyst chairs and carpet space and a game number 2.
고연포 때마다 때리면 된다 루시안이. 자부터 앞라인부터 아리 높을. 저부터 더블리키 한 번 더 가네. 나를. 아리. 나 2사차 Q 2초. 더블리키 이렇게 타워. 아 2초.
안에 들어온다.
바로 온다. 얘네 못 돌아요. 길 좀 보여줘. 나이스.
Hello and welcome to the analyst desk, the carpet space and the chairs, and me, Valdez, with Chronicler. That was game number 1 of KT versus Home of Life, which it felt like the beginning of it was they were trying to do what we saw in the last series, like a lot of focus on the bot lane, a lot of skirmishes, but like nothing was really happening, and then all of a sudden it exploded.
We were summoning a portal to a different world, and then once we got to the different world, everything went up in smokes, and everything in this case was the chances for Humble Life to win the game. It was very messy, it was very, very zany. Looking at the draft here, the Gnar, no-brainer, but maybe don't give over to Taliyah. The Lucian Nami was actually neutralized very well in lane, but it also continues the trend of good Lucians will have an impact outside of lane. We need to get kind of out of this mindset that Lucian is only good if he snowballs the early lane, because he really doesn't need to. Like once you get Guild Force, or even in the later stage of the game, now that your ultimate skills with crit, like Guild Force in culling can just win fights single-handedly. So I think the Aphelios Lulu for lane was fine, and then the Ahri into like Nami, into Lucian, into Taliyah just felt very lackluster to me. And it kind of continues the trend of Hanwha Life's draft being very cookie cutter and never really, like, at least teams like Kwang try to throw curveballs.
Yeah.
And I feel like Hanwha Life just always defaults to very basic, and it just doesn't really work. And KT Comp overall, really like the Sejuani. Nice round up.
I like the way you put that. Definitely very basic kind of picks from the side of Home of Life Esports. Let's take a look at highlight number 1, which was, you know, not too much had happened here, but Home of Life, they decide, okay, a lot of stuff has been used here. We've got on fleek going forward. This is what our comp is meant to do. And then it just kind of eventually goes awry because they go a little bit too deep.
It was just... So you actually win this fight. You can take position in river if you'd want to. And then Dudu is forced to flash out, like on fleek also went way too deep. And then it gets even weirder because we have like, so this is going on.
We must kill Nami.
So we killed Nami, but now on fleek is stuck behind a wall, gets knocked back. And then Herald's being taken, so Rascal is just like standing near the turret, but he gets away with it anyway. And then Vista's forced to flash because the fight still is ongoing. Then Vikla ends up dying eventually as well. And then you're like, okay, so who's this good for? But it's still not done!
Yeah. I mean...
It's just...
When you said it was zany, this is the perfect example. We just actually needed one highlight for this game, actually. just this one.
It just comes in!
Yeah, they're like, oh,
yeah.
I forgot teleport was a thing. Yeah, it was very messy. I think that both teams were kind of lulled into a somewhat of a sense of safety almost, and then they were like, okay, now we're fighting, we're both really strong, and then eventually KT just fought it a little bit better at the end.
There's a lot of pent-up emotion, and the players just needed to get rid of that in one big fight. See champion, kill champ.
So we did have the one highlight that we needed, but we also do have a second highlight, which is this one.
Yeah.
I actually liked the Weaver's Wall here. You know, on first look it was like, oh, it's not going to do much, but she's never going to use it any other time in the fight, so you might as well just use it and then...
Oh, God.
This is the problem with Taliyah. Her scaling is insane.
Well,
so many different ways.
It's not just Taliyah, but it's also like Hanwha Life at this point are in full desperation mode. Like hard forcing an engage when the entire enemy team like sees you running in.
Yeah.
It's just not going to work. Like you're just not going to get the value. We again see the value of Unraveled Earth being a really big problem. And after this one, like for Hanwha, there were so many like individual mistakes over these. Chani throwing a couple of not so great ultimates, but also on fleek getting cut out a couple of times. It just looked very disjointed.
It did. It was kind of a fun and strange game at the same time, but there is only one POG, and that is the piggy of the game. It is Rascal with the second POG here, 4-1 and 6. A lot of setups, and especially that one key teleport in that first highlight we had.
Our spring solo kill king seemingly realizing this is not the split for solo killing, and instead he just kills everyone in team fights on a tank. It gets the job just as well. I think Rascal just had an incredible game here on the Sejuani really showcasing what this champion can do when it's able to actually continuously fight. Because contrary to a lot of other tanks, Zac comes to mind. Zac really excels when it's like an actual team fight, or he can counter gank, he can get deep backline engages. But because of permafrost, and especially with this Ignite build, Sejuani actually has a lot of skirmishing power, especially if you combine it with someone else who got a lot of POG votes, that Viego. So I think overall, yeah, really nicely done.
Yeah, and Wolf eventually did go for the Sejuani vote as well, so got on the hype train there, 9 out of 13. Let's see what happens in game number 2. Let's go back to the casters right now.
Thank you so much, gentlemen and fellow Piggy enjoyers.
I was always going to be on the Rascal vote, don't you worry, Valdez. I just was surprised that everybody else did too. I'm very happily surprised as well, as all the POG Rascal signs in the audience agree.
We managed to get correct the one media vote being for aiming. What we didn't quite understand was the fact that a couple of observers were going to go for the cuz vote. As maybe as an observer, you're like, but we don't want to ever observe the Sejuani in lane. And so therefore, we can't give her the POG. Maybe that's what it is.
Trying not to watch. I mean, it's rough. That game is so hard to really break down and describe, and I think even the struggles that we had on the carpet space do further show that it was just Hanwha Life Esports were in control until they weren't decisive. And the Gale Force versus Gale Force power spike is not equivalent, as I was saying, and Chronicler's mentioning Gale Force call available. The culling coming out from Lucian means you could just force a kill onto anyone who's CC'd, and that's what Rascal set up for him repeatedly, which is why he ends up picking up POG. He was just really smart this game around.
And that teleport, it was a whole lot of insanity, but it worked out extraordinarily well. As we hop into the draft here for game number 2. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the Hanwha Life Esports sweet spot. This is their time to shine. They are once again on the blue side. And let's see whether all of this aggression is going to come out at full force now that we have hit their comfort zone.
I wonder if Hanwha will be bold enough to run back the same draft, because I know the carpet spacers were pretty unhappy with it for Hanwha, but I think personally, like I thought it was okay, and I think there were certainly win conditions for them had they been able to not just clown Fiesta the mid game in some crazy fights and then start trading down and lose control of the top side. There were a lot of things that spiraled out of control for them, and if they run it back again with obviously some tweaks to the draft I would like to see, I think it wouldn't be terrible. I do think this is still a B1 NAR, and that's never going to change.
Yeah. And I also think Lucian Talia, absolutely great picks to be picked up here. So that shouldn't change either.
Nope. And then we'll see the Lulu Aphelios probably, unless Chunny and Vista have a different idea, a different approach here. But again, this happens so often when the red side team wins and the blue side team thinks they had the superior draft. They'll just be like, oh, okay, we should have won. We just didn't execute well enough. And like I said, they had control of all 3 lanes with a slight lead before that one fight that went on forever. And so it is going to be the Aphelios Lulu once again, where they laned well, got a lead. Glitterlance was powerful. I don't think we're going to see like a Yuumi switch here or anything like that. I think it's just going to be Nami.
Yeah.
Shocker, very strong with Lucian, big damage.
Right. Okay. So far we're in a replay.
Yeah. Let's see if Hanwha Life Esports are willing to ban away the Sejuani this time. I believe they banned Ornn last game, which was also a strong choice.
Yep, it was Gangplank and Ornn that they took away here. Lissandra and Trundle were removed on KT's side of the Rift.
Yeah, I think Trundle is probably... Well, I mean, arguably with how the lane went last time, I think Trundle would have not been that great. Like, Cuz wasn't able to do anything on the Viego. I don't know if the Trundle would have really been that great for him considering the lane state, but better safe than sorry. Probably just see it banned again.
Yep.
But maybe we will see a Sejuani instead. Second ban slot for Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, they might let the Gangplank through instead, but I actually think the Gangplank is way worse than Sejuani. Yeah. As of course, you don't have to hit your ult in order to make sure that the Aphelios has a bad time. Ari is going to be the first change up here, as no Trundle ban is going to come through. As Hanwha, do they just ban the Sejuani because the piggy power was too strong? I would assume so, but we'll have to find out.
Yeah, I think that would be a really nice adaptation because I don't think the gangplank, the gameplay can work here. Obviously, in the lane, it's very strong and has a lot of utility. Slows, etc., are going to be very nice, but it's very squishy. And KT, like, the reason why they won those fights is because Sejuani was able to hard engage and stop people in the tracks and set up for Lucian, whereas the slows, like you mentioned, for the gangplank, not as good. This was something that the Korean casters were like, oh no, and then it happened exactly like this.
I'm kind of sad about it, right? Because Lee is like the really cool two-way flex. As it could be with Cuz, could be with Rascal, means Talia could be with Cuz, could be with Vikla. Really does play around with that quite effectively. But Wukong is going to be the change up here for On Fleek. He's picked up a POG on this champion and Twisted Fate for Karis.
So this is a very big change. Obviously, you still have set up CC with the Twisted Fate like the Ahri had in the last draft, but the Trundle is going to come through this time for KT. They have the Sejuani on their side, and this is going to be a really nice defensive option here against the Aphelios Lulu Twisted Fate dive potential if they get first Herald like they did last time. But my favorite thing about this Twisted Fate pick is, for me, Karis has always been, in the LCK, most impressive when he's on Rise or Twisted Fate, and even the Galio. Any champion that allows him to collapse with his team and actually make a global impact in early mid, his decision-making has been very good, more impressive than his mechanics, which we haven't always seen shine through. And in the Rise meta, Karis had several really great games and was able to get some upset wins last season because his decision-making is so good. Now, into the Talia matchup, you're not going to have a ton of power as Twisted Fate. You're not going to be controlling that wave. You'll be picking up some extra gold. You can, of course, match some Talia rotations and stuff like that, but hopefully they can get a nice tempo advantage with this. As, Karis is most famous for his Lissandra. That's part of why he was picked up. We had the Rookies on the Rift documentary about it, but I personally think put this guy on globals, at least he can shine and trying to get his team ahead. Will be able to make an impact outside of his own lane. Yep. So I'm hoping that at least Hano Live Esports to give us a better showing here in games.
Yeah, I don't think TF will have the same presence in lane, but like you say, you can follow the Talia much more effectively. With that Destiny, it means they can play towards bot side a whole lot more effectively as well, which is what I expect Hano Live Esports to really change up, because last time it was just 2v2 laning throughout the first 15 minutes of the game. So let's see whether that is going to be the change as we hop onto the Rift here for game number 2. KT fans pretty loud, but not using any E words just yet. Because there haven't been too many failings for KT. But touchwood, see whether that is going to ensue here, because this is game 2. This is Hano Life Esports' time.
That's the hope for Hano Life fans here. It has been their time many a time this season, as already trading aggressively here into the Twisted Fate.
Talia's so OP. She's got Lucian's ult on her Q.
It's pretty not fair.
Yeah, it's super not fair, man.
Also, does not take cleanse this time. We'll still have the unsealed spellbook, but we'll just have teleport by default. We didn't see the cleanse really forced by Karis the last game around on the Ahri, even though that's why you take it.
You almost want it more into Twisted Fate because gold cards are targeted ability.
I think that like the idea here is just that Vikla is knowing that he can. Okay, hold on, we're gonna pause. Okay, that was very scary. I think the idea is that he knows he's gonna have so much better wave clear and so much pushing power that like gold cards will never be used on him unless he makes a huge mistake or On Fleek looks for an early gank. And On Fleek's playing a champion that isn't that strong at ganking until level 6. Does have a lot of damage, but no follow-up CC or anything like that.
Yeah, not quite. As Johnny taking some Ardent Blaze damage here. Aiming has taken that one here for the early lane. It's of course the standard thing to do. It's interesting because you do max the Piercing Light first.
Yep.
Even though it was nerfed. The most recent round of nerfs onto the Lucian.
Just want to try to A little bit of extra damage done from range, and Life here, this time they're going to get level 2 very early, so now they can trade more aggressively. I like how Life and Aiming have just adapted how they play to level 1 after level 1 in previous games.
Aiming. That's not the trade you really wanted. Don't have to use any summoners, but yeah, Johnny and Vista trading that one back very nicely.
Yeah. Like the beginning of this, the level 1s for this start here was so much better played from Aiming and Life, and then they went for that at 2 just because they're like, level 2 default, we win this. Now they've pushed this up so hard that Cuz won't be able to find an angle here. On Fleek is also nearby.
Yeah. Coming forward just for the counter gank. That's why he's not moving into the river. Doesn't want to give himself away, but will do now. As Cuz is going to put down the pillar. And on Fleek, he's going to worry Trickster over it, but not going to be able to catch up to the Trundle. The slow field going to be working out there as KT, they looked like they wanted to go in, and they're like, oh, dang it.
Vikla,
the jungle with control.
That was really scary for just a moment there for On Fleek. I thought he was going to try to chase in. And of course, pre-6, Twisted Fate is not going to be able to go as fast as Talia.
There's the dash forward as Johnny does manage to get himself a Graviton. There is the polymorph onto the Lucian here as well as On Fleek. He's trying to be tricky. Vikla as well, a little bit caught out, but First Blood once again goes to Aiming, and Life is just flashing on top of them. There are the circles. Johnny's going to be thrown back, and this time, let's just make it a double.
And I don't understand the reasoning as to why the Aphelios at this stage in the game is trying to fight Lucian Nami with a Twisted Fate who does not have 6, which is, you know, somewhat irrelevant even in this fight. He's Twisted Fate, his kid is not sustained damage. That is a Talia, and she can do that at level 4. She can hit you really hard for a long time. They don't have positional advantage here, and they're just throwing money at a Lucian basically in this fight. Also, Trundle versus Wukong in the early game. We know who wins that one. It's not the Wukong, rather.
Yeah.
And, you know, this is just a fight that was forced for no reason. And I think Honda Life Esports just really feeling the pressure here as we'll go back and watch this again. Like, they got control over the scuttle, and then Aiming is dashing forward, and then OnFleek's still running this team. I'm like, where do you think Vikla is? It's just a really frustrating fight to watch again as OnFleek Trickster's forward, so is doomed no matter what. You can't go to the left side there, will be caught by Life, and then, of course, Life is flashing forward here to look for the pick. Chani is caught, has no flash, no heal.
Yeah, an Unraveled Earth was there on the ground, so Warrior Trickster actually impossible. Like, he would have just been...
He would have just died.
Stopped in his tracks, so he could only go to the right. Tried to buy time, didn't work. Really well played there by KT, and often, like, you do kind of think, as Humble Life Esports, like, we've got this. Pincer maneuvers just don't often work, because they take a lot of extra coordination, and you do need to make sure that you collapse all at the same time. But Cuz's pillar, just in the middle of the river to set the stage of battle, was just really expertly placed to make sure that they had Chani out of the fight forever.
Yeah, it's just also just buys a little bit of extra time for everybody else to be there. The Talia that can rotate faster than a Twisted Fate, doesn't have prio, doesn't have damage. So much CC as well.
Yeah, Aiming was like, do I want to get an auto onto Vista or do I want the cannon? And he chose correctly.
Yep.
Cannon secured.
He's also 15 CS up.
And 2 kills. He's a big boy.
Yeah, he's pretty accelerated. That's the word we like to use. We don't say fed anymore. That's so outdated. We just say he got there really fast.
We really don't.
Yeah. Valdez says fed a lot, actually.
Oh, does he?
I think he's the only one that says fed out of us, really.
Yeah, I really don't say it. I don't know why.
I don't know why it just feels like an old term.
Yeah.
Even though it's like very true and still makes sense and is used in a lot of contexts, as casters, we don't use this much.
Yeah, we should make a poll to work out whether we should start saying fed again more often.
Well,
maybe it's time to bring it back.
Yeah, this is a Drake with the control they have. That'll be fed over to... Oh, I used it incorrectly. Yeah. But it will be fed over to KT by Honor Life.
Oh, he's clever. I like the wordplay. As I've seen this before, Dudu has to Gnar Rascal into the turret. Doesn't. We're not in a replay.
Nope. That's a plate.
Yeah.
That's a plate.
It's a plate.
Oh, Life? It will be a plate. Don't worry. It's okay. So just they gotta push the wave.
It's going to be a Lulu or a plate. 2 health before the plate. So there we go.
feel like Life could have autoed it there, but you know, he's just playing it safe,
Sometimes you don't have to, you know? Like, he's got that amplifying tome in his back pocket. He might have just wanted to go and read the next page.
Come on, get that plate.
There it is. There it is. Secured. Beautifully done. Man, that was, that really was a roller coaster.
I feel like I was channeling, like, I wanted to go to IKEA or something, how badly I wanted that plate.
Yeah, I know. Whoa. How much did we pay for it?
If it was an IKEA plate, you know, about 80 gold. Oh.
All right, well, Rascal underneath this turret, just weathering the storm as best he can. He's Sejuani's Freljordian, so obviously weathering storms he is very, very comfortable with.
Yeah, that's kind of the whole thing. That's kind of the whole story.
That's his shtick.
It's like only Nunu comes close, you know?
Yeah. Ash has weathered a couple of storms in her time as well, but she doesn't ride on a huge boar. So I think that Rascal probably wins on the Sejuani here.
Don't think Hanwha secure this, actually. They tried to start up. They want to get a cross map, but the timing of this is so poor for them. Lulu is rotating over faster than Life is, so Vista's here, but doesn't have 6.
Yeah, Aiming's also back in base as well, as Rascal's going to be rotating down a little bit later, as of course lane control was there for Dudu. His Nabar in a great position, and Hanwha Life used the power of the top lane in order to secure the Rift Herald. Very nicely done, as OnFleek can Warrior Trickster his way over, and Vikla, he'll get himself this plate here in the mid lane. Be pretty happy about that.
Maybe, as they just delete more of Karas' CS. I think KT didn't play this as well as they could have. They could have been a lot faster to punish, or they could have just tried to hard commit to getting value elsewhere with aiming. Because he backed, as you mentioned, wasn't there, you know, didn't get any value of the plates, but he's just going to run right back down to bottom where there is not an enemy 80 carry, as we see a rotation up here to try to punish Rascal.
Yeah, okay, Rascal is in a whole lot of trouble. And yeah, Chonny's going to visit him here, and Rascal's just going to give himself over to Chonny as the lone killer of the Sejuani. So denies any assist gold, and you know, props for that. But still, Rascal caught out. Good rotation there for Hanwha.
Karas is losing like 5 million CS throughout all of his roams here, as Vikla, I don't think he has teleport available in his unsealed, but he could have tried to teleport up here, but instead he was like, no, I'll just grab another plate mid and run another wave of CS into this. As this is going to be, once again, first turret going over to Hanwha Life Esports. I believe there's still 2 plates down on the bottom side, so they will get first turret blood again, but it's not the value that they want. Yeah, Chunny gets some money here, but the money is being spread all over the map for KT Rolster, including this Lucian, who's already significantly ahead. Only 200 gold ahead now because of that first turret going over.
I actually think it's fantastic here from Hanwha to make sure that they can get Chunny back into this game, because honestly, from the laning phase, he was absolutely destroyed. But this could certainly be a bit backbreaking, as Tidal Wave once again going to be absolutely majestic, as it does basically nothing, and Aiming is just going to come on over. Alcove Gaming is going to be the bane of Hanwha Life Esports one more time as Vista gets over here, but it should be Aiming securing this turret as well, which will get him back into a considerable lead.
You can't like break the law of you know, equivalent exchange here. Like Edward Elric was watching this one and he was like, I don't know, I mean, eventually somebody has to pay for that lane swap, and the answer is Dudu's gonna pay, because they're set up on the bottom side, they're looking for the turret dive, and so yeah, you set up for a kill onto Rascal here, and you end up taking this 3v1, but the cost is on the other side of the map. Like, somebody has to pay for this, right? So Chani will get a kill here, which is massive for him, and extra plates, and the whole turret. So like I said, this is pretty massive for them, but the price is that Dudu is the biggest loser here, unfortunately, because he's like, well, I have to do something on the opposite side of the map. He's dove here, he's taken out, that's an extra kill for Aiming, and considering how much of an impact Rascal made last game, the fact of the matter is I think he's very happy about the Gnar being removed from the map. The mid lane's not going well for Karas either, so small victory here. Like, again, considering the circumstances, amazing that Chani picks up that money.
Yeah.
But I think it doesn't change the overall game state too much.
No, I 100% agree. I also think that the fact that Hanwha are getting shoved in the mid lane over and over again is a big problem, as Rascal's going to have a bit of a dance in the mid lane. Vikla with the Still Soul Summoners, and we'll move back there as well. They secure this one. It's going to be an Ocean Soul this game. Studu, as usual, going to be splitting here towards the top side, and Rascal's like, aha, finally, a minion wave for me to come and secure, and he will do so very, very nicely.
I really feel like it's been such a different look for Rascal this season. He's really grown into it. It was not the greatest for him the first few weeks of summer where he had to play weak side, had to play tanks, but now he's really just loving his role. He's like, I'm literally going to dance. All I'm doing is catching waves while the dominant strong side of the map just rips the map apart. His aiming has 3 kills now. Does not actually get that last plate or the end of the turret after the kill onto the Gnar, so still missing some standing gold, which he should, in theory, be able to pick up here. Look at how many resources Hanolife need to keep Chunny safe. This is like what normally we'd see Duckdom on Nongshim do on the Aphelios from ahead, as Chunny is trying to force this while behind. Still, he gets away with it here.
Yep.
Jungler comes down as a bodyguard, gets this wave pushed through, isn't going to grab a plate.
And TF with, okay, never mind. Aiming, gonna get caught out of position. He's dashing, and he's gonna be able to make it out. Okay, never mind. He does have to use everything available in his kit, but he had no flash, he had no cleanse, and he still makes it out, thanks to life. As Cuz is now potentially caught, but I'd say it's more like the opposite, as they have a gentleman's agreement there with the Blast Cone. Johnny takes a bit of damage there with the Piercing Light, and KT back into control once again. It looked like it was gonna be a potential turnaround, and then just did not occur.
Yeah, I'm just wondering when Dickla's going to ult and try to make an impact outside of his lane. Like, this is going back to the solo queue in game 1 for him. He's like, well, this Twisted Fate just keeps disappearing for a while, and I'm going to take plates, and I'm going to push this wave, but hasn't actually come down to try to turn any fights. Didn't ult over to the Trundle there, didn't ult over to aiming on the bottom side. He's just kind of PvEing, as aiming will finally get this at the last possible second, the final plate and the turret.
Will he get it? Will he get it? One second. There it is. Beautifully done.
He was teasing us hitting
He
that
was,
mid
and
lane.
he was teasing us with the first plate as well, Wolf. Oh my, it's like he knows we're watching. Very, very rude. As we're going to have a look at this great escape one more time. As you can see, look at how safe he must feel. There's so much vision for KT. But the bubble, just amazing there from Life, and manages to save his teammate.
Yeah, bubble, tidal wave. He has control vision in the river, like you said. You can just go straight towards it, knowing that's his safe haven, that's his out. There's no one set up to trap him there in the mid lane. It's almost like we're watching a 4v4 game of League of Legends. Neither of these mid laners actually making too much of an impact, which is sad because I think both of these champs could actually snowball this game even harder from ahead. And Vikla does now have that crown.
Yeah, Rascal going to find himself an ulti as they were trying to take down the control ward. Weaver's Wall comes on through, and Home Life, everyone was there, but they just can't do anything about the fact that KT want to start a fight.
Yeah, and Weaver's Wall gets some value here. Not going to lead to a kill, but will force a flash. Car's going to switch that to a heal. Not as impactful.
Well, Cuz going to get knocked up here, as Trundle may need to use the Subjugate, and he is just going to go down before he can even do anything. Big Gnar there from Dudu, but not quite able to get too much done. Aiming, Calibrum Q comes through from Johnny, and they execute the Lucian. Karis locks down the Talia as well, as Rascal's desperately trying to get away. The Boomerang, so incredibly close, but not close enough. Still, KT lose out on the fight, and Hanwha should be able to get Shirley.
And so all of that money that Chunny picked up on the top side of the map actually matters now, because now he picks up an additional kill here. Is going to be pretty far up in terms of gold. I think is now probably evened up the gold between him and Aiming, if not taking a small lead himself. They end up winning a clean fight here because KT were extremely disjointed in that fight. When we go back and watch this, notice that Aiming is shooting somebody completely different while the rest of his team is kiting back. Very, very disjointed fight here as Cuz is caught. He's a level down, he's caught by Cyclone. Life's trying to peel for him. Aiming is like, I'm going to kill the support. I'm not going to peel, I'm not going to shoot at Dudu here. Look at Aiming, and then he's basically caught by Chunny, who flashes for him, gets the Moonlight Vigil to finish him off, and the rest of KT is like, I need your damage. Dudu's at like, 20% health there. If you had finished him off first, we just win the front to back. Like, KT just got split in half.
Watch this though, he gets Seismic shoved, and then like 2 members of KT instantly get walloped.
Yeah. And if Aiming is there to add some extra damage, I think they could probably front to back this, but he's trying to kill the enemy Lulu.
Oh man.
마무리할게.
I'm going to finish him.
Close.
Almost. And he's like, what was that when the boomerang didn't hit?
Oh, Secret Agent on fleek here. Looking for the deep flank. Thank you, Jonah Strong, as we come out of the replay.
Well, KT now down on gold. Still have prio for the Drake. On fleek, like you said, being a Secret Agent. Trying to set up another Cyclone flank here on a ward.
Oh dear. Aiming.
Drop that Herald!
Yeah.
Drop that Herald!
Oh no! Well, On Fleek's real dead. I don't know what else to tell you guys. Sometimes you go for the hero play. You do manage to secure a turret, but you lose a Drake, and there's no fighting left available because there's no smite.
Yeah, he is seen.
Boomerang steal? Wolf?
We've seen it before, you and me. This is not it, though. I like how he throws it after the notification comes up, just for posterity's sake.
Yep. Just to show us, that's what I was aiming to do.
You want to get Krug money, maybe take the minions first. Like, you want money, you get the minions, then get the Krugs. He's missing some CS while he's trying to take those. His On-Fleek is just seen by this trinket. And there's no way out. They just instantly collapse on him. He drops this Herald down because it's about to time out. And he will pick up 50 gold for his troubles here as the turret does go down. Aiming is like, maybe we can stop this now.
No. Close, but not actually able to get there. And that is going to even out the kill score. But as you can see, still slight advantage to Harma Life Esports as far as total money is concerned. Rapid Fire Cannon complete, though, for aiming, and it's just a Last Whisper done for Johnny.
Karis just finishes his Rapid Fire Cannon as well, so we'll have some extra CC. The problem is aiming has Cleanse right now. Vikla has his stopwatch, so this is going to be a really hard team fight for Harma Life Esports if they want to set one up to stop this turret from going down. On Fleek does have the Cyclone.
Dudu's running really fast. Seismic Shove going to put him back in his place. But just takes a bit of damage as that Naba is well and truly prepped. And going to be able to throw houses around as Nara is wont to do. KT just K-ramming right now.
And as they should. They just want to siege up this turret, take it out here, remove some...
Whoa, the fadeaway! There's the Seismic Shove as well. Tidal Wave is beautiful, but Dudu survives for such a long time. Cyclone clone into the back line for On Fleek, but honestly, there's no follow-up, and he has to just drift away as Karis. Not going to get picked out by the Seismic Shove, but does move himself out of position. Gold card connects onto aiming. He's not going to cleanse it as he was with the safety of his team. And now it looks like KT will get their prize.
Yep. Finally, they get the siege to succeed after they end up fishing with the Talia, grabbing a kill. They have the follow-up CC with the Nami. And that's all it takes. A pick is all you need. And not an extremely long-range composition or anything like that. Just look at where Rascal is sitting here on the edge. Sets up the ult, then the shove, then the tidal wave. Dudu is pulled to death. And On Fleek tries to turn this. It's a really nice attempt here. Karis also has a gold card, but they don't have the follow-up damage anymore. They don't have the Gnar for the Wombo. It was the perfect pick to get. That's another turret. Rascal is now just going to safely side lane. KT in a really nice position in this game. Yeah, only 400 gold ahead, but you can see how this composition works well together.
Yeah.
And the Felios is always going to be under threat by all this CC. He didn't take Cleanse. They don't have a Mikhail's. His life is often going to be forfeit if he tries to do damage.
Yeah, and the problem is Cleanse doesn't really save you
not
into what KT has. Like, yes, there's Permafrost and Glacial Prison that you probably want it for, but doesn't help you against Seismic Shove, doesn't help you against Pillar, doesn't help you against Bubble. Like, yes, with a Bubble you can Cleanse Flash to get out of it, but you don't want to use both of your Summoner spells because at that point, you can never get back into position to do damage.
And you're also taking heal for lane. Obviously, this is something that's come up a lot today. It's just, you know, when you're trying to actually dominate a dominant laner like Lucian, having that heal means sometimes it could save your life. Sometimes you can actually turn it. And I do think that heal is probably the right choice, but there are things that can catch Chani, like you mentioned. Not most of them he can cleanse, but some of them he can. Sejuani in particular, but there's just unlimited CC. Yeah. Everyone except Lucian can CC him in this game. So that's my problem here is, yeah, he got some extra money topside, but they don't have enough control over the map for that money to matter. And yeah, that's a tiny gold lead that KT have, but compositionally I think their lead is much bigger. They have more longevity in fights. Twisted Fate isn't going to do damage. Talia can CC, and she can hurt you a lot. Twisted Fate can only CC, really.
And also, like, Vikla is so safe as well in this game. Yes, he's got his crown complete, so that, of course, adds to it. But if On Fleek ever, like, Warrior Tricksters towards him, like doing the classic Wukong thing where it's like, I'm camouflaged, then I'll Nimbus Strike on you. He just puts rocks on the ground. And On Fleek will trip over. He will do the skateboard chalky.
Yeah, it's nasty.
Yeah, it's really not going to be a thing. This is another one of those things that we were talking about that you cannot cleanse. That is, of course, the Pillar. As Weaver's Wall comes on through. Vikla just going to follow the tidal wave down. Karis going to be picked off with that seismic shot. Not dead just yet, but Harmalife Esports just taking all of the poke damage that KT will deal out towards them. Rascal still so healthy as once again it's going to connect as Vikla flashes the wall just to lock down the kill onto the Wukong.
That ward sees him. That ward just to the left of the wall there.
KT see all, Wolf.
Look at all these wards here. Like, there's nowhere that you are as Hanwha Life Esports where you're not seen. Like, on one hand, it's an impressive seismic shove from Vikla, but on the other hand, it's really not that impressive when you consider he just literally could see on Fleek and can pull him. And anybody who comes nearby.
Yeah.
It's just... Fact of the matter is there's so much CC here in the Weaver's Wall in that fight. Divides Hanwha Life Esports, makes them take so much of that poke damage. I mean, we're talking about poke with Illusion, but in this game, it's actually quite relevant. Like, he actually does a lot from range here when the Weaver's Wall comes through. So look, team is cut in half once again. And then by the time that Hanwha Life Esports want to try to turn, they have no Narbar. Chinese already flashed. The damage has been done.
Yeah. And now KT are looking for this Baron. They already picked up the Ocean Soul. They're not worried about what their health bar is doing, but they are going to back away as, yeah, Conflict just gets caught out as aiming. Oh, doesn't actually manage to get the engage. He flashes, gets knocked up by the second part of the Cyclone though, and that is so much damage now missing. Vikla as well is frontlining. He's just going to get taken down as KT. They throw it all away. Who got excited?
Yeah, that's the question. Well, On Fleek is just ready to punish a Gale Force forward. Aiming is looking for an aggressive move there. They turn on him. Cyclone catches him. He has no way out. And Cleanse is useless versus Cyclone because you're just going to get hit by the second. You're going to get hit by it immediately afterwards. Does end up going down here, and that's the end of that. So that's just straight up a Baron into Hanwha Life Esports, into their pockets. A lot of extra gold. And both carries, both damage dealers are the ones to fall here. So KT cannot win a longer fight. And now, you know, maybe the game 2 power spike for Hanwha Life Esports, maybe we can have that conversation again here as look at the positioning here for aiming. He just instantly is Cyclone, has to flash, second part of the Cyclone catches him.
They were looking to catch On Fleek, but he pressed W, and that was enough.
Yeah.
So
we can watch this from On Fleek's perspective. As Gale Force comes through and he's like, oh, I'm on him. I'm just going to W. And
well, actually, he just walked backwards.
Well, he walks
out
back
of
and
range.
goes back in.
Yeah.
Even On Fleek is like not impressed. He's like, all right, well, I got him, and we're going to take Baron, and that's where we're at.
Yep, and so now it is Hanwha Life Esports that have the Baron. They have a 2,000 gold lead. Baron power play only at 1,000 right now, as they'd already had their gold in a pretty decent position. Of course, it's not over or anything like that. KT made a big error, but still, Hanwha Life, they have a lot of scaling options. They have the Aphelios, who should do a lot of damage as this game goes on. Yes, it's going to be a difficult game for him to do damage in, given the composition that KT have put down, based on a lot of factors that we've already described.
But hey, Baron buff minions, you know, that's the best front line you could ask for as an Aphelios.
Well, Weaver's Wall is going to come through. Rascal with a celebratory ult, the walk to the right tactic used by Johnny here to avoid everything. He throws out an ultimate just to celebrate.
I heard we're whiffing ultimates. I'm down to join.
Yeah, that's basically how that one went. He's buying time for Doodoo, as KT were definitely entranced by the Moonlight Vigil.
And, I mean, this is just a...
Oh, no, the bubble is going to connect. He has to go golden, but look at all of these things that KT can put on the ground. Karis still walks it off, and he will be okay.
Imagine if Chunny actually had his ultimate here while the stopwatch was being used there. It could have actually followed up the damage and pushed KT back super hard. But instead, they just wait for him to get a stopwatch and then run away really fast and lose a lot of time. So that was very successful from KT, layering the CC through there. Vikla still holding on to his stopwatch, does have cleanse. And this is a scary moment here for Hanwha Life Esports. Don't want to overstay your welcome. The turn for KT is insane. The CC is great. The damage is high. And looks like they're not going to get any permanent damage done to inhibitor turrets.
Yep.
And the game will continue. KT do have the Ocean Soul. We haven't talked about the Drake take much faster this game around. We're having a very early pre-30 Elder spawn. So that's probably going to be the deciding fight in this game. And because it's Ocean Soul, the least impactful elemental on this, you know, reworked patch, you know, the preseason-ish thing that we have here with the durability and all that.
Not the next dragon one.
Yeah, the next patch is going to be better. But.
Yeah. I don't know whether, like, everything's getting buffed as far as dragons are concerned, so I still don't know what the hierarchy is going to be. However, I agree with you. I think
It's not that important, is what I'm saying.
It's not the biggest one. Yeah.
The 4 Drakes here have been a little bit of extra stats for KT, but mostly it's just an Elder timer. And Hanwha Life, they win this Elder fight. The 4 Drakes that KT hold will be worthless. It won't matter. It's just all about this 5v5 that happens in 90 seconds.
Yeah, let's see whether Lucian and Talia are going to frontline for KT, because I think that if that happens, then Hanwha are in a good spot. That's what I learned from the last team fight. Seismic Shove, not going to find the mark, but just fishing for opportunities. Non-committal CC, definitely very valuable here.
Narbar very early for Dudu. They might want to try to force with it, because without it, when it times out, you know, as the Elder spawns, he's not going to have it very likely, and that's such a critical part of this composition here to set up for Chani.
Oh, another flash has to come out here. On Fleet going to respect the Seismic Shove this time.
They have the wave clear to support this. Now they've got Prio, no Narbar. Looking pretty good here for KT Rolster at the moment.
Yep, they can make it so dark around this Drake area.
I mean, any chip damage that Hanwha Life can do, which is very limited with this composition, it's Nephelios, they don't really have poke, will just be instantly healed by this Ocean Soul.
Yeah.
So they're just happy to sit in this brush and say, come at me and all of my CC.
And where is their avenue of attack, right? Like, oh dear, Vikla's going to come down. Seismic Shove just on the wave.
Weaver's Wall, I thought he was going to maybe cut them off with it, but he doesn't have to. Could just try to bait Hanwha Life in. Really nice ward here.
Bubbles over there, and you can see that Hanwha Life Esports, they understand what's going on. 7 seconds on the Elder, though, as now KT going to move over. They will be able to secure vision here in this brush as Karis. He's made it to the midway of the river,
even
and
if
Destiny
ults,
has to be used.
Yeah, he does see them, but he can't flank. Both cleanses are up here for Vikla and aiming.
Yeah, and now that Destiny is not going to be available for trying to wrestle their way in towards this Drake pit. However, they have made it here. Dudu's Narbar back to a good position, but he gets shoved, and the bubble is going to connect as well. There's the layering of CC, but he still flashes his way out of it. Still, it's a lot of buttons now pressed for KT. Hanwha, I mean, Dudu soaked all of it. He's now got teleport to try and get back into this fight afterwards as well, as Weaver's Wall is going to try and deny Hanwha, and KT will try and rush this one down. They're doing a lot of damage to it. Cuz off to the backside. Dudu makes his way back in, but now it's an Elder Drake on KT, and Hanwha have decided, oh wait, we don't want this after all. Another Seismic Shove. Dudu is addicted to them, as OnFleek's going to get eaten by a dragon in the form of aiming, and now Vikla is looking to surf his way over and tidy up the rest of Hanwha Life.
It's just so much power in this composition around objectives. They had the Prio, and Dudu lost his Narbar in the previous scuffle before the spawn, gets it back and returns to just be CC'd to death. He survives and teleports back in without a Narbar. Now that he's got his third one, the Elder is in the hands of KT, and unfortunately, this Twisted Fate pick got nothing done in the early parts, and in the later parts of the game with the cleanses taken here for Vikla and aiming with unsealed Spellbook for Vikla, where he could just pick that one up on any whim. Unfortunately, Twisted Fate pick feels pretty worthless compared to the Talia, which is doing massive amounts of damage, massive amounts of CC, can shape the rip with Weaver's Wall, where you just don't get a chance as Dudu. You're trying your best to do your job. The Aphelios needs a setup. As Chani's Moonlight Vigil in that last fight just help them kill the Elder faster.
Yeah.
Because they have no vision, they have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, I haven't really noticed too many of Chani's later game ultimates really working out whatsoever. He's now got 3.5 items, but we're not really seeing it. Exodia has now been completed by KT as we have a look at this fight one more time.
Yeah, Dudu here at the front is trying to set up for that Narbar, but as he gets it and transforms, he's just chain CC'd. Luckily for him, he has Flash and can survive. But the fight is already over. Now, you can't do anything. Weaver's Wall shuts them out so they can't come in. On Fleek as well, blocked by Rascals, who can't look for a Cyclone Flang. And look at Chani's ult. He's just desperate. He's like, I don't know, maybe I'm lucky. You're not. Unfortunately, in this case, On Fleek zoned out now is actually just going to be killed because there's a Elder taking on him. And
yeah.
Just really clean fight here from KT, utilizing the Talia extremely well.
That was really nicely done. And then managed to corral them, but that puts Hanwha Life Esports a million miles away from the Baron that KT are very capable of taking down. And now, with all of this control, it's only 1,000 gold in the lead. But honestly, Hanwha Life Esports' composition was kind of teetering anyway, because Twisted Fate comps really do kind of need to be ahead before they're super valuable, especially with the build that he goes currently. Not going to be offering too much damage here for Hanwha. does offer so much map control, though, if you do manage to create leads. They did have some moments, but honestly, not enough. As Vikla looks for another shove, but just does the classic Talia thing, where KT will guarantee themselves this bottom inhibitor turret. The inhibitor will stay alive for now, as Rascal CC'd for a while, doesn't seem to care too much about it, nor about that house flying past his whiskers.
Cause is pushing mid, they don't have to stick around here. Could just force Hanwha to go mid, and then they'll take the inhibitor. Like, they're going to get one of these no matter what.
Oh no, On Fleek immediately going to get stifled as aiming just flashes out of the way. Moonlight Vigil once again sails by majestically, but does zero impact in this fight. Dudu now fighting towards the top side, but Vikla is just frontlining. And his Q, remember, is just Cullings. Just little Cullings over and over again, doing so much damage here as Hanwha no access to this fight whatsoever. KT will get a teleport from the Sejuani to make sure that they can get free damage onto this Nexus turret, as well as Karis. Going to take a lot of damage there from aiming, but he doesn't complete the kill. Dudu now back onto the fountain for another go, as the Lulu is just going to get knocked up, and so much health just going to be ripped away from him. The Nexus, though, is going to be the first priority here, as Hanwha will lose this series 0-2, and KT make it 3 in a row.
Yeah, it was a really close game, like game one, until it wasn't, right? And KT consistently got every objective. Outside of Herald fights they didn't take, you can see Acorn is like super stoked because he was really stressed out, I think, about the draft. We saw him clapping in that one shot we had at the coach's booth after that Lucian kill bottom side. Yeah, where I think he was really stressed out about the chances of this comp working a second time. But it worked out. Like, the picks were correct, and KT Rolster knew their win conditions around every single Drake fight, and they took all 5, the Elder being the most important one. And because Karis couldn't get a lead early, they couldn't use this Twisted Fate comp to snowball the game, it became less and less valuable as Talia became extremely valuable. And it's a hard POG vote, to be honest, for this team, because I think it was really about the draft not working out. The win conditions of Honda Life Esports' draft fell apart so early that KT won this game just by draft alone. Like, we were literally talking about, yeah, they're down like 100 gold, but they are massively ahead because their comp is better. Yeah. And we saw it in the one final fight that mattered.
Yeah, I think Vikla probably stood out the most.
I voted for him.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that one. If we're collaborating on votes today,
yeah, I think we kind of are.
I think we are in the same mind as far as that is concerned. Yeah, he did have that moment alongside aiming where things went a little bit catastrophic. But that's kind of what happens when you're on a roller coaster ride. You know, it's not scary if it's not, you know, threatening just a little bit. But KT, in the end, it is just a clean 2-0, nothing to see here. And actually relatively close to that being true. And one thing I figured out as well, Wolf, this is the most important.
Yeah.
The most important point that I have for you is, to take away is the fact that Cuz and Rascal, both former Dragon X players, Acorn and Hirai, of course, former coaches. Yeah. That is why this team is obsessed with dragons.
There you go.
I figured it out.
I wanted to just say, I thought, once again, the 2 best players for Hanwha Life were Dudu and On Fleek. On Fleek, yeah, he was caught a few times there on the Wukong, but he was always trying to set up for it. As it says, please, Faker, please get with Soju with me.
What?
Yeah, a little bit irrelevant for this series, but at least I respect the tribe. Faker might be watching at home.
Yeah, maybe.
But hey, you get the tickets when you can get them, all right? It's tough. It's competitive here. But On Fleek had a few good moments, right? The one team fight that Hanwha Life won was based on him punishing aiming. Well, it's just not a top half of the map meta. And Karis just doesn't have enough control to use the Twisted Fate well. And Cuz was so impactful in this game. And like, this was the part where we were talking about the cost. Like, the lane swap was smart to get Chunny some money, but it didn't matter at the end of the day because it just gave aiming more money and more map control to KT. Rascal was happy to just weak side the whole time.
Yeah, and you know, Hanwha had a few moments here and there, but I was kind of underwhelmed by Karis in this series. Dudu played his heart out. This reaction to the seismic shove to just go more forward is just really, really smart and very, very cool. Almost manages to get the fadeaway in the end as well. As this punishment was absolutely fantastic. The slight walk down from On Fleek to then return and really punish aiming for overstepping.
It's crazy how he both kills aiming, but like also because he's Wukong and KT were just running at them, is able to CC basically the whole team as well at the same time.
Yeah.
Wukong, I mean, yeah, jungle clear got nerfed, isn't as strong in the early 2v2s or 3v3s in the jungle, but or in the bottom lane, excuse me. But still extremely strong in late game team fights with the setup CC. And in this fight as well, On Fleek and Dudo are trying to set up for a flank. They're doing their jobs correctly here. It's just unfortunate that they can't close the distance because there's a Weaver's wall stopping the rest of the team.
Yeah, let's have a listen to KT as they finish this one off, as that was their the most perfect response to the attempted engage, but also it's pretty obvious that Hanwha had to go for it. So aiming just cleans it up from there.
KT just not messing up when they have leads like this. You know, we talked about their soul percentage and how much they're able to take things away in these longer games. Like, they love their dragons, and their fights around objectives, playing around aiming, usually on late game carries, not the Lucian, who has, you know, become more of a late game carry, especially with tempo advantage like this. It's just been so great to watch.
Yeah, they've been absolutely amazing. Now that aiming has come online, and we did sort of read about this a little bit earlier from an interview that was done with KT. They're feeling so much more comfortable. Aiming especially has just really settled into this KT roster, and the performance is really starting to demonstrate exactly that. But as you can see in the goal graph, it's not super clean just yet.
I definitely don't think this is a 2-0 nothing to see here for KT.
Or it is exactly a 2-0 nothing.
Well, yeah, we will say that, but we know what it means. I do think KT could have won the series a lot more cleanly. It was closer than it should have been. So,
yeah, and you guys know what to do in the Reddit thread as well. Make sure that you do stand up for KT and the cleanliness of their play. But let's throw it over to the gentleman on the carpet space to take us through this series.
Thank you, casters, for your wonderful work today. We will take it from here on the Analyst Carpet Space and Collaborative Chairs. That was game number 2 from KT. Not the cleanest, but there was one guy who was very clean. Vikla, I thought, had a fantastic game. And not only him, but the Talia seeing a lot of priority, a lot of value, especially today. Could be the start of something new, Chronicler.
And it's actually, I think the Hanwha Live draft would be okay into Talia. Don't like the TF really. There's a reason why not even Damwon plays that pick anymore. But the Wukong, we have to let it go. Like, if it's a good situation, I think it's okay. But you know the Trundle counter pick is going to come in because it's kind of a no-brainer. Trundle in general is quite strong right now. And Talia is already picked. Like, I think On Fleek had like a couple of good moments, but when your entire kit relies on like dashing in the enemy team, maybe don't pick it into Talia or ban it. And of course, I think there's a lot of range for bans, but I don't think Gwen is a must ban right now. Like, Gwen is a really good example of a champion that, she can be obnoxious, like she's still strong, but compared to a Talia, I don't think it's really worth it. And especially with, on blue side, also banning the Silas yourself and then first picking Gnar, when maybe you just let the Gnar open and then you can get it. Like, I think Hanwha Live just has a very clear idea of, we want to get this regardless of whether it actually works into the enemy or not, and that is one of the big issues that they keep running into. For KT, I mean, you won the last game, like just run it back with the draft, which as far as they could, they did, and it worked out great, unsurprisingly, because this draft is quite strong.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, the only difference was the Trundle, right?
Yeah,
everything else
that's
exactly
fine.
the same.
Yeah.
No issues there. Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think the Wukong, in some cases, need to...
You could pick Trundle yourself as Hanwha.
Yeah, or just anything else. There are a lot of other choices. Let's take a look at replay number 1 here, which was very early on, actually. Hanwha Life decided, okay, we're going to fight. We're going to do this. And this was over the bottom scuttle.
Yeah, and it's a 4 versus 4, and like the one iteration of this fight that really works is if you gold card someone and you hunt to 0 them. But outside of that, like the moment that the chump comes down, On Fleek's damage is going to be extremely mitigated. A really nice bubble from Life as well. And what KT does very well in these early fights is kind of segment it away, right? So you have On Fleek on one end, and it kind of speaks volumes to how disjointed Hanwha Life have been playing. Versus KT. I think KT looked very cohesive. Sure, it's still not the cleanest. I think they still had a couple of mistakes in this game as well. And they're very much a middle of the pack team, but you can see still the difference between middle of the pack and bottom teams in these little skirmishes right here.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the second highlight, which was basically about 30 minutes later.
Way later.
So we teleport into the future over the Elder Drake fight.
There is, I think if I remember correctly, there was actually a slight gold lead for Hanwha at this point.
It was pretty close.
Which feels really weird, and it's Talia, right? And this is something I've been very outspoken about. I think Talia is incredibly strong, but as we have seen with so many other strong champions in the past, the champion can be punished. Things like Zareth, things like Ziggs that actually punish the lack of range that she has, because yes, she does have a lot of effective range into like all short range characters.
Yeah.
But if you draft range or poke, which is why the Corki ban I think was very valuable.
Don't you see, Chronicler, the TF was meant to handle that.
Even better, it was the Corki ban from Hanwha, and then they left the Talia open, right? So like, I think there's a lot of those elements that kind of come through, and overall team fighting from KT is just a mile above. Like you see that, and it just, Hanwha Life just doesn't really know what to do.
I think your read on the Hanwha Life drafting is very correct. They come in, they're like, we're doing this, and that is the way. This is the way. We're going to do the way. And a lot of times we actually end up just kind of criticizing the draft, so not really impressing us so far. We'll see if they can add a little bit more flexibility and thoughts into the best of 3 series. But either way, guys, we do have the POG ready for the side of KT. It will be Vikla. In fact, I was very worried that it wouldn't even be a boom boom damage vote because Vikla did the most damage in this game, and we're not even voting for him just for the damage. Just really insane. The way he utilized this Talia in this game was he just controlled the entire map the entire time.
Really well done. I want to highlight again, I do think Talia is too strong right now, especially because he's a flex pick. But I also think teams are like running heads first into super obvious Talia picks. And like, no, we
How
can
about support Talia?
Well, you know, Mid-Beast would be proud of you hearing that one. But
I mean, you know, it's got a lot of utility now.
You do. And I honestly wouldn't be shocked to see someone like Keria pick it up. I do think that with her changes to her kit, she is actually relying on getting damage and getting items. But overall, I think Vikla played a very clean game. And Vikla is, I think, one of the best examples of what we have seen with challenger players getting called up, which is initially some struggle. Even in this split, I think his laning phase against stronger laners is still pretty lackluster, but getting slowly better and better, improving and improving as a, yeah, that's exactly what you'd expect out of a vote like this. And I think with Mon today, we saw that as well. And of course, as challengers guys, seeing a former challengers player do well always makes me very happy. And Vikla getting better and better.
Yes, 11 out of 13. Got most of the votes, that's all that matters. And guys, we do have the interview ready to go. Let's hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview, joined by the Vikla and Rascal from KT Roaster. Congratulations on the 3-match winning streak, guys. How do you feel? I'm glad that we are able to pick up another 2 victory. Me too. I'm happy that I won the POG today. Super happy. Rascal, let's get back to game number 1. This R5 Sejuani carried the entire KT players on the back of the Piggy. Tell me about the pick and the strategy behind that R5 Sejuani. Nothing special. I just wanted to, you know, hold on to the top lane, you know, and then open team fights as a Sejuani. Are you happy with the performance on that Sejuani? I have a mistake with my decision, but other than that, it was pretty good. So we had first blood secured by KT Roaster at about 15 minutes into the game, and you even TP'd down to the bottom lane to set up for kills, and there was one moment where you said, take this kill aiming, so tell me about it. I don't remember that at all, saying that, you know. I was just playing tank, so I wanted to make my carries take the kills. I guess you trusted aiming will carry the late game, right? I trust all of the carries on my team. What about you, Vikla? Makes sense. I agree with them too. Well, currently here at LCK, Sejuani is sitting on about 50% of win rate. And Rascal, you are the first player to actually win POG on Sejuani this split, and you have the highest win rate on that pick as well. Tell me about your thought with that champion. I think this is a really good pick to round out a comp, you know. You can initiate team fights. This is a really good blind pick, but at the same time, you can also pick it later to round out your comp. then why is Sejuani not standing out on competitive matches? I mean, Sejuani has a really low cooldown on the ult, so you have to really fight a lot in order to get the best value out of that pick. But we're not having too many fights here at LCK. But today we are able to utilize that ults as many as possible, and was able to do a great job on Sejuani as a team. You really have to try to, have a lot of fights with the Sejuani ults. That's my tip. And today you are able to shut down Dudu on the top lane one more time. You've been stepping up so much recently. Do you also agree with that? I was definitely not performing in the beginning of the split, but I don't want to say I'm doing great right now. It's like not bad status right now. And I think I have a long way to go. And Vikla, we had a very similar comp pulled off by KT Roaster for both games. The only change with the picks was the jungle role from Viego to Trundle, and then the opponents decided to play Wukong TF. Tell me about the strategy and drafting. So I could kind of figure that they will be playing around the bottom lane with that TF and Wukong, so I wanted to crush the lane and, kind of protect my teammates. Because right now the meta is all about the bottom lane, so I was pretty sure that they're going to play around the bot lane. And Talia is climbing up that tier list here at the LCK. This has been a really, strong blind pick of the LCK. Why is that? Talia is so powerful in team fights. She can also create a lot of kills and set up for plays on the side lane with that ults as well. And I have been practicing Talia a lot recently. So whenever I see the angle for Talia, I'm pretty sure we're gonna secure that pick. KT Roaster is now on a 3-match winning streak, and your next opponent is against Nongshim Red Force. What do you expect from that series? I will make sure to pick up another victory in that series, and BDD is having a hard time, and I'm gonna make it even harder. What about you, Vikla? I think Nongshim definitely has the potential, so I think we really have to prepare thoroughly for that matchup. This will be the end of the interview from the solo laners of KT Roaster, and back to the carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-Sun, as always, for that awesome translation. As it's very nice to see Rascal and Vikla up there. Kind of a little bit rare. The two of them, I think between the two of them, they have maybe 3 or 4 POGs total. So nice to talk with them here, as we are going to take a look at the standings now and see KT, with this victory, will hold on to 5th place ahead of DRX, which is huge because at the beginning of the season, it did not look like this would happen.
No, very surprising. I think overall KT really looking more and more like a very cohesive team that I think also has a pretty decent read on the meta right now, so liking what I see. And them against Liv Sandbox eventually, when that matchup is going to come, is I think, going to be great. As tomorrow, I don't think Liv Sandbox Gen.G is going to be close as much as I love Sandbox. But that DRX Dublin game, especially with how up and down DRX is, who knows?
Yeah, I feel like 2 weeks ago, this would have been like, oh man, this is the best day of all time. Like, we could have 6 games, super close series, but Gen.G already stomped Liv Sandbox once. We'll see if Liv Sandbox can get the revenge. DRX,
match.
As you mentioned, they're kind of on the up and down, whereas Damwon have been just on the up recently. So, could be quick, actually, but hoping for, it's gonna be you and I casting that one, hoping for some good games. Hope at least the series are not 2-0 blowouts, because that would be a little bit underwhelming.
Gen.G and Liv Sandbox, and they win fast and they lose fast.
Especially Gen.G. But that's going to do it for us, guys. Hope you did enjoy the LCK today. We will see you tomorrow on the caster desk for more of that. So have a good night.
I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump.
could set me free. You break down the walls.
DRX take down Damwon Kia.
담원기아는 회복할 시간이 좀 필요해 보입니다.
담원기아입니다. 오드라키. 방금의 DRX 지난번 데뷔 5승 4패는 내려온다는 상황이 됐고